Chapter 151. Ian is heading towards the Dragon King level. The time came to June of X781. Princess Jade of the Kingdom of Fiori has spent the first month of her life in the Fairy Tale Guild. During this month, Jade has seen a lot and learned a lot in the Fairy Tale Guild, which was originally knowledge that she, the princess, would never learn in her life. In general, although Jade could not understand the style of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, she was greatly shocked. And all of this was written by Jade in her diary. Jade Diary. My name is Fiori E. Emerald. I am from the southernmost continent of the Eslandan world, Ishgar, a permanently neutral kingdom with a population of about 20 million. I am the princess of Fiori and the only child of my father. If nothing unexpected happens, I will inherit this kingdom and become a queen. However, as a child of the Mage Kingdom, it is absolutely impossible for me not to use magic. After all, we are the royal family of a country and symbolize the face of the kingdom. In fact, even my old father, Fiori E. Thomas, this seemingly ordinary and unreliable uncle, was a powerful man when he was young, not inferior to the elite of any mage guild in the current Fiori Kingdom. Even now, my old father, who is old and grey-haired and has long given up the magic he has been pursuing for many years, can still burst out powerful magic in a short moment, which can show 50 points on the MPF magic meter. You should know that the magic released by some elite magicians is only about 100 points. The elite of the Blue Pegasus and the Four Hounds can only show a value of about 100 on the MPF magic meter, and the captains of the Magic Knights of the major kingdoms are only about 300. Therefore, 50 points is actually not low. Ahem. Jade wrote the diary here. She gently put down the pen in her hand, thought for a while, and then continued to write. So, I have to work hard to learn magic. Only in this way can I live up to the name of Fiori. Only in this way can I become a king who cares for the people and is loved by the people, and only in this way can I become the queen who lives up to the name of King of Mercy, given by my father. For this, I will do my best to learn magic. Even though I don't seem to have any talent in magic, I haven't even felt magic power until now, let alone magic. However, it is precisely because of this that when my father asked me to study at Fairy Tale, the first magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, when it was time to learn magic, I agreed without thinking. It's just that this place seems to be different from what I imagined. After writing her diary here, Emerald stopped writing and fell into a memory. Time goes back to a month ago, when Emerald just joined the Fairy Tale, the Wizard Guild. President Makarov, please tell me, how can I awaken my own magic? The Emerald Princess, who had just joined the Fairy Tale, the #1 magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, approached Makarov, the guild leader, with a serious look in her eyes, and asked softly. Magic is the power of the mind. If you want to awaken your own magic, you must first believe in your heart. Only in this way can you awaken the magic that suits you best. Hearing this, Makarov put down the wine glass in his hand, his expression slightly straightened, and answered Emerald's question seriously. In fact, since Ian invented the third-generation magic developer. In addition, after the return of Fairy Tale's second-generation president Preshito, who has mastered countless lost magics and is known as the Magic Encyclopedia %. It has been a long time since anyone asked him about magic so seriously. The power of the mind? When Jade heard this, her emerald eyes, which seemed to be of the highest standard and without a trace of impurities, flashed with a brilliant light. President, how can I better understand the power of the mind? Jade looked at old Thomas and continued to ask. Well, this varies from person to person, but the most common method is of course meditation. Generally, you can probably feel the existence of magic power in 3 to 5 days. Of course, if you still can't feel the magic power after more than this time, then maybe you have to change your method. Jade, listen, if you want to experience the power of the mind, the most important thing is that you have to let your heart be calm. Makarov is a master after all. His few words made Jade suddenly enlightened. In fact, Makarov is still very optimistic about Jade. Makarov can feel that Jade is still very talented in magic. Makarov is not anxious about the fact that Jade still can't feel magic. After all, Princess Jade is only 13 years old this year, still a child, not even an adult. It is normal that she can't feel magic and can't learn magic. In the original book, Jalal is also 12, after all, not everyone on this continent of Ishgar is like these monster brats from the fairy tale guild, who have the strength of S-class mages from other guilds in their teens. Some even have the strength of the 10 holy mages. Emerald is the norm for those normal children with magician talents on the continent of Ishgar. These brats from the fairy tale guild for people from other guilds, they are too powerful and abnormal. I understand. At this moment, Jade seemed to understand something. So, under the guidance of Makarov, she meditated for a whole week in the manner that her old father, King Thomas of Fiore, bought for her in Magnolia Town, which was larger than the local lords and mayors. This made all the members of the White Tiger Group, one of the top magic knight groups in Fiore Kingdom, who were responsible for protecting Jade's safety, feel a little surprised. The leader of the knights, White Tiger, who appeared in chapter 102, so I won't post the picture here, a beautiful woman wearing knight armor and with capable short hair, was even more surprised and said to herself, "It seems that Her Highness Princess Jade is not just talking, she is serious. In this way, the future of Fiore Kingdom has hope." Speaking of which, Behu was originally responsible for guarding the treasures placed in the Far East Temple by the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiore, but now the treasure, Dragon's Tears, has been moved out of the treasury. Since the treasures in the treasury are gone, it means that she has nothing to do. So she was sent by old Thomas to protect the safety of the kingdom's future emerald. After all, to be honest, Behu's strength is still very strong, not inferior to any member of the kingdom's strongest magic knight group, the Hungry Wolf Knights, and has the S-level of a general magician guild. It's just right for her to guard Emerald. At the same time, because Emerald joined the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, it also gave Behu and the powerful magicians of Fairy Tale the opportunity to further communicate. This allows her strength and magic to continue to advance. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. A week later. It's completely useless. Fei Fei, who had been staying at home in the manor for a week, blinked her beautiful big eyes and spoke with a frown. Yes, it seems that meditation is a kind of feeling. The method of awakening magic and refining magic power is not suitable for the young Princess Emerald at the moment. Her heart cannot calm down at all. So much so that she spent a whole week and failed to feel the magic power in meditation, let alone awakening her own magic. In this way, Emerald returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. This time, Emerald did not look for Makarov, the president, but locked her eyes on the S-class magicians in the guild. The first person Emerald looked for was Lacuses, the grandson of the president. After all, Emerald had heard that Fried, who was called the S-class magician candidate of the Fairy Tale Guild, Dark, said, "Who is the most reliable and mature one among the S-class magicians in our guild? It must be Lacuses. Lacuses will never get angry no matter what. He is the most emotionally stable one among the S-class magicians in our guild." Well, the naive Emerald believed it. So. "Excuse me, are you Lacuses?" The grandson of the famous fairy tale leader Makarov. Emerald thought she was very polite and asked Lacuses for advice. "Hey! Are you here to cause trouble?" "Oh, Princess Emerald. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Originally, when Lacuses heard the first half of Emerald's words, he was still very happy, until Emerald said the second half, his face completely collapsed. To be honest, if the girl in front of him was not the princess of the kingdom of Fiore, if someone else called him that, he would have turned his face away long ago. The title of Makarov's grandson. It is one of the few thunder points on Lacuses, and it is still the case until now. "I want to ask you, how can I learn magic?" Emerald looked at Lacuses and asked. Sorry, even if you ask me this, I can't answer any of your questions. As you said, who made me the grandson of the famous Makarov, one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land? I was born with magic. To be honest, when I was very young, my father was always worried about me because my magic talent was too strong and the speed of magic power growth was too fast, so that my weak body could not bear it and died just like that. Lachesis heard this and spoke in a Versailles way. Tun tun tun. Ah! It feels good. Then, after Lachesis finished speaking, he didn't give Emerald a chance to say more. He finished the beer in the cup, stood up, and walked out of the guild. As Lachesis walked out of the guild, he said in a mocking tone, "This is the world's #1 wizard guild, Fairy Tale. How could there be someone in this guild who can't even use magic? Hee, it's ridiculous. Did I make him angry?" Emerald looked at Lachesis as he walked away, puzzled. Obviously, the naive Emerald didn't know where she said the wrong thing. However, Emerald was not discouraged. When she saw that she couldn't get an answer from Lachesis, she went to Gildarts, who was called the former strongest wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild. Why didn't Emerald go directly to Ian, the current strongest wizard in the Fairy Tale Guild? The answer is, because I can't find him at all. Excuse me, Mr. Gildarts, how can I awaken magic? Emerald came to the bar and asked Gildarts, who was drinking heavily. Well, when you have enough magic power, you can learn magic. In this world, whether it is super magic or ordinary magic, in fact, all changes are the same. If you want to gain powerful power, you need the corresponding magic power. As long as your magic power is strong enough, even the most ordinary modeling magic can still be used to be extremely powerful, and become a strong man at the level of the 10 holy magisters. When Gildarts said this, he seemed to prove what he said, and slowly stretched out a finger towards the wine glass beside him. The moment Gildarts's finger touched the wine glass, the powerful crushing magic shattered the wine glass into countless fragments. Then, Gildarts used the modeling magic that he learned from Uru and was not very good at it. However, because Gildarts's magic power was strong enough, even though Gildarts had never systematically studied modeling magic, he still successfully made a cup that was exactly the same as the cup he had crushed before. Just like me. Gildarts said, placing the cup he made in front of Jade and whispered. Well, as long as your magic is strong, you can do whatever you want. In this regard, in the distant western continent of Alakadacia, the Magic King August, who took care of the children on behalf of Ian, silently praised Gildarts and whispered, Gildarts, you are right. If the magic is strong enough, you can do whatever you want. I understand. But, Mr. Gildarts, I can't feel the magic, what should I do? Jade first gently nodding, he continued to ask with a puzzled look. Then I can't do anything. Gildarts paused. As a genius, he didn't understand the troubles of ordinary people. So, Jade had to settle for the next best thing and found Alii, Kernuki, and Animus, the king of the neighboring Stella kingdom. These 3 people. To be precise, the 3 dragons gave the answer, sorry, the body structure of our dragon race is not the same as yours. When we were born, we had the power to rival you humans, the level of the 10 holy magisters. So I don't understand what you mean by not being able to feel the magic power. If you really want to learn magic, why not go to Senior Uru? Senior Uru is the master of modeling magic. Modeling magic is a kind of magic that is more popular for you humans, and does not require too much talent. As long as you practice hard, you can get corresponding results and have a powerful magic with decent power. It is very suitable for people with mediocre talents. In response, Alii looked at the poor Jade and said so. Uru, Ale, are you polite? What is modeling magic? It is suitable for those with weak talents to learn. Explain to me, explain, what is weak talent? Although Uru also changed from modeling magic to dragon killing magic, it is definitely not because the upper limit of modeling magic is not good, but simply because URU's talent is not good. Well, it must be like this. As Aliai's voice fell, Emerald, who originally did not feel how pitiful she was, suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. She wanted to cry in front of everyone. I'm sorry, as the most ordinary mortal, I have mediocre magic talent. I can't let all the dragon masters have fun. I'm really sorry. Despite this, Emerald still found Uru Milkovich, the master of modeling magic, as Aliai said. In that case, take off your clothes first. Hearing this, Uru directly accepted the pitiful Emerald. So exciting! Emerald stared with eyes wide open, she couldn't believe what she heard. If you want to learn modeling magic, you have to take off your clothes first. Uru gave a thumbs up and looked at Emerald and said seriously. Well, this time Emerald was sure that she had heard it right. Sorry, Senior Uru, I can't do it. Emerald is a person of shame. She has received the top court education since she was a child, and she can't do anything like taking off clothes in public. Junior sister Emerald, listen to me, take off your clothes. Believe me, as long as there is a first time, you will completely fall in love with this feeling. At this time, Leon, who was passing by, saw this. In order to let Emerald understand Uru's good intentions and to prevent Emerald from having any psychological burden, he took the lead in taking off his clothes, holding Kuriko's basketball under his crotch, and said so. Then, Leon was taken away by the White Tiger Knights on the charge of harassing the princess. This time, Leon will stay in prison for 3 months. No one can save him. I think I'd better forget it. Emerald backed out. Although Uru repeatedly assured her that he could definitely let her feel the magic within a week and teach her the magic of ice shaping. But she was the princess who represented the kingdom of Fiori and the face of the country. She really couldn't get over it and couldn't take off her clothes in public. Finally, Emerald had no choice but to find the last S-class magician in the fairy tale guild who was not on a mission. Urusha was dragged down by Uru's reputation and was mistaken by Emerald as a weirdo like Uru. Myra Jane took Elfman and Lysina out on a mission. Urzabel's Arian, known as the Fairy Queen. To be honest, Emerald was a little afraid of Urza. Well, this was probably the instinctive fear of the princess towards the queen. I see, leave it to me. When Urza learned from Emerald about Emerald's purpose, she smiled and decided to help Emerald awaken her magic. Really? Emerald smiled sweetly. For a moment, Emerald found that Urza was not as scary as the rumors said. Really, please rest assured about this. I have a deep understanding of awakening magic. Emerald smiled, looked at Princess Emerald with an innocent and sincere attitude, and said honestly, my father Ian once told me that there is a great terror between life and death, and humans can inspire unexpected power in despair. So, Emerald, if you want to learn magic, you must first understand the taste of death. Hey! Are you serious? Emerald smiled and then stopped. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Urza and asked. Of course. After Emerald stopped smiling, Urza smiled. Neinhardt, Jacobricio, and Bradman, who had been pestering Urza and acting as her guards, also laughed. Next, there's something interesting to watch. They. 3 Neinhardts looked at each other, and they instantly understood each other's eyes. Next, Urza first accepted a mission to defeat an S-class monster, and then set off happily with Emerald. Ah! That day, Emerald's shrill screams resounded throughout the sky. Time goes back to June. Princess Emerald, who has successfully awakened her magic, wrote in her diary. Senior Urza, in order to awaken my magic, dropped me from a height of 10,000 meters, kicked me into a cliff, and threw me together with a group of sharks. Finally, she even let me steal the cub from the lair of an S-class monster alone. During this period, I almost died. In fact, I died a long time ago. The cowardly me has disappeared. After experiencing these experiences that I never dared to think about before, I finally felt the magic in my body and awakened the magic of space movement. Well, magic is the power of the mind. When Emerald had been hoping to escape the disaster, she finally awakened a magic completely different from the original work, space movement. When Emerald wrote her diary here, she suddenly smiled. But no matter from which angle you look at it, Emerald's smile is very creepy. At this moment, Emerald finally understood why everyone called Urza the Fairy Queen. And everyone was afraid when they mentioned Urza. First of all, Jadeite must admit that Urza has always been thinking about her. Although her experience was very dangerous, she survived every time. Urza's protection measures for her were still in place. Secondly, Jadeite wanted to say, that's not necessary. Jadeite, what are you doing? Just when Jadeite was writing her diary silently, the door of her bedroom was suddenly pushed open, and Urza appeared in front of her with big puzzled eyes. Ah! Jadeite looked at Urza, who always appeared in front of her at unexpected moments, and her whole body was numb. She opened her small mouth slightly and couldn't say a word for a long time. Oh, Jadeite, are you writing a diary? My father said that the inner thoughts cannot be written down. If they are written down, they are not the inner thoughts. Urza glanced at Jadeite's diary and stopped paying attention to it. She didn't have the habit of reading other people's diaries. This was their privacy. Emerald, since you have already felt the magic and awakened the magic. Then next, I will take you a step further and improve your magic. Don't worry, it's safe this time. I will take you to use the magic developer made by my father. This machine can stimulate your potential and make your strength change qualitatively. Urza said, giving a thumbs up to Emerald and smiling. Really? Sister Urza, don't lie to me. Emerald looked at Urza suspiciously after hearing this. She didn't believe in Urza anymore. It's not that Urza always lied to her, but Urza's understanding and brain circuits seemed to be a little different from those of a mortal like her. Don't worry. I won't lie to you. Urza smiled. Her smile was beautiful, like a blooming rose, which immediately infected Emerald and made Emerald relax. Okay, I believe you. Emerald also smiled and nodded with a smile. So, Urza took Jadeite to the ruins of the former Magic Development Bureau deep in the forest west of the Fairy Tale Guild, and put Jadeite into the magic developer. Zzz. Accompanied by a series of sharp electric current sounds. Ah! Jadeite screamed in pain. She looked at Urza and said angrily, Sister Urza, you lied to me. Ah! It doesn't hurt. Urza was puzzled by this. She was using the lowest gear. This level of magic development is like tickling for the magicians of their fairy tale guild. Well, as Jadeite said before, Urza and her cognition are different. Just like this, a month later. Time came to July of X781. Ha 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 ha. That's it. Let the magic development be more intense. After a month of development. At this moment, Jadeite is very different from before. She only feels that magic development is cool. It really makes people high all the time. For some reason, every time she enters the magic developer, she feels like she is getting high. This feeling of becoming stronger is really great. At this moment, Jadeite's assimilation rate of the Fairy Tale Guild has finally reached 100%. Well, you sent a good seedling to the Fairy Tale Guild. The Fairy Tale Guild will give you a good crazy guy. Demolishing the house, fighting, destroying. Great. By the way, 2 months have passed. Jadeite finally returned all the court etiquette she had learned before to her teacher. It is said that it is not easy to learn well, but it takes only a moment to learn bad things. At present, Jadeite has successfully learned to drink, play cards, bet, and destroy towns with the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Moreover, Jadeite has a feeling of being better than her teacher. Perhaps it is because this country itself belongs to Jadeite. If nothing unexpected happens, sooner or later it will become the property of Jadeite. Therefore, when Jadeite was destroyed, there was no psychological burden on the other magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. At the same time, the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Flower City Crocus. In the Palace of Lights, old Thomas sat on the throne, his brows furrowed into a river shape, his expression was a little worried, and he kept muttering to himself, "Is it really okay to send Jadeite to the Fairy Tale Guild? Can Jadeite really learn the things I want her to learn?" Until the Knights' leader White Tiger, who was sent by old Thomas to Magnolia Town to protect Jadeite's safety, sent her a family of photos and reports of Princess Jadeite in Fairy Tale in recent days. When old Thomas looked at Jadeite drinking and playing cards with Kana, participating in missions with Urza, beating those poor monsters, and setting fire to the town with Natsu, Gray, and others, old Thomas's hanging heart finally died. It seems that Emerald has been completely integrated into the Fairy Tale Guild. Great, it seems that the future of the Kingdom of Fiori is finally hopeless. Old Thomas said happily while looking at the photo in his hand. Oh no, His Majesty the King has gone crazy. For a moment, the ministers waiting under the throne of old Thomas suddenly stood up from their seats as if they had hysteria, and started from 0 frames, making it hard to guard against old Thomas, who was dancing and speaking in panic. Well, under the high pressure of the Fairy Tale Guild, another one finally went crazy. Just like that, time flew by. Another 2 months passed. Time came to September of X781. In the world of Valencia, Ian finally got the national treasure of the Kingdom of Fiori in his hands, from the Dragon Cemetery deep in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Crocus. Dragon tears, which were formed from the resentment of tens of thousands of dragons killed by the invincible Black Dragon King Aknalaja at the Dragon King Festival 400 years ago. The energy in these dragon tears is dozens of times the normal reserve energy of the super-orbital weapon magic elf power of the Magic Council era. Its power is unimaginable. If it explodes completely, let alone destroying the Kingdom of Fiori, I am afraid that even the Ishgar continent will be blown to ashes. No wonder the royal families of the Kingdom of Fiori have sent their most elite soldiers to protect and guard this crystal, fearing that this thing will leak out and eventually lead to an unexpected disaster. Next, it's mine. It's time to move towards the Dragon King level. Ian held the dragon's tears in his hand and made up his mind. Next, it was Ian's turn to completely break through the current bottleneck and move towards the Dragon King level. A big chapter of 8,000 words. Chapter 152 Inventory, the strength of the S-class magician candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild. The world of Eslanden. After Ian got the dragon's tears he wanted, he began to retreat. Next, he completely absorbed the power of the dragon's tears and completely promoted himself to the Dragon King level. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months. Time came to November X781. A small town in the Kingdom of Fiori. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of roars. Countless magicians of the Dark Guild were blown into the sky by the colorful magic array. You don't need to look to know that it is the first magic, demolition, guide, relocation, management, guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, and the members of Fairy Tale are carrying out their mission here. This time, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild came to this town. Their mission is actually very simple, just to simply clean up the dark magicians who occupied the town's churches and taverns. As for how these magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild did it, naturally, they blew up the churches and taverns occupied by the dark magicians into the sky. Well, according to the words of the Fairy Tale people, that is, this church and tavern have been used by the magicians of the Dark Guild, they are all unclean. In order to prove our piety to God, we can only demolish them. God, as expected of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, you are awesome. Oh no, the army is coming. Everyone run. However, just when these members of the Fairy Tale Magician Guild were wantonly releasing magic and ravaging these evil members of the Dark Magician Guild, the member who was in charge of the lookout, the newly joined member of the Fairy Tale Magician Guild not long ago, the princess of the kingdom of Fiori, Hercule, seemed to have discovered something and shouted in horror. "What? How could the army come so quickly? There's a traitor among us. Tell me, who called the police?" Natsu, Gray, and others, who were beating the enemy leader by the collar, suddenly changed their expressions after hearing what Emerald said. According to their past experience and their understanding of the kingdom's army, from the time the mages of their fairy tale started making trouble in the town, they are said, start dealing with these evil Dark Guild magicians. It would take at least 2 hours for the kingdom's army to dispatch troops to arrest people. However, only half an hour had passed before the army came. It was obvious that the army had received the news in advance and someone had called the police in advance. "I notified the army." As Gray's voice fell, that half of the body was frozen hard by the ice. The other half of the body was scorched by the flames. After seeing that the townspeople in the town actually invited the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild to come and attack them, without any hesitation, he directly chose to surrender and notified the army in advance to arrest them. However, he was still beaten up. The leader of the Dark Mage Guild raised his hand weakly and said with a look of horror, "You are a magician of the Dark Guild? How can you notify the army?" Hearing this, Natsu looked at the Dark Guild magician leader in front of him angrily and asked, "If I don't notify the army, I'll die. Also, before you say I'm a Dark Guild mage, please go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. Who of us looks more like a Dark Guild mage?" In response to this, the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked more like a successful businessman than the Dark Guild's mage leader, spoke with snot and tears. "Natsu, Gray, don't waste time here anymore. Since the army has arrived, these Dark Guild mages will definitely not be able to escape. In this case, let's run quickly." At this time, Emerald moved in space and came to the front of everyone. She looked at Natsu and Gray, who obviously hadn't vented their anger, and said seriously, "If we don't run, it will be too late. Those ignorant Kingdom Mage Knights are already rushing towards us. Retreat." In response to this, Gray and Natsu decided to run away temporarily. "Happy." So, Natsu waved to the sky. "Love." As Natsu called. For a moment, the Happy, who had been on alert in the sky, was like a blue lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he fell from the sky, grabbed Natsu who was waving at him on the ground, and flew towards the sky. "Gray, let's retreat too." As for Princess Emerald, she came to Gray's side, took Gray's hand, used her innate magic space movement that she had just awakened not long ago, and disappeared with Gray. Although Emerald had just awakened magic for less than 5 months, she could only take Gray and flash a distance of 30 meters each time, which was much faster than Gray running on the ground by himself. "Don't run, we have seen you." Just when the figures of Gray and Emerald kept flashing in the town, behind them, the soldiers of the Kingdom Army kept chasing them. The soldiers looked at Jade and Gray who were getting farther and farther away from them, and shouted angrily, "Jade, your magic is so convenient." Gray looked back, looking at the constantly changing scenery in front of him and the kingdom soldiers who were getting farther and farther away from him, with a slight smile on his face, and praised softly, "As long as Jade is there, Gray will no longer have to worry about being caught by the kingdom soldiers and forcing them, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, to pay fines to the local lords. That's the only convenience." Jade sighed. The good news is that Urza did help her awaken magic and let her successfully master her own magic. The bad news is that the magic she awakened does not seem to be strong. Just as the figures of Jade and Gray were getting farther and farther away. In a coffee shop in the town, a cute girl with beautiful wavy blue hair, wearing a sun hat, a slim-fitting long skirt, and exaggerated sunglasses that covered half of her face, witnessed everything in front of her and felt extremely angry. In response, the girl threw the coffee cup in her hand to the ground in anger, smashed it to pieces, and blew up her pink face, angrily saying, I found the number 1 rival, Her Royal Highness Princess Emerald. Humph, Lord Grey is cheating with someone else. Juvia is really angry. But Juvia will never give up, even if the rival is the princess of the kingdom. Yes, the person who has been hiding in the dark and observing Grey is Juvia. After Juvia found that Grey and Natsu had completed the mission and disturbed the army, she turned into a stream of water and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This guest, you haven't paid for the cup yet. For a while, only the confused coffee shop waiter was left, stunned. At the same time, the kingdom soldiers who could only watch the fairy tale mages flee and found that they could not catch up with the fugitives no matter how hard they chased them stopped helplessly and began to clean up the mess for the fairy tale mages. Among them, the leader of this group of soldiers, a man with the rank of major, looked at the green that kept flashing on the streets of the town and muttered to himself, "Hey, hey, hey! Am I seeing things? Isn't that the princess? Major, princess, why are you traitorous? Emerald, have you ever seen a 13-year-old crown prince? Major, what else? Ahem. Well, the innocent, kind, and indifferent Princess Emerald has been completely assimilated by the fairy tale people during her time in the Fairy Tale Guild. She is now a qualified fairy tale wizard. Emerald, I'm sorry, father, I'm already in the shape of fairy tale. Emerald, everyone in the Wizard Guild fairy tale is a good person and speaks well. I like this place the most. The weather in November has begun to turn cold. But the hearts of the members of the Mage Guild fairy tale are extremely hot. In the guild, the nerves of every mage gradually tightened up, because the next thing to be staged is the S-Class Mage assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild in X781. Since last year, Ultia and Myra Jane, 2 candidates of the T1 level below S-Class who were regarded as S-Class mages by the members of the guild, passed the assessment successfully. Kana and Mistgang of the T1.5 level, as well as the members of T2 and T3, their minds began to become active, and everyone felt that they must win this year's assessment. In their view, today when Ursha and Myra Jane successfully passed the assessment, there is no obstacle to stop them from moving forward. So much so that even the 2 old bastards, Wakaba and Makeo, began to I took on the tasks crazily and kept improving my grades. Well, after all, Urusha and Marajana's strength is really too super. The difference in strength between them and the other S-Class wizard candidates in the guild is too big. They are simply too strong. Now that these 2 big mountains have disappeared, everyone feels that it should be their turn to pass the S-Class wizard assessment this year. However, as the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild are all crazy inward-looking, the Emerald Princess, who has just joined the guild, is confused. She looks at the group in front of her, guarding the guild's task board. Whenever Makarov, the president, posts a new task on the board, when they are snatched away by this group of wizards who are always loose, drinking and chatting, or bragging and gambling, and are full of energy, the Emerald Princess couldn't help but frown. What happened? Emerald murmured to herself in confusion. If you want to ask why, it's because that's coming. Just when Emerald was confused, Wakaba, who had just used the ability of atomization to snatch the task list from the crowd guarding the task board, explained kindly while smoking a cigar. That's coming. What is that? Emerald looked at the voice and looked at Wakaba, asking in confusion. You ask me what that is? That is naturally the most important thing in the annual fairy tale of the Mage Guild, the S-Class Mage assessment. Wakaba raised the corner of his mouth and spoke loudly, and I, Wakaba, am a perennial repeater of the S-Class Mage assessment. I have never passed the S-Class Mage assessment in almost 3 eras, including the Guild Arts era, the Ian era, and the era of little brats like Urza. Now, with Myra Jane, who symbolizes the end of Urza's era, and Altair, both passing the S-Class Magician exam last year, my era is finally coming. I don't know why, but I feel powerful. After listening to your prefix, I just feel that you are useless. But I still want to say, I am burning. Emerald blinked her big eyes, she didn't know what she was burning about. Anyway, she was burning. Just wait and see. I will definitely pass the guild's S-class magician exam this year. Wakaba said confidently. You better hurry up. The only person who will pass the exam this year is me Macau. Just when Wakaba was bragging about how powerful he was to Emerald, who had just joined the guild, Macao suddenly came over, holding the task list he had just received. Yes, not only Wakaba, but also Macao was ready to participate in the S-level magician assessment. You guy! For a moment, Wakaba and Macao, who had been friends and drinking buddies for many years, stuck their foreheads together, glaring at each other with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Then let's compete. Then, Wakaba and Macao took a step back at the same time, holding the task list in their hands, and strode out of the guild. This year's Fairy Tale Guild's S-level magician assessment was very rare, with no strong enemies, and they didn't want to miss this opportunity. What's wrong with these two uncles? Emerald looked at Wakaba and Macao, who were competing with each other like young people like Gray and Natsu, and couldn't help but twitch her eyes slightly. She didn't understand these two uncles who usually drank or played cards. Where did they come from? Strong motivation. Hey! Jadeite! Don't look at Wakaba and Macao like this now. More than a decade ago, they were still very brave. Just when Jadeite was confused, Fairy Tale's first artist, Ridaso Hyuna, took out a sketch of Macao and Wakaba from the easel beside him. Hey! I can't tell at all. So the uncle-level Wakaba and Macao were so handsome before. Jadeite looked at the sketch that Ridaso Hyuna took out and sighed. That's right. Speaking of which, Wakaba and Macao do lack some luck. Originally, they were ambitious and talented young people. If they were in other magician guilds, they would have been S-level long ago, right? It just so happened that when they joined the guild, they met the monster Guildarts. After they finally managed to get rid of Guildarts, they met Ian, a super magic genius who only appears once in a century. Then, after Ian passed the guild's S-level magician assessment, the Fairy Tale Guild even entered, with Urza, Lacuses, Ursha, and other second and third generation monster boys who inherited the blood of Ian, Makarov, and Uru. Now Wakaba and Macao have finally waited for the end of the new era led by Urza and others. If they don't take advantage of this gap and make a little effort, those originally young children like Gray and Natsu will also grow up. At that time, they will have even less chance. Ridasu Jonah sighed helplessly when he said this. Speaking of which, it is really not easy for Myra Jane to compete with Urza, Lacuses, and Ursha, who inherited powerful bloodlines, at the same age. It turns out that Myra Jane is also a rare genius in receiving magic. I see. Emerald nodded gently, and she finally understood why the two uncles, Wakaba and Macao, were so excited. If it were her, she would be very excited to finally get a chance to pass the guild's S-class mage assessment. Bonus! Bonus! After discussions among many old players, the latest S-class mage candidate ranking list of the Fairy Tale Guild in X781 has been updated. Guild members who want to place bets in advance or plan to make a comeback in this year's S-class mage assessment, remember to buy a copy and study it carefully when you go back. Just when Ridaso Jana was chatting with Emerald, Kana suddenly stood on the podium in the guild, holding a small magic trumpet in her hand and shouted loudly. What? I didn't expect that this year's S-class magician candidate ranking list would be released so soon. I have to buy a copy to see. As Ritsu Hyuna said, he rushed to Kana, took out a handful of banknotes, and said loudly, Kana, give me a copy. Okay, the price is 1000 J, thank you for your patronage. Kana smiled and took 1000 yuan banknote from Ritsu Hyuna's hand and handed Ritsu Hyuna a newspaper. Thank you. Ritsu Hyuna took the banknote and returned to Fei-Qi. He generously opened the newspaper in front of Fei-Qi. Senior Ritsu Hyuna, what are you holding in your hand? Fei Qi asked in confusion when she saw this. This is the ranking of the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild, which was compiled by many senior magicians in the guild after spending a lot of time discussing it. This list is divided into two lists, one is the list of S-class magicians, and the other is the list of S-class magician candidates. Ritasujianna heard this and explained softly. We don't need to look at the list of S-class magicians, it has not changed for many years. The main thing is to look at the list of S-class candidates. This list is very important to us. Ritasujianna said, and gently spread out the list of S-class candidates in front of Emerald. Fairy Tale Guild S-class candidate ranking. T1, Kana Alprona, Mist Gang. Saint 10, Jura, yes, it's me again. Well, because Myra Jane and Arusha were successfully promoted to S-class magicians. Therefore, Kana and Mist Gang, who were originally ranked among the S-class magician candidates, at T1.5 level, successfully reached T1 level. After Kana and Mist Gang successfully advanced, the two people who reached T1.5 level were Natsu and Gray. Close to Saint 10. After that, the four people who reached T2 level were Makao, Wakaba, Leon and Freed. Senior S-class, or not as experienced as Natsu and Gray. The two people who reached T2.5 level were Alba Green and Bigusro. Similarly, their magic power was at the senior S level, but their combat experience was not rich enough, and they had the means to threaten the T1 level members. The four people who reached T3 level were Elfman, Lucky, Gajil, and Juvia. Normally can reach S level and above. T3.5 level includes Levi, Troy, Jet, Bisksa, Azak, Valian, Mester, Marcus, Lisa N.A., Wendy, 11 magicians. Quasi-S level. Basically, you can consider the S-level magician candidates before the T3 level of the ranking list, but in my experience, the two who finally passed the assessment are probably Kana and Miskin, who are T1. Lee Daesujianna said. I see. Emerald stared with big eyes, with a educated attitude. So, the guys in this list are the opponents I will meet next? It can be said that they are completely vulnerable. On the other side, Kurnuki looked at the list and yawned continuously. First update. Chapter 153 The False Dragon Revival Dragon Transformation Array. The real dragon revival Ian made babies. On the other side. S-Class Magician Assessment. By the way, Princess Urza seems to be an S-Class Magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. If we, as the guards of Princess Urza, are not even S-Class Magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, isn't it a bit too embarrassing? Except for the ordinary magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild who are holding the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Magician candidate ranking list this year and constantly studying who will pass the S-Class Magician assessment this year and are ready to bet on it to make a fortune. Neinhardt, Jacob Riccio, and Bradman, who were transferred from the Alvarez Empire to serve as Urza's guards, are holding the S-Class Magician ranking list compiled by the group of senior gamblers in the guild, analyzing who they will have the best advantage against. Currently, except for Irene Belzarian, Moondragon Selene, and Magic King August, who are at the outer level. In addition, Presido Gelberg, Yuri Dolia, and Vlad Sinkin are not active S-Class mages. In the guild, the active S-Class list recognized by almost all members is as follows. T1, Ian Belzarian. T2, Gildarts Cleves, L. Belzarian, Humanoid. The magic power is above the shield level, and the combat power cannot be accurately predicted. T3, Uru Murkovich, Urza Belzarian. Shield level. T4, Lakeusas Dolia. Normal King, explosive shield level. T5, Myra Jane Strauss, Ursha Murkovich. Quasi King. Well, starting from Uru and Urza, the S-Class mages of the Fairy Tale Guild ahead of them are already shield level. As for those below Urza, they are still far from reaching the shield level. Although Lakeusas has reached the King of Heaven level for a year and a half. But he is still a long way from the shield level. According to Lacheus's own calculations, he needs at least 3 to 5 years to reach the level of being on par with the current Uru and Urza. Of course, this is when Lacheus's does not explode. And does not use the Red Thunder or Thunder Dragon King mode. It simply means that when Lacheus's only uses the Thunder attribute Dragon Slayer magic, his magic power is not even at the shield level, not in terms of combat power. As for Myra Jane and Arusha, they are currently only one step away from the inhuman realm. According to the calculations of the two, at most next year, when they are 17 or 18 years old, they will officially reach the King of Heaven realm. Among them, Myra Jane can directly make her power reach the combat power above the King of Heaven level when she receives the soul of the 18 devil fighting gods. As for Arusha, she was stuck at this threshold and could never get over it. At this moment, Arusha finally encountered the same embarrassing situation as her mother Uru before. And, Arusha has made a choice. Well, there is a limit to modeling magic, and she is ready to learn god-killing magic. Ice god-killing mage, it sounds very handsome. First of all, we can directly exclude His Majesty Ian. According to Lady Seleni's information, His Majesty is currently in seclusion in the Alentia world, and will definitely not participate in this year's S-Class Mage assessment and appear as our examiner. As for the remaining S-Class Mages in the guild, the ones who really threaten us, according to my judgment, should be above T3 level. In other words, the only obstacles that really stand in our way of becoming S-Class Mages are Guildarts, Princess L, Princess Urza, and Uru. Neinhardt rubbed his chin and analyzed with a smile. That makes sense. As Neinhardt finished speaking, Bradman and Jacob nodded. At the same time, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that His Royal Highness Prince Karnuki will also participate in the S-level magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild this year. At that time, His Royal Highness Prince Karnuki will definitely block the strongest person on this S-level list, Princess L, except for His Majesty Ian. As for the rest, that is, Guildarts, Uru, Princess Urza, Lacheus's, Ultia and Myra Jane, 6 S-level examiners. Except for Guildarts and Princess Urza, we will never lose. As for those who are so unfortunate that they meet Princess and Guildarts, they can only curse God. You are blind. You can participate in the competition next year. Then, Neinhardt continued to analyze. That makes sense. In response, Bradman and Jacob, the two quiet guys, still nodded silently, echoing what Neinhardt said. Hey! Can you two give some other reactions? This made Neinhardt feel like he was talking to a cow, and he said unhappily. You are right. After hearing this, Bradman and Jacob looked at each other and said in unison. Okay. I am completely convinced by you two. Seeing this, Neinhardt's eyes twitched slightly, and he sighed helplessly. Neinhardt kept complaining in his heart, why did he have to go out on a mission with these two boring guys, Jacob and Bradman? Speaking of which, what were the tasks that Ian gave them in the first place? Forget it, those are not important, staying by Princess Urza's side is the most important thing. So, while the S-Class candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild were thinking their own thoughts, in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It was December 8, X781. The much-anticipated S-Class Magician examination officially began. On this day, Makarov, the guild president, came to the guild early in the morning. He stood on the podium deep in the guild, swept his eyes across the faces of the Fairy Tale Guild members present, and said softly, "Everyone, the S-Class Magician examination of the Fairy Tale Guild in X791 has officially begun." Oh! As Makarov's voice fell, the entire guild cheered. Here it comes, finally here. The person who can successfully pass the S-Class Magician examination this year must be me. Macau was burning with flames, and he seemed to imitate Natsu intentionally, and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm already burning. Hey, hey, hey. Natsu's eyes twitched when he heard this. This should be my line, right? I will be the one who can pass the S-class magician exam this year. Natsu shouted, and flames also burned on his body. Like Makao, he spoke loudly, it's burning. And, everyone listen to me, mine is the original. Love. Happy echoed Natsu's words. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the person who can successfully pass this year's S-class magician exam will be me. Natsu, I must tell you that even if we are both ranked T2 on the list, there is still a gap in strength. Gray glanced at Natsu and said with a smile. Damn it! Why is my ranking below Gray? I'm totally unconvinced. As for Gray's side, Leon looked at the ranking list in his hand and kept wiping tears. Leon didn't understand why his name was below his junior brother. Gray just sneered when he heard it, and said with a proud look, Leon, don't you understand? In fact, the answer is really simple. I think you should know it in your heart. The reason why I rank above you is simply because my strength is far above yours. Nonsense. I'm unconvinced. Do you have the guts to fight? As Leon said, he directly crushed the list. He glared at Gray and shouted loudly. No matter how many times we fight, it can't change the fact that I'm stronger than you. Gray sighed, his expression showing helplessness. However, if you look closely, you will find that Gray's eyes are full of satisfaction. Well, from the moment Gray knew that his ranking was actually above Leon, he already felt a little proud. Pride will always be defeated, Gray. Kana glanced at Gray, who kept mocking Leon, and said softly. Don't worry, I'm not proud, but the confidence brought by absolute strength. Gray turned his head to look at Kana and explained with a smile. Tisk tisk. Kana shrugged helplessly after hearing this. I don't know if I will win this year. Mr. Gang muttered to himself, he seemed very nervous. Well, although Mr. Gong's identity is no longer a secret in the Fairy Tale Guild, he still dresses himself like a mummy to maintain his mystery. To be precise, Mr. Gang is keeping his mystery known to everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. Hey! It seems that this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. It should be decided between me, Makao, Kana, Mr. Gang, Natsu and Gray. It's really exciting. Wakaba held a cigar in his mouth, he took a big puff and spoke confidently. In fact, Wakaba's prediction is also the prediction of most of the magicians present in the Fairy Tale Guild about this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. Then I declare. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild who participated in the S-Class Magician Assessment in X781 are, Kurnuki Belsarian. Kurnuki added Belsarian's last name himself. He saw that his sister took Irene's last name, so he took Irene's last name too. Death God Bradman, Rose Knight Neinhart, Assassin Jacob Riccio. Makarov first announced the 4 people who he thought would pass the S-Class Magician Assessment of the Guild this year. This was also his usual practice, announcing from the strongest. Hey! As Makarov's voice fell, everyone in the hall of the Fairy Tale Guild was stunned. They murmured to themselves, Kurnuki Belsarian. Belsarian. Oh, we all forgot. Among the people who participated in the S-Class Magician Assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild this year, there was Ian's son. Everyone murmured to themselves, as if they had just realized it. Bradman? Neinhart? And Jacob Riccio? By the way, does anyone know who these 3 people are? Among them, there are even many members of the Fairy Tale Guild who heard the names of Bradman and the other 3 for the first time. They don't know who these 3 are. Bradman is the guard sent by my father for me. Don't look at them as ordinary. They are very powerful. None of them is weaker than Senior URU. At this time, Urza suddenly spoke up and explained the identities of Neinhart and others to everyone in the guild. Each of them is not weaker than URU. Such people are going to participate in this year's S-level magician examination with us. What's the point of taking the examination? At this time, Wakaba and Makeo, who were full of confidence a second ago, were completely numb after hearing that Bradman, Neinhart, and Jacob each had strength that was not weaker than Uru Murkovich. Suddenly, they wanted to give up the plan of the guild's S-level magician assessment this year. No, their enemies are Ian's son, Kernuki, the Sword Saint Dragon who is as strong as El and is also El's twin brother, and 3 monsters whose combat power is not inferior to Uru. What's the point of taking the test? How to win? Tell me, how can they win? And Natsu Dragneel, Kana Alprona, Mist Gang, Grey Pasta, Wakaba Mini, Makeo Kongbo. The above 10 members will participate in the guild's S-level magician assessment as this year's S-level magician candidates. Just when Wakaba and Makeo were paralyzed, Makarov continued. Well, Makarov's meaning was very clear. He had given the opportunity to Makeo and Wakaba. As for whether they could grasp it, it was not Makarov's business. Wakaba and Makeo, President Makarov, thank you so much. In addition, as examiners of this year's S-Class Magician Assessment, there are 7 people: Gildarts Cleves, Uru Murkovich, L. Belzarian, Urza Belzarian, Lakeusas Dolia, Myra Jane Strauss, and Arusha Milkovich. Immediately afterwards, Makarov announced the examiners of this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. Everyone, please keep working hard. Only by climbing over the peak can you become the peak. Makarov's eyes were like lightning. He looked at the group of members of the Fairy Tale Guild below him and spoke seriously. Well, no matter when. The S-Class Magician Assessment is a serious matter. The assessment standards can only get higher and higher, and must never be lowered. This is Makarov's protection for the children of the guild. President, there is something I must say. Just after Makarov excitedly announced the examiners for this year's S-Class Magician Assessment, Gildarts suddenly raised his hand and gestured to Makarov. What's the matter? Makarov looked puzzled when he saw this. I have made an appointment with Cornelia to travel far away, so I am really sorry that I will not participate in this year's S-Class Magician examination. Goodbye. Gildarts said, and walked towards the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild. He gently took Cornelia's hand and left the guild with an apologetic look. Ah! Makarov's eyes widened when he saw this. No, brother, what's wrong with you? Just left like that? That president? My mother informed me that my younger brother might be born soon. So I have to go to the world of Valencia in the past few months, so I am really sorry, but I can't participate in this year's S-Class Magician examination. Just after Gildarts withdrew, Ellie also raised her little hand. Could it be? Irene is she pregnant again? Is Ian a beast? Doesn't he feel sorry for Irene? The first thing Makarov thought of was that Irene was pregnant again. No. It's my mother Selene who's pregnant this time. Ale heard this and replied with a smile. Ah, this. Makarov was silent, and he finally nodded, agreeing. Although Makarov had complained many times, he still to say, Ian, how many children do you want to have? So, President Makarov, I'm afraid I have to leave too. Aerosol looked at Makarov and smiled helplessly. That President Makarov. Excuse me, have you forgotten me? To be honest, although my strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. But with my fighting power, it should be enough to participate in your guild's S-Class Magician Assessment. Just when Makarov's eyes twitched and he didn't know what to do, he heard that the Fairy Tale Guild was holding the most important annual event, the S-Class Magician Assessment. Therefore, Animus, who came back from the kingdom of Stella, pushed open the door of the Fairy Tale Guild, strode in, and asked Makarov, the president. After hearing Animus's question, Makarov was silent. No, brother Animus, your majesty Animus, as the king of a country, please don't cause trouble for me here, okay? Makarov really didn't know what to say. Animus didn't want to be a king and insisted on joining their wizard guild Fairy Tale. He agreed for the sponsorship fee, but Animus was still not satisfied. Now he wants to be an S-class wizard? This is a matter of principle. Sponsor you another 1 billion. Animus waved his hand and gave him 1 billion. It seems that for Animus, who made magic crystals, 1 billion is like 10 yuan to others. In the magical world of fairy tale, the status, function, and value of magic crystals are comparable to Ian's oil in his previous life. As for Animus, he is simply a replica of a Middle Eastern dog owner. Sorry, I just forgot. Among the people who will take the S-class magician exam this year, there is also His Majesty Animus. Let's welcome His Majesty Animus to take the exam. Let's also welcome His Majesty Animus to pass the exam. Long live His Majesty Animus! Long live the Kingdom of Stella! Makarov's eyes were completely confused by the 1 billion. He raised his arms high and cheered loudly, celebrating Animus for taking the exam and passing it. Well, it is an honor for Makarov to let Animus take a fancy to the Fairy Tale Guild and take part in the Fairy Tale Guild's S-class magician exam. President Makarov, where are your principles? In response to this, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild looked at Makarov and complained. Shut up! What I say is the principle. I am the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov's face turned serious when he heard this, and he spoke in a deep voice. Well, there is nothing new in the world. We are all third generation, how different can the things we do be? Makarov, this is the worst time I have been criticized in my life. Old man, you will definitely regret it. In response, the magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild Hall looked at Makarov indignantly. They decided to invite someone who had more decision-making power in the Fairy Tale Guild than President Makarov. That's right, that is the founder of the Fairy Tale Guild, and also the first-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, the world's cutest Mavis Vivi Emilio. Makarov is right. In response, Mavis sat on the fence on the second floor of the guild, shaking her bare feet and the hair on her head. Her eyes were full of desire for money, full of the smell of copper. Mavis really doesn't love money. But for a guild, it is absolutely impossible to be without money. Ahaha! Come to think of it, we all forgot. The first president, she is even more afraid of chaos than President Makarov. Seeing this, everyone in the guild hall laughed numbly. Then, just after Animus had decided to participate in the Fairy Tale Guild's S-class magician assessment this year, he looked at Urza and Elle, who were supposed to be examiners, on the podium and said in shock, Your mother Selene is pregnant? I came here in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare a gift for her. It must be said that in this era when the dragon race is weak, every time we have a new member of the same race, it is worth celebrating. Well, the false revival of the dragon race. Flame Dragon Ignea, who planned for more than 400 years, finally improved the dragon transformation array based on the dragon-killing magic. The real revival of the dragon race. Ian, Selene, and Irene are making babies like crazy. In response, Elle and Urza looked at each other and thought to themselves, what's the matter with pregnancy? Our brother is about to be born, okay. The second update. Chapter 154 Urza, father has held a family banquet, guess who was not invited? In that case, let's retreat. Arisa and Elle said, and they waved their hands, and the door to the other world, the space magic water wings' power appeared in the hall on the first floor of the Fairy Tale Guild of the Mage Guild. Boom! For a moment, through the gate of the water wing, the rich magic power of the Alentia world suddenly surged out and filled the entire Fairy Tale Guild hall, making all the mages present show an intoxicated look. The magic power of the Alentia world is really rich. You squinted her eyes. She inexplicably wanted to follow Urza and others to the Alentia world. In that world with abundant magic power, practicing must be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, if even you left with Urza and others at this moment, then this year's Fairy Tale S-level mage assessment would really have no one to support the scene. Therefore, she stayed. Goodbye, everyone. Arisa watched the gate of the water wing open, she smiled and waved gently to the mages in the fairy tale hall. Wait a moment, however, just when Urza and Ellie were about to leave hand in hand, Karnuki, who had been silent, came to his two sisters in one step. Karnuki is Ian's first child in this world. Therefore, he claims to be Ian's eldest son and the eldest brother of all Ian's descendants. However, according to the order of pregnancy, Urza is Ian's first child in this world and should be the eldest sister of all Ian's descendants. However, because Irene made a certain degree of transformation to Urza in the embryo state in order to prevent Urza from being affected by the side effects of the dragon-slaying magic, Urza was born later, so Karnuki did not recognize Urza. The identity of Sister Lusa. Karnuki stopped Urza and Elle, who were about to leave, tears in his eyes, and asked in a charming voice, "Sister, mother and father, did they mention me?" "Dear brother Karnuki, father and mother, for our brother who is about to be born in this world, specially invited everyone in our family, except for one member. You might as well stay in the fairy tale guild and think about it carefully. Who is the person who was not invited by father and mother?" Elle tilted her head, smiled at Karnuki, and said in a light tone, "Yes, that person is you." Ilusa did not mean to hide it, and directly told Karnuki the fact that he was not invited. "No. This is not true." Karnuki's fragile heart seemed unable to bear it all when he heard it. He couldn't believe what he just heard. He felt as if he was completely broken. "I was bullied." Karnuki kept wiping his tears and cried loudly in a translator's voice, "Oh, my God, I can't believe it. I was bullied by my brothers and sisters and my own parents. You are really too much." Well, at this moment, Karnuki tried to use his tears to awaken the conscience of his two sisters and let them understand that a family gathering without him, Karnuki, would be incomplete. "Let's go." Unfortunately, Urza and Irene ignored Karnuki and left. "Really gone? It's too bullying for dragon." Karnuki was dumbfounded when he saw this. He originally thought that his two sisters were joking with him. But now it seems that this is not a joke at all. "It's okay, Karnuki, I understand you." Just when Karnuki's eyes were filled with tears, Kana put down the wine jug and moved to Karnuki's side. She gently patted Karnuki's shoulder and gave Karnuki a look that said, "I understand everything." Well, after all, just now, her good father Gildarts and her good mother Cornelia, without even looking at her, went out to travel hand in hand and laughed. Sure enough, parents are true love, and she, Kana, is just an accident. Gildarts and Cornelia, dear Kana, there is one thing we must tell you. First of all, I am really sorry. You were born when we were happy, but we forgot to take protective measures. You are the fruit of our love. But it is also because of this that you are the cutest in the world. Kana, stop talking, okay? I give up. Ahem. Okay, you should all come back to your senses. Don't forget, we are currently carrying out the most important event of the year for the Fairy Tale Guild. That is the S-Class Mage Upgrade Assessment. On the other side, after Makarov saw Gildarts, Urza, and Ellie all left, he first tactically coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. Only then did he continue to carry out the next steps of the S-Class Mage Assessment of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale this year. There is no way, even though the current assessment is a mess. He is the guild leader after all, and the chief examiner of the Fairy Tale S-Class Magician Assessment. He has to go on with the assessment. In short, because of various force majeure reasons, Gildarts Cleves, Urza Belzarian, and Elle Belzarian, this pair of sisters from the Belzarian family. All of them are unable to do anything. Our Wizard Guild Fairy Tale, the examiners of the S-Class Wizard examination held this year, attended. Therefore, the number of examiners has been reduced from the original 7 to 4. They are Lakusis Delea, Myra Jane Strauss, Uru Merkovich, and Arusha Merkovich. Makarov stroked his forehead, looking quite helpless, and announced in public that Guildarts and others could not participate in the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard examination this year. Then, Makarov seemed to have thought of something again. He slowly approached his grandson, Lakuses, and whispered, "Well, by the way, Lakuses, can you really be a good examiner of our Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard examination this year? You know, the candidates who participated in our Guild's S-Level Magician assessment this year are not simple." Makarov seemed to be not very confident in the strength of his grandson Lakuses. He was afraid that his grandson would mess up everything. "You underestimate me too much, right, Grandpa?" Lakuses' eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. He admitted that his strength was indeed a long way from Uru and Urza. But as an examiner of this year's S-Class Magician assessment, it should be enough. Although, if we only look at the amount of magic power, Lakuses is indeed not as good as Nienhard and Jacob, the former members of the 12 Shields of the Albarez Empire. But the Battle of Magicians has never been a game of simply comparing the amount of magic power. Experience, skills, mind, and magic compatibility are the key to determining a victory or defeat. Of course, this refers to the magic power of both parties, when the difference is not big, or you are a member of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale who can burst. If you do not meet the above two conditions, please follow the first factor that the Battle of Magicians is a competition of magic power. Ahem. Of course, because of the temporary lack of 3 examiners in this year's S-Class Magician assessment, our examination rules this year will be slightly changed. The S-Class Wizard assessment that was originally to be held on the Holy Land of the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale, Tenro Island, will be changed to a one-on-one draw battle. The rules of the draw battle are very simple. In a while, all members who participated in this year's S-Class assessment will come to me to draw lots. After drawing the numbered lot, I will write your name under the corresponding number on this blackboard. Number 1 will fight number 2, number 2 will fight number 3, and so on. The winner of the group competition will advance to continue fighting until the last person fights and the final winner is selected. In other words, the final winner of this competition will become our Fairy Tale Guild, this year's S-Class Wizard. How about it? The rules are simple, right? Makarov wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He loudly announced the rules of the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Mage Assessment this year. It can be said that this year's S-Class Mage Assessment rules are the simplest compared to previous years. This is also because the strength of the members who participated in the Fairy Tale S-Class Mage Assessment this year is really supermodel. First of all, Karnuki, the power of his other form is at the level of a strong shield. The power of the dragon form even surpasses the elite dragon. Like his sister El, he is a monster second only to the Dragon King level. Let's talk about Animus, the king of the Stella Kingdom. Don't look at him as if he is out of tune, but he was originally an elite dragon level existence. Even if he uses Sonia's human body, there is no way the Animus cannot use all its strength, and it also has the strength of the shield level. As for Bradman, Jack Bricio, and Nienhart, they were originally one of the 12 shields of the Holy Guard, so they naturally have the strength of the shield level. It can be said that the strength of the above 5 people completely meets Makarov's mind, the positioning and standards of the S-level magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov is just thinking at this moment, how can he make Karnuki and others, under the rules of the S-level magician assessment, all qualified? Therefore, Makarov played a trick. He first organized a big competition to let the strongest member of the group who participated in the S-level magician assessment this year pass. Then, after the competition, Makarov said the rules of the second round of the S-level magician assessment this year. If any member who failed in this year's S-level assessment competition is not convinced, he can choose to challenge. At present, any active S-level magician in the guild can pass this year's assessment as long as he can beat the active S-level magician. In this way, the strongest person among the 5 will pass first. Then let the remaining 4 of the 5 defeat Uru, Arusha, Lakuses, and Myra Jane, who are currently serving as examiners in the guild. So far, the achievement of all members passing has been completed. And no one present will say anything, even the assassin Karnuki, who was in a panic, would never say, when did Animus, a weak dragon that couldn't even escape from the host's body after using the soul dragon magic, become comparable to me and pass the S-class magician assessment held by the Fairy Tale Guild this year. Well, it can be said that Makarov has predicted everything. It's really simple. As Makarov finished speaking, Animus and others nodded slightly, indicating that they had clearly understood the rules of the Fairy Tale Guild's S-class magician assessment this year. Lucky, I'll trouble you next. Please make a number box for drawing lots and a number ball with numbers written on it according to my requirements, please, Makarov said, and asked Lucky to use the wood modeling magic to make an opaque number box and a wooden ball with Arabic numerals for him on the spot in front of many members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Simple. Lucky smiled lightly and completed Makarov's request with a wave of her hand. In that case, all of you brats who are going to participate in this year's S-level magician assessment, come and line up and draw your number plate from me. After Makarov put these wooden balls with numbers written on them into the opaque wooden box made by Lucky, which only allows one hand to reach in, he called on the examinees present to come up and draw lots. I'll go first. First of all, the first person who rushed to Makarov to draw lots was naturally the enthusiastic Natsu. He reached his hand into the number box held by Makarov and fiddled with it for a while, and finally shouted, "It's decided to be you." Only then, in front of everyone present, he drew the number ball with number 3 written on it from the number box. Number 3, Natsu. Seeing this, Makarov took the number ball from Natsu's hand and muttered softly, "Number 3, Natsu." As Makarov finished speaking, Myra Jane wrote Natsu's name on the blackboard in front of everyone, in the column of number 3. Next. After Makarov confirmed that Myra Jane had written Natsu's name, he immediately waved his hand at Natsu with a look of disgust, indicating that Natsu should leave quickly and not get in the way. "I'll do it." The second person to come and draw a number was Gray. "Come on, Gray-sama." Juvia looked at Gray, who walked to Makarov to draw a lot, and felt uneasy. "My number is number 5. It seems that I can't play against Natsu in the first round, which is really a pity." Gray looked at the number on the number ball in his hand and sighed. Next. After Myra Jane wrote Gray's name under number 5 on the blackboard, Makarov still called the next member expressionlessly to come to him to draw a number. He was like a ruthless number-calling machine. "It's my turn next." The third person to come was Kana. Kana didn't say anything. She drew a number 1 ball from the number box in front of Makarov. Then she left without letting Makarov say anything. "First one. Not bad. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn." Kana came to the stage and muttered to herself. After Kana, Mist Gang, Bradman, Neinhart, Jacob Riccio, and Karnuki came to draw numbers. They were number 7, 8, 4, 2, and 6. So the final result of the battle was: in the first game, Kana, number 1, fought against Jacob, number 2. In the second game, Natsu, number 3, fought against Neinhart, number 4. In the third game, Gray, number 5, fought against Karnuki, number 6. In the fourth game, Mist Gang, number 7, fought against Bradman, number 8. Animus, who did not draw a number plate, was naturally a bye. Ha ha ha. It seems that luck is still on my side. Animus laughed and said happily. "President, are you sure this is not a bug?" In response, Myra Jane and others, who were examiners, came behind Makarov. As long as they were not blind or deaf, they knew that Makarov had tampered with the draw. "Isn't this cheating a bit too obvious? Be patient, this is the first sponsor of our guild. As the saying goes, you must not offend our god of wealth, right?" In response, Makarov turned around and looked at Myra Jane and others, and said helplessly, "Yes, as long as you have money, you can skip the preliminaries even for the S-level magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild. It can be said that the emotional value is directly maxed out for you. Just ask if the money you spend is worth it. However, whether one can really pass the assessment still depends on personal strength. Vulgar. Lachesis frowned at this. He felt that his grandfather had changed. Makarov, it turns out that you are the one who cleans up the asses of the demolition maniacs and gamblers in the guild every year. People who don't manage their families don't know how difficult it is to manage a family. Okay, I, Makarov, the third-generation president of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, hereby announce that the S-level Mage assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild will officially begin in X781. Makarov stood on the podium with his hands behind his back, wearing a golden coat with the Holy Ten logo, and announced loudly with a serious face, the S-Class Magician assessment begins. First, the first match, Kana vs Jacob. Makarov first announced the first match. Kana, number 1, versus Jacob, number 2. Well, the place where Kana and Jacob fight is naturally the ring in the back mountain of the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, this ring was built by Makarov and Lucky, and it is said that if you leave the ring, you will lose. Makarov still knows right from wrong. He knows that he must put some restrictions on the competition of these little ghosts, otherwise these little ghosts can destroy the entire Magnolia Town and the Kingdom of Fiori without changing their faces. Well, for a while, the troubled back mountain of Fairy Tale once again gathered a group of fairy tale mages who were not afraid of trouble. They all looked forward to the fight between Kana and Jacob. I bet on Kana. After all, she is the daughter of Gildarts. I bet on Jacob. How can the guards Ian found for Urza be weak? Yes, everyone in Fairy Tale is looking forward to the quick decision between Kana and Jacob so that they can make a fortune. Front row, front row. Selling popcorn, melon seeds, mineral water, and beer. These words were said by Makarov. He not only served as the chief examiner of the S-Class Magician assessment, but also served as a logistics staff, providing everyone with various snacks that can relieve tension when watching the game. Of course, these snacks are charged. Sorry, uncle. I know you are strong, but I don't plan to give up just like that. After all, I have been preparing for the Guild's S-Class Magician assessment this year for more than a year. As soon as Kana appeared on the stage, she first apologized to Jacob, and then raised her arm without any hesitation. Gather. The river of light that guides the fairies. Shine on. To destroy the minions of evil. One of the 3 magics of Fairy Tale Fairy's Glory. Yes, Kana started with Fairy's Glory, one of the 3 magics of Fairy Tale. Hey, are you kidding? Kana uses super magic right away. With Kana's current magic power, using Fairy's Glory, I'm afraid she can blow the whole mountain into ashes. As Kana's body burst out with earth-shaking magic, the Fairy Tale mages who were watching were shocked. By the way, this mountain was brought back from a foreign country a few days ago by Ian. By the way, the back mountain of Fairy Tale has been blown up countless times. The current back mountain of Fairy Tale was brought back by Ian from a foreign country using gravity magic. Oh, the light of the fairy. This is really dangerous magic. But such magic is not suitable for you as a little girl. Jacob looked at Kana, who burst out with amazing magic power, and his eyes flashed with admiration, and then he gently snapped his fingers at Kana. Snap. Just heard a snap. Kana's figure disappeared instantly. Kana disappeared. What happened? After Kana disappeared, all the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild who were watching the game, including Makarov, the president, all stared with puzzled eyes. They couldn't understand what Jacob had done. Jacob is the most powerful assassin in the history of Alakadacia, the Western continent. He can use all the assassination techniques in the world. And he controls an entire death space that belongs to him alone. In that space, Jacob is the only master who can control the life and death of everything in that space. The girl named Kana was sent to that space by Jacob. In other words, no matter how powerful the magic used by the girl just now was, she had already lost the game when she fell into Jacob's space. Just when everyone was puzzled, Neinhart yawned slightly and said so. I see, I understand. Makarov looked at Neinhart, who was speaking seriously, and announced the result of the game in public, because Kana suddenly disappeared. She also has no ability to come back by herself. Therefore, Kana is considered to have left the ring. Therefore, the first match has been decided, and the winner is Jacob Ricio. Thank you. After receiving Makarov's verdict, Jacob bowed slightly to Makarov, thanked Makarov for his fairness in the ruling, and snapped his fingers again. Snap. Another light sound. Kana's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone present. It was as if Kana had never left the ring from the beginning. I lost. Kana seemed dazed. In fact, Kana knew from the beginning that the gap between her and Jacob was huge, which was why Kana started with super magic. But what Kana didn't expect was that she would be killed instantly by Jacob. Kana, you can kill me instantly with super magic. Jacob. What else? Natsu. Seeing this, Gray called Natsu's name softly. I'm here. Natsu frowned, his expression serious. The strength of Urza's guards seems to be far beyond our imagination. Gray said seriously. Yet. I'm already burning. Natsu said excitedly. The second game. Natsu, number 3, will fight against Neinhart, number 4. Just when Natsu felt his blood boiling, Makarov announced the start of the second game of the S-level magician assessment. I'll go first. After Natsu finished speaking, he jumped onto the ring with a flying step. I didn't expect it would be my turn so soon. Hearing this, Neinhart sighed helplessly. To be honest, I'm not very interested in fighting and killing. Although my magic deals with the dead. So, pink-haired little brat. Can you be smarter and recognize the huge gap in strength between you and me, and then walk down from the ring and announce your defeat? Neinhart first stroked his long purple bangs, and then jumped onto the ring like Natsu. After looking Natsu up and down, he spoke with a look of disgust and arrogance. What a joke! Natsu shouted angrily when he heard it. Okay, okay. I know, I know. Neinhart looked at the irritable Natsu and shrugged helplessly. Everyone, allow me to apologize and borrow the dead person in your memory. Neinhart first glanced at Natsu. After he found that there was no suitable candidate in Natsu's memory, he looked at Myra Jane not far away. He nodded with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Boom! The next second, a huge demon with a height of hundreds of meters and as majestic as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. What is this? For a moment, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild were all dumbfounded. Impossible. This is the demon 18th fighting god, but it is dead. As for Myra Jane, he showed an unbelievable look. Everyone, nothing is impossible. In front of my magic, any dead thing can come back to life and fight for me. That is to say, death will only make me stronger, and what I hate most is death. Neinhart yawned and explained his magic softly. Chapter 155 Animus, Let me fight Ian's son alone? Really? Neinhart's magic is called History of Corpses. It is a magic that allows the user to read the memories of others and visualize all the powerful beings in their memories for their own use. Of course, this magic is not invincible. To use it correctly, you must first abide by an absolute premise, that is, the person who is visualized and summoned to fight must be a deceased person. Jacob Ricio wrapped his arms around his body and explained to Myra Jane and others who were surprised what the essence of the magic used by Neinhart was. Even if it can only visualize the dead, it's outrageous enough. Makarov gently wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and responded. By the way, why can only the dead be visualized? Urusha was confused after listening to Jacob's words. In Urusha's opinion, since this magic is already outrageous, why not make it even more outrageous? For example, instead of only being able to visualize the dead, it should be okay to improve the history of corpses to only be able to visualize people who are weaker than oneself? The answer is very simple. Because people who are still alive in this world cannot be visualized by history, and they still have a bright future waiting for them. Living people are the ones who create history. Neinhart, who was fighting with Natsu, turned around and looked at Arusha outside the ring, and answered the other party's doubts with a smile. For Neinhart, this is not a secret that must be hidden. His magic history of corpses can be said to be quite embarrassing magic. Those who are weaker than him, even if they know the secret of his magic, will not be his opponent. As for those who are stronger than him, even if they don't know the secret of his magic, they can easily defeat him. Demon. On the other side, Natsu looked up and looked at the giant demon in front of him, which was taller than a mountain. His body was burning with flames, and he shouted excitedly, "It's really burning! Watch out, the flame dragon's collapse fist!" As soon as Natsu's voice fell, he had already jumped high from the ground and came directly to the head of the giant demon that was materialized by Neinhart. And he waved his fist that was wrapped with a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. He hit hard on the head of the giant demon that was believed to be the fighting god by countless magicians of the Dark Guild. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar. The huge flames exploded instantly, engulfing the powerful existence with the name of the 18 fighting gods of demons. The infinite flames slowly spread to the horizon, as if a sun had been added to the sky. The terrifying magic power made the earth tremble slightly, and the temperature of the entire forest rose a lot, adding a touch of spring to the originally cold winter. Is Natsu this guy so strong? At this moment, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, who were originally shocked by Neinhart's strength, widened their eyes again. They seemed to have never expected that Natsu, the noisy brat who had always been in the guild, had grown to a point where he was out of control. Natsu's magic power is no less than mine. No, if this goes on, won't it be long before I'm surpassed? Damn it, I'm going to quit drinking from today. I must pass the guild's S-level magician assessment before Natsu completely surpasses me. Kana's eyes twitched slightly. You know, she is 2 years older than Natsu. She also joined the Fairy Tale Guild earlier, and under Ian's guidance, she systematically studied magic. But she just took a nap and was a little lax. She was caught up by the brat Natsu, and was about to surpass her. This finally gave Kana a sense of crisis. Natsu sneaked ahead of me. Gray looked at the glowing Natsu, clenched his fists, and said to himself with great reluctance. Gray thought that his talent and hard work were not inferior to Natsu's. Well, at this moment, Gray has not realized that perhaps his progress is slower than Natsu's. It is not a problem of talent, but the magic he practiced that slowed down his progress. Of course, this does not mean that the modeling magic is not good, but simply because the killing magic is too brutal. Just like Takumai's AE86 is not bad, but in that era, the Impreza 22B is really too strong and too invincible. The young people in the guild are really amazing. Yes. Yes. We are getting old. Wakaba and Makeo, the funny couple, are gathered together at this moment, constantly sighing about something. They seem to have become witnesses of history, commenting on Natsu's strength. Hey! Speaking of which, why are you two so leisurely watching the game here? If I remember correctly, shouldn't you also participate in the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Magician Assessment this year? Why didn't I see you draw the number plate from the president just now? As the funny couple Wakaba and Makeo finished speaking, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild seemed to have discovered something and asked questions one after another. Ha ha ha! Of course we're withdrawing. The strength of our competitors is obvious to all. We're all old, why should we go up there and suffer? Wakaba held a cigar in his mouth and smoked it. Since it's already been determined that we can't pass this year's S-level magician assessment, Don't go up there and get beaten and embarrassed. After all, we're old, we still have to save some face. Besides, if our old bones get hurt, it won't be good. Our current recovery speed is far slower than that of young people like Natsu. Macau took a bottle of whiskey in his hand and drank it in big gulps. Well, cigars and whiskey are indeed more in line with the positioning of Wakaba and Macau. Is it solved? Natsu looked at the huge demon wrapped in the flames he released, frowned slightly, and whispered something softly. Hey! However, before Natsu could say anything more, accompanied by a sound like thunder, the huge demon opened his mouth and spit out a strange black gas, which instantly extinguished the flames on the demon's body. Then, the demon opened his arms again, summoned a huge sword hundreds of meters long, and slashed towards Natsu. Boom! Everyone heard a thunder in their ears, and Natsu was instantly slashed by the demon's sword and flew away, turning into a meteor and disappearing in the sky. For a while, the magicians of the fairy tale guild present were a little silent. But they didn't say much. All this seemed absurd, but it was reasonable. Although everyone was full of expectations for Natsu, expectations were full and reality was very skinny. If Nienhart was not a member of the fairy tale guild, and this was an external battle of fairy tale, then Natsu still had a chance to win. Unfortunately, Nienhart is also a member of fairy tale now. In the case of a civil war, Natsu's stubbornness can't be moved at all. The god of war cut end away. What a rebellious Tien gang! Only Bradman, who knew Natsu's identity, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, and didn't seem to be awakened at the moment. Otherwise, everyone present, except His Majesty Ian's son, His Royal Highness Prince Kurnuki, would not be his opponent. Ahem! Contestant Natsu, leave the ring. The second match, the winner is Nienhart. Makarov coughed twice and announced Nienhart's victory. The third match, number 5 Gray vs number 6 Kurnuki. Makarov announced the start of the third match after Natsu was defeated. It's my turn. Gray was shocked when he heard this and strode onto the stage. Finally, it's my turn. Kurnuki was excited. He couldn't wait to start the S-class magician assessment. Since his father, mother, sisters are all S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, he must also be an S-class magician. The family must be complete. Kurnuki, Ian's son, Urza's brother. Gray stood on the ring, looking at Kurnuki standing opposite him, who was clearly not prepared at all, but had no flaws, and was full of oppression, with a solemn look in his eyes. Just admit defeat. Even if there were 100 of you, you would never be my opponent. If you want to fight me, you must practice for at least another 100 years. Kurnuki just glanced at Gray and said confidently. Hey! Don't underestimate me too much. Gray heard this, he felt that he was completely underestimated by Kurnuki. He did not intend to give up, but burst out with endless freezing air, and shouted loudly, Ice modeling magic! Infinite treasure house! As Gray finished speaking, one after another, countless weapons made of ice condensed around him, and those weapons exuded endless coldness until Kurnuki. Obviously, Gray used all the ice modeling magic he had learned in his life at this moment. Gray's strength is very strong. He has really grown up and has a promising future. When you, Gray's teacher, saw Gray bursting out with magic power infinitely close to the Holy 10 level, her tense expression paused slightly. The originally frowned brows slowly relaxed, revealing a suddenly enlightened attitude. She unreservedly praised Gray's rapidly improving strength, and felt in her heart that Gray's talent in ice modeling magic seemed to be even better than hers. This apprentice who was forced to her by Ian was really the right one. However, the strength of Gray's opponent this time was too strong. Even Uru was not sure of winning. Boom! Just as Uru thought, Kurnuki's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. She only saw the scene in front of her flash, and Kurnuki had already disappeared on the spot. When everyone reacted, the weapons made of ice, one after another, made by Grey, had already turned into ice crystals. As for Grey, who was Karnuki's opponent, he covered his stomach with a pale face and knelt down on the ring powerlessly. "I've said it before, if you want to challenge me, you have to practice for at least another 100 years. Karnuki looked at the collapsed Grey and said helplessly. Indeed, Grey was a genius in modeling magic. But he, Karnuki, was also a genius in swordsmanship, and even a genius among the dragons, and he practiced hundreds of years earlier than Grey. The gap between him and Grey was not easily made up. The third game is over, and the winner is Karnuki." Makarov held a handkerchief in his hand and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. This year, the S-Class Magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild was faster than he thought. These magicians who were called back by Ian from nowhere to serve as Urza's guards were really too strong. They were so strong that they didn't seem to be from the Ishgar continent. "Grey, you have done very well. You jumped onto the stage at the moment Grey failed." She held Grey in her arms and comforted him softly. "Master, I am ashamed of you." Grey looked pale and whispered softly. "Where? You really made me proud. When I was the same age as you, I didn't have your current strength." You shook his head repeatedly. He patted Grey on the shoulder with an admiring tone. "This time when you come back, Master will take you for a good special training. Let your senior sister Arusha give you a little gift. Then your strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds, and you will soon be able to officially enter the realm of the Holy Ten. You decided to help Grey and let Grey enter the realm of the Holy Ten smoothly. Ah! As for Arusha, Grey's senior sister, she sighed helplessly. It seemed that it was time to make public the second magic source that she had hidden as a trump card. After all, this second magic source seemed very powerful, but in fact it was only very helpful to those below the Holy Ten. For those who are in the Holy Ten realm, especially those who have already touched the King realm, its effect is really limited. Next is the fourth game, Mist Gang vs Bradman. On the other side, Makarov announced the start of the fourth game. "I give up." Without waiting for Bradman to come on stage, Mr. Gang announced his surrender. This made Bradman, who was about to say something, freeze slightly. He was about to tell Mr. Gang that he was practicing the magic is all used to kill people, not suitable for competition. "Can we negotiate and let Mr. Gang surrender?" Now, without him saying anything, Mr. Gang took the initiative to admit defeat. "Mr. Gang, are you sure you want to admit defeat?" On the contrary, Makarov was a little surprised after listening to Mr. Gang's words. He seemed to have never expected that Mr. Gang would take the initiative to admit defeat. In Makarov's view, if we talk about the Fairy Tale Guild, apart from the guards brought by Ian, who is most likely to pass this year's S-Class Magician assessment, then it must be Mr. Gang, who is the biggest dark horse of this year. Especially, after Mr. Gang showed Makarov his newly upgraded Dragon Knight a few days ago, Makarov was even more convinced that Mr. Gang would shine in this S-Class Magician assessment. After all, as a magical tool, the power and ability of the Dragon Knight are too strong. If it fights at full power, it may threaten some king-level strongmen who have magic power but insufficient attack power. "Varad, who are you talking about?" "You." "Makarov, anyway, it's not me." "Habarian and Eurofilhame, it's not us either." "Preshito, don't look at me. You and I are not on the same level." "Ahem. Yes, President Makarov. As an opponent, Mr. Bradman is too strong no matter how you look at it. If I don't send out the Dragon Knight, I'm afraid I will have no power to fight back. But if I choose to send out the Dragon Knight, I'm afraid that my latest model of Dragon Knight will be destroyed in the battle between me and Mr. Bradman. The loss is really too great." Mist Gang looked at Makarov and explained helplessly. Yes, Mist Gang didn't want his Dragon Knight to be destroyed in the fairy tale civil war. In that case, considering that Mist Gang voluntarily admitted defeat, the winner of this competition is Bradman. So far, the first round of the S-Class Wizard assessment of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale in X781 has officially ended. The 5 players who successfully defeated their opponents and advanced to the second round of assessment are Jacob Riccio, Neinhardt, Kernuki, Bradman, and Animus. Makarov announced the final result of the first round loudly. Well, the final result of the first round of the S-Class Wizard assessment is that the people who advanced are Ian's son Kernuki, and the 3 guards that Ian found for Urza from the Albarez Empire, Jacob, Neinhardt, and Bradman. And there is Kernuki's ally Animus. It can be said that although Ian did not come, he still controls the Fairy Tale Guild and everything about this S-Class Magician assessment. Is this the strength of the Belzarian family? Is it too much? No way, it is really not as good as. Belzarian should be the strongest family in the Eslanden world, right? In response, the other magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild looked convinced, looking at Kernuki and others who were called to the ring by Makarov. The winners of the first round of the Guild S-Class Magician assessment were all related to the Belzarian family where Ian was. Isn't this too exaggerated? At the same time, until this moment, all this was still in Makarov's plan. Then, so much trouble. What about the first round and the second round? Anyone who wants to compete with me for the S-Class Magician position of the Fairy Tale Guild this year, all of you come together. No matter who it is, I will beat you down. Just when Makarov was about to announce the second round of the game, Kernuki said with an unhappy look. We surrender. As Kernuki's voice fell, Jacob, Neinhardt, and Bradman knelt on one knee and chose to surrender. They didn't dare to compete with the Crown Prince. No matter whether they were Kernuki's opponents. For a while, it seemed that only Animus was left standing on the competition stage. Hey, what do you mean? Let me fight Kernuki alone, is it true? Animus was stunned when he saw this. Let him deal with the Quasi-Dragon King level Kernuki? Are you crazy? Not to mention that he is now sealed in Sonia's body and cannot exert his true power at all. Even if he comes out of Sonia's body and recovers to his prime, he will definitely not be a match for Kernuki. Chapter 156 Myra Jane, brother, you smell so good. I think I can accept you. I give up. Animus raised his hands above his head, like a French military salute, and he announced his surrender without any backbone. Compete with Kernuki for the S-Class Magician position of the Fairy Tale Guild this year? What a joke! He hasn't lived long enough, and he doesn't want to die yet. You give up? No, this is too boring, isn't it? Kernuki didn't seem to expect that the group of S-Class Magician candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild would all give up when they heard that they would compete directly with him for the S-Class Magician position of the Fairy Tale Guild. This made Kernuki feeling extremely bored. He was thinking about how to make this year's S-Class Magician assessment more interesting. At this point, the S-Class Magician assessment of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale X781 officially ended, and the winner is Kernuki Belzarian. Let's applaud. Makarov certainly would not give Kernuki, the most unstable factor of the Fairy Tale Guild, the opportunity to speak more. He directly announced Kernuki's victory in public, in order to stabilize Kernuki and prevent Kernuki from causing any more trouble. Sure enough, the final winner of this year's S-Class Magician assessment is Kernuki. After all, he is the son of Ian. He is also the younger brother of Urza. He is also the older brother of El. He is also the son of Selene, the Moon Dragon. When the Fairy Tale people heard that this year's S-Class Magician assessment of the Guild had officially ended and the winner was Kernuki, they all showed a look of as expected. They were not surprised at Kernuki's victory. Okay. At this point, Kernuki's face was shocked, and he looked at the group of magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild who deliberately complained about his life experience, and said angrily. Hee. Finally someone understands my feelings. In response, Lacheus's mouth corners slightly raised, he looked at Kernuki, showing an expression of no need to say more. Brother, I understand you. Okay, everyone, stop talking about Kurnuki's victory. In any case, Kurnuki can pass this year's S-Class Magician assessment and become an S-Class Magician. This is well deserved. Makarov interrupted everyone's chat and announced Kurnuki's victory again loudly, as if he was afraid that Kurnuki would be angered by the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild and plan to retake the exam. This little ancestor has a very stubborn temper. It's not easy to appease him when he gets angry. This. Kurnuki heard this and looked at Makarov silently. He didn't say anything yet. President Makarov couldn't wait to announce his victory, as if he was afraid that he would do something big, and deliberately guarded against him, which made him really sad. What bad intentions could he have? The biggest mess he made in Ishgar in recent years was just invading Fiori Kingdom with the army of Stella Kingdom. What kind of mess is that? If we look at it from the perspective of Eslanden world, the battle between two small countries is not a mess at all, okay? Anyway, the first match of our Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Mage assessment this year has officially ended. Next, let's start the second S-Class Mage assessment of Fairy Tale Guild this year. Makarov said, and immediately prepared to arrange the second exam. Well, the main purpose of the first exam is to appease Kurnuki. The second one starts with the real S-Class Mage assessment. The second exam. After Makarov finished speaking, the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild who were originally planning to disperse on their own were stunned. They didn't seem to expect that there would be a second round of this S-Class Mage assessment. This is totally against the rules of the guild. Well, since Makarov became the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, he has done many things that are not in line with the rules and regulations of the Fairy Tale Guild. The second exam. Kurnuki narrowed his eyes when he heard this. In view of the fact that the candidates participating in this year's S-Class Magician assessment are different from those in previous years, especially in the first game, the strength of the four players, Bradman, Jacob, Neinhart, and Animus, who stood out, although they are not as strong as Kurnuki. But they are not weaker than other S-Class magicians in the guild. Therefore, I decided to give Bradman and the other four an additional test. As long as they can pass this test, they can still become S-Class magicians of our Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov put his hands behind his back and said the speech he had prepared for a long time in front of everyone. This. When the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild heard Makarov's words, they were all stunned, with a hint of doubt in their expressions. The next second, no one knew who shouted first, and then everyone echoed, "It's a conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. Yes, we don't accept it. Why can they take an extra test, but we can't? Unless the president returns the money we lost in the bet just now. Makeo and Wakaba are right. Give us back the money. Assholes, don't expose that we are the ones who are making trouble." Yes, this group of people who are making trouble are naturally the biggest unstable factor of the Fairy Tale Guild, and they are also the largest group, the Gamblers of the Sky. They have only one demand, that is, to return the money. In fact, they don't care who are the S-level mages who can pass the Fairy Tale Guild this year, nor do they care about the number of people who pass, or how many there are in the end. They only care about their own bets, whether there are any win. If you lose, can you push the money to them? I don't have any money. Makarov gestured a huge fork in front of him. Don't talk about money with an old man like him. Talking about money hurts feelings. Do you understand? Of course, if you think that you are strong enough, you couldn't pass the guild's S-level magician assessment because of luck. Then you can also choose to take the initiative to participate in this additional test of the S-level magician assessment that I specially prepared for Animus. If you can really pass this additional test, I will also let you be the guild's S-level magician. Makarov's main point is fairness. He looked at the group of gamblers and said so. If you say so, we won't be sleepy anymore. Wakaba and Makeo, the two senior S-level magicians, raised their eyebrows when they heard the words. They took the initiative to get in front of Lao Ma and spoke excitedly. The rules of the second exam are very simple. Members who participate in the S-Class Magician examination can choose one of the 4 S-Class Magician examiners, URU, Lakuses, Arusha, and Myra Jane, as their opponent. As long as you can beat any one of the 4 examiners, you can pass this year's S-Class Magician examination. From then on, you will become a glorious S-Class Magician in the Magician Guild fairy tale. Makarov said softly with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Hee hee. In response, Wakaba and Makeo just looked at each other, with a little disdain in their eyes, and said almost in unison, "If you say so, then we should choose to withdraw from the Guild's S-Class Magician examination this year. If we can beat Lakuses and others, we would have been the Guild's S-Class Magician long ago. Why wait until now?" Wakaba said angrily with a cigar in his mouth. "Well, I've given you a chance. You are the ones who are not up to the task." Makarov shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. "Then don't say anything. I, Makarov Doria, announce in the name of the 3rd-generation president of the Mage Guild fairy tale that the second round of the S-Class Mage assessment in X781 has officially begun. Please, Animus, Neinhardt, Jacob and Bradman, the 4 of you, choose your examiners immediately and start the second exam." Makarov looked at Animus and the other 4 and said so. "I don't care." Neinhardt yawned, glanced at URU and others, and said casually, "Then I choose this guy." After Neinhardt finished speaking, Bradman walked straight to Arusha next to Myra Jane. "As for me, I'll fight this lady." Jacob chose Myra Jane. "You have a power that I'm very interested in," Animus said, and came to Lakuses. For a moment, the only one left for Neinhardt was the most difficult URU. "No, you guys are really not modest." Neinhardt's eyes twitched slightly when he saw this. If he was asked to pick one of the 4 S-level magician examiners from the Fairy Tale Guild, Lakuses, Myra Jane, URU, and Arusha, the one he was most unsure of, it must be URU, whose magic power was almost equal to his. To be honest, his history of figurative magic corpses did not give him an advantage when fighting against masters of the same level, because he was easily attacked by flying dragons. "You said it yourself, let us choose first." In response, Animus and others looked at Neinhardt teasingly. They hated people pretending to be cool the most. "Since you are so arrogant, then let you deal with the strongest examiner." "Hey! You guys!" Neinhardt's eyes twitched, and he seemed to be about to say something. But the game had already begun. The first game is Bradman vs Arusha. Makarov did not give Neinhardt a chance to say more, and announced the players of the first game. "Miss, can you surrender? You are not my opponent." Bradman glanced at Arusha silently, and answered confidently. Hey! I am an S-class magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, you can't underestimate me." Arusha's attitude was a little bad when she heard it, and the magic power in her body continued to burst out. The powerful power caused the world to change, and snowflakes began to slowly fall from the sky. Whether it was Arusha's magic power or the changes in the world caused by her magic power, they all proved that Arusha's power was close to the realm of the king. You know, Arusha is only 17 years old now. It is not an exaggeration to describe this talent as exaggerated. Even in the western continent of Alakadasia, Arusha is an absolute magic genius and will most likely be trained as a candidate for the 12 shields. Woo, are all the children nowadays monsters? This girl's strength is not much different from Brandish, right? Under the ring, Jacob, one of the original 12 shields, gave a very high evaluation after feeling the terrifying magic power that Arusha burst out. According to this inference, at most 10 years. This child named Arusha, her strength will reach the same level as you and me, do you think I'm right? Dear, Neinhardt. Then, Jacob seemed to have thought of something, with a smile in his eyes, he looked at Neinhardt who was anxious beside him and asked. Don't bother me, I'm just thinking about how to win. Neinhardt didn't look at Jacob well, he looked at Uru with a solemn look, he really didn't have the confidence to beat Uru. What if he really lost to Uru? By then, among the 3 great knights who were ranked as the 12 shields of the Holy Guard who were transferred from the Albarez Empire to the Fairy Tale Guild, he was the only one who failed to pass the S-class magician exam. That would be too embarrassing. Does he, Neinhart, have no face? Boom. At the same time, the battle between Ursha and Bradman was about to break out. Ice Shape Rose Garden. Urusha did not hesitate at all and directly released her best ice shape magic. Endless ice covered the entire stadium, and the beautiful rose with thorns instantly engulfed Bradman's body. Frozen. Below the venue, Gray watched Urusha freeze Bradman in place. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke excitedly. No. Freezing alone is useless. Uru stood beside Gray, her eyes were venomous, and she could see at a glance that Urusha's attack did not cause too much trouble to Bradman. Boom. Sure enough, just as Uru guessed, the ice around Bradman shattered instantly, and Bradman's body burst out with endless strange black mist. The mist looked very much like the substance that was spit out from the bloody mouth of the demon 18 fighting gods that Neinhart had materialized before, and engulfed Natsu's flames. Obviously, this was a thing. Magic barrier particles? Under the stage, Fried looked at Bradman who released endless magic barrier particles. He seemed to have guessed something and whispered, "No mistake, Bradman is not a human, but a demon." Demon. Although Fried's voice was very low, it was still heard by those who cared. For a moment, the faces of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild changed one after another, and they looked shocked. Among them, Emerald took out the magic crystal in a panic, and said with a trembling body, "Do you need me to notify the Magic Council or the army to come and attack him? By the way, what are you shocked about? In our guild, even the monsters written in epics like Shenlong already exist. It's not too much to have gods and demons, right?" In response to this, Makarov, the president, glanced at the guild members who were shocked by Bradman's identity and said so. "That's true." As Makarov's voice fell, the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild, who were originally terrified, relaxed and continued to watch the battle calmly. Just accept it so easily. Emerald was shocked. Compared to the fact that there were demons in the Fairy Tale Guild, what shocked Emerald more was the powerful hearts and unparalleled acceptance of the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. Although, she is also a mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. "Fried, you just found out?" Mirage looked at Fried, who recognized Bradman's identity, and sighed helplessly. Yes, as early as the moment Bradman joined the Fairy Tale Guild, Mirage knew Bradman's identity, a demon. At the same time, he was a great demon who was more powerful than all the demon souls Mirage had received. After all, because Mirage had been receiving the souls of great demons for a long time, her body had already developed a great tolerance to the magic barrier particles. She recently discovered that her body was gradually merging with the magic barrier particles and transforming into a real demon. Mirage knew that this was the price she had to pay for her transformation into the king level in magic power. The king level warriors are considered by the world to have surpassed humans. This is not speculation, but the king level warriors can no longer be called humans to a certain extent. Of course, this also makes Mirage's physical strength even surpass some low-level demons even if she does not accept the demon soul. It is precisely because of this that her sensitivity to magic barrier particles can be said to be the highest level in the Fairy Tale Guild. As for Bradman, this big demon whose whole body is composed of magic barrier particles and can manipulate magic barrier particles to fight for himself, naturally cannot escape Mirage's eyes. "Myra Jane, brother, you smell so good." "Bradman, don't come over, stay away from me. Get this vicious guy away from me. She just covets my pure soul." It is precisely because of this that Bradman chose Ursha as his opponent instead of Myra Jane. He was afraid that if he pushed Myra Jane to the edge, he would force him to accept him. Boom. On the other side, in the conference hall, the overwhelming black mist composed of magic barrier particles engulfed Urusha. Seeing this, Bradman said in a deep voice, "Hey! Little girl, if my magic barrier particles touch you, I win, okay? After all, if we continue to fight, I can't guarantee that you can walk off the ring alive. My name is Bradman. When I was in the Western continent, everyone called me the God of Death, which means that I only kill people and am not good at fighting. Magic barrier particles. I remember that this kind of thing has no life, right?" Urusha seemed to be more tenacious than everyone imagined. She glanced at the endless black waves she released and asked Bradman with a smile. "Indeed." Bradman was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "In that case, your black waves will definitely not be able to touch me." The moment Urusha finished speaking, she crossed her hands, and the nature of the magic in her body changed. When the black waves formed by the magic barrier particles were about to touch Urusha, the whole world seemed to press the pause button and stopped. What happened? If the fairy tale mages under the ring were not still discussing, some people might think that Urusha had awakened the stand and used smashing Varado. Just when everyone was at a loss, the black waves composed of magic barrier particles were like a rewinding video. How did they release from Bradman's body and how did they return to Bradman's body? This! Seeing this, Bradman's eyes twitched slightly, and he murmured, "I originally thought that only the little girl named Mileage could restrain me with her magic. I didn't expect to avoid the dragon's pool, but fell into the tiger's den. But, how to say it? Should we say that this is the Magister Guild that His Majesty Ian joined? The strength of this new generation is really amazing. Bradman is at a disadvantage." Seeing this, Neinhart danced excitedly, as if Bradman's disadvantage was something worth celebrating. "Aren't you teammates? Bradman is going to lose, what are you celebrating?" In response, the fairy tale magisters around Neinhart glanced silently, and Neinhart, who was more excited than Urusha in the venue when he saw his teammates at a disadvantage, asked, "Teammate, we are competitors." Neinhart raised his eyebrows and said so. "Well, I have to say that Neinhart's words are very fairy tale style. It's troublesome. It seems that I have to be a little more serious." Bradman sighed, and he released his second mark helplessly. Boom! It was also the moment when Bradman released the second mark. The huge curse power in his body was released, and a huge vortex was set off above the entire venue. Endless black fog enveloped the entire venue. The huge energy moved the sky, and the entire Magnolia town was shrouded in dark clouds. Under the evil power exuded by Bradman, the whole world seemed to have turned into a paradise of death. As for Urusha, who had been confronting Bradman, he was horrified to find that his body suddenly lost control and was unable to move for a while. The townspeople in Magnolia, what are those magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild doing again? You lose. On the other side, just when Urusha was about to do something, Bradman had already arrived in front of Urusha, holding a sickle in his hand and gently resting it on Urusha's neck, speaking in a cold voice. "What was the power that made me unable to move just now?" Urusha came back to her senses, raised her hands, indicating that she had surrendered, and asked Bradman. "Hee. That is a spell that can freely manipulate humans. Of course, it can only manipulate humans with lower magic power." Bradman smiled and explained. "As we all know, spell power comes from magic barrier particles, and magic power comes from magic particles. The two particles usually fill the atmosphere. Although they do not interfere with each other on weekdays, if they gather enough, they can also interfere with each other. So in this world, there is no absolute magic, and naturally there is no absolute spell. I give up," Urusha said, putting away her magic power. "Thank you for your understanding." Bradman breathed a sigh of relief, thanked Urusha, and slowly put away his magic power. For a moment, the sky returned to calm. Yes, he had been holding back in the previous battle, fearing that he would accidentally kill Urusha. By then, even if he used the necromancy spell to resurrect Arusha as a living dead, I'm afraid His Majesty Ian would never forgive him. In the first game, Bradman won. In the second game, Jacob vs Myra Jane. Makarov said, announcing the second game of the second round of the S-level magician assessment in Fairy Tale X781, between assassin Jacob and demon Myra Jane. Receive the soul of the demon 18 fighting gods. As soon as Myra Jane stepped into the competition field, without any hesitation, he directly received the soul of the demon 18 fighting gods, which made Mirajana's power soar to the king level. I've heard of the demon 18 fighting gods. He is the biggest devil after Bradman. Jack Bo looked at Myra Jane, who had transformed into a fighting god, and his expression was slightly stunned. Take it. Myra Jane did not hesitate, and rushed towards Jacob like a cannonball. She waved her fist and hit Jacob's cheek. Pa! It's useless. Jacob saw this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he just snapped his fingers lightly. Bang! In an instant, Mirajana's figure disappeared in the venue. Is it the same trick you used against Kana before? Outside the venue, Makarov and others looked at the disappeared Myra Jane and said so. Yes, if you can't break the space magic I master, let alone defeat me, you don't even have the qualifications to touch me. Jacob said calmly with his hands behind his back. Crack! 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 However, before Jacob could say more, accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the space of the venue. Everyone heard a bang, and Mileach's figure appeared again in the venue. What is this? Jacob's pupils trembled slightly when he saw this. Don't underestimate me. The Demon 18 fighting gods are demons that control space abilities. Mirage looked at Jacob, who made a mistake, and said softly. Hee. Sorry, I underestimated you. In that case, please come over. Jacob couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. He first expressed his apology to Mileage, then took out a white handkerchief from his trouser pocket, gently wiped his palm, and then gently hooked his finger towards Mileage, signaling Mileage to attack. In that case, I'm here. Mirage rushed to Jacob like a silver lightning, waving her fists and shouting, Devil 18 fighting god magic space blast. Bang! Unfortunately, the colorful light on Mirage's hand did not light up and disappeared without a trace. What is this? Mirage was stunned when she saw this. Little girl, are you only allowed to cancel my space magic, but not me to cancel your space magic? Just when Mirage was stunned, Jacob's palm knife had already chopped Mirage's lower abdomen. Cough. Mirage only felt a pain in her abdomen, and her connection with the Devil 18 fighting god was instantly interrupted. She was forced to exit the reception and knelt on one knee. Sorry, thank you. After doing all this, Jacob bowed slightly to Mirage to show his respect. The winner is Jacob. Makarov stood under the ring and unilaterally announced Jacob's victory. It's not over yet. In response, Myra Jane stood up from the ground, looking at Jacob, gnashing her teeth and speaking seriously. Little girl, this is just a competition. Jacob sighed, and the moment he finished speaking, his figure completely disappeared from Mirajana's sight. This disappearance was not as simple as invisibility, but the smell, magic, and body were all lost without a trace. What? How could it be? Myra Jane was stunned for a moment and spoke in disbelief. When Myra Jane was looking for Jacob in the venue, Jacob had already come behind Myra Jane and said helplessly, Now, can you admit defeat? Little girl, your name is Myra Jane Strauss, right? You are still young, you are a rare genius in the hundreds of years of receiving magic. In less than 20 years, I will not be your opponent. Why rush? Then, Jacob comforted Myra Jane softly. I admit defeat. Mirajana's mouth froze, she stood up and announced the surrender softly. As Jacob said, this is just a game. If it was a battlefield, she would have died long ago. At this time, Myra Jane suddenly realized why Jacob's nickname was Assassin. Hee. With Jacob and Bradman, we can kill the spirit of Milage and Arusha. It will save them from acting like they are the boss. Now they should understand that there are always people who are better than you. Makarov looked at Milage, who was finally convinced, and his mouth curled up slightly. The third game, Animus vs Lachuses. Makarov then announced the third game. Sit sizes. Lachuses turned into a flash of lightning and appeared on the ring after hearing the words. Come on, Lachuses. Lachuses must win. Under the ring, Fried, Begusro, and Alba Green, who belong to the Thunder God group of the Mage team, are constantly cheering for Lachuses. Yet, Lachuses waved his hand gently, signaling everyone to stay calm. Animus, come on. Beat him hard. As for Lachuses' grandfather Makarov, he was cheering for Animus, the richest man in the Fairy Tale Guild. Let Lachuses know what it means to be a superhero. One day, there will be someone better than you. We must dampen his arrogance. Makarov's eyes lit up. This match was the heavyweight he had been waiting for. Since Lachuses' strength improved by leaps and bounds under Ian's training, even far surpassing him as a grandfather, he could no longer educate this grandson of Lachuses. Fortunately, Ian recruited many strong men to their Fairy Tale Guild. These people are the best whetstones for Lachuses' magic career. You are a dragon slayer, right? Animus stood on the ring and asked Lachuses. Naturally. Lachuses tilted his head, moved his neck, made a light crunch sound, and answered Animus' question. It was common knowledge in the Fairy Tale Guild that Lachuses was a lightning-attributed dragon slayer mage, so he naturally didn't hide it and nodded directly. Humph. What I hate most in my life is a dragon slayer mage. Animus snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly. So what? Lachuses yawned, wondering what Animus meant by this. You little brat of thunder and lightning. Don't think that you can really destroy a dragon just because you have learned dragon slayer magic. Let me show you how to use dragon magic. As Animus spoke, waves of dragon-killing power burst out from her, Sonia, body. The terrifying power wrapped around her limbs, turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed straight to Lachuses. Her right fist cut through the air, and she shouted loudly, Crystal Dragon's Collapse Fist. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Lachuses spoke in a flash, and naturally he had no intention of giving in to Animus. He also activated the dragon-killing magic in his body, swung his right fist, and hit Animus in a mirror image. Boom! When Animus and Lachuses' fists collided, a huge explosion immediately exploded in the venue. The terrifying impact force dispersed the air around and created a vacuum zone. In this brief confrontation, the difference between Animus and Lachuses was immediately determined, and the one who flew backwards was Lachuses himself. Lachuses. This scene shocked the Thunder Gods so much that their eyes widened. Even the other mages of the Fairy Tale Guild who were watching the scene had a look of astonishment in their eyes, and said in shock, Lachuses was actually beaten away? This is the first time that Lachuses was beaten away in a battle with opponents other than Ian and Guildarts, right? The mages in the guild still highly affirmed Lachuses' strength. You can say that Lachuses is a middle school student, but no one will say that Lachuses is bad. Now do you understand the gap between humans and dragons? Animus sneered at Lachuses who was beaten away by him. Hee. As for Lachuses who was beaten into the air, his coat had fallen off, and he turned into a flash of lightning and fell back on the ring. He looked at Animus and said with a smile, if the dragons are really invincible, then you shouldn't have been exterminated by humans 400 years ago, right? What bullshit are you talking about, you bastard? Lachuses' words hurt Animus' heart directly. Veins bulged on his face and he glared at Lachuses. Well, Lachuses was the one who said in the original timeline, during the Tianlang Island chapter, that he would sweep the graves of the first generation and erect a monument for the second generation. Although he was beaten up by the second generation afterwards, Lachesis has never lost in terms of talking nonsense. Boom! Lachesis' body burst into thunder, transparent scales appeared on his face, and the whole person had entered the dragon power mode. He glared at Animus and said coldly, "You were the first one to say human this, human that, right? There are no giant dragons or humans here, only two warriors fighting for victory." After Animus heard what Lachesis said, his pupils trembled first, and then he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. You are right. If the dragons were really invincible, they would not have been destroyed by humans 400 years ago. The only ones standing here are a dragon warrior who should have died long ago and is sealed in a human body but cannot get out, and a human warrior who dares to challenge the dragon." Animus paused when he said this, and after looking at Lachesis deeply, he continued, "No. Now I should call you a young dragon. Attack me. Prepare to soar in the sky, and dominate the sky, young dragon." Animus waved to Lachesis, who had activated the dragon power, had transparent scales growing on his skin, and had become dragon-like on his body. The roar of the thunder dragon. Lachesis did not delay. He opened his bloody mouth and shot a thunderbolt at Animus with the help of the golden magic circle that shone in the sun. Bang! Animus blocked Lachesis' roar with just one hand. His arm was smoking. He said coldly, "You can't beat a dragon at this level." "That's hard to say." Accompanied by a series of sizzling electric current sounds, Lachesis' body turned into thunder and came to Animus, heading directly towards Animus. He hit Animus's chin hard and said loudly, "Don't always look up to the sky, but look down at your feet occasionally. Open your eyes and see if those people you never take seriously have come to you without you noticing and may surpass you at any time." Dragon Slayer's secret technique, Thunder Control. At this point, Lachesis used his secret technique directly. Boom! The whistling thunder and lightning directly covered the entire venue. Animus was punched away by Lachesis. Lachesis won. At this moment, the entire venue was full of silence. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. That Lachesis actually punched Animus away? Who? Lachesis' chest rose and fell, and he kept gasping for breath. The previous combo had consumed most of his magic power. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just as Lachesis was adjusting his breathing, Animus slowly stood up from the ground. He laughed, looked at Lachesis, and said coldly, "You are very strong, really strong, you hit me so hard." "No way." Unscathed. This scene stunned all the fairy tale mages in the audience. Isn't Animus's defense too scary? You win. Seeing this, Lachesis hesitated for a moment and announced Animus' victory. This is an S-level mage assessment, there is no need to fight Animus to death, which is why Lachesis' Red Thunder mode and Thunder Dragon King mode were not used. Hey! Animus was stunned for a moment, he seemed to have not yet reacted to his victory. The winner is Animus. In response, Makarov directly announced Animus' victory and announced the start of the last battle, the fourth battle, URU vs Neinhart. It's our turn. I'm different from Lachesis. I won't show mercy. URU jumped lightly and stood on the ring. She looked at Neinhart, her opponent, and spoke softly. Then give it a try. Let me awaken your most painful memory. Neinhart paused, and he clapped his hands lightly, making a series of snap, snap, snap sounds. Suddenly, one demon after another appeared in the fairy tale guild hall. Roar! Of course, there is the original timeline, URU's nemesis Deliera. As well as the people who caused the greatest harm to URU, President Wu and Brian, yes, President Wu and Brian, appeared at the venue as two people at the same time under Neinhart's figurative magic. I actually saw myself, this is really a magical experience. Brian looked at President Wu not far away and said with a smile. He looked at URU and whispered, long time no see, URU, how are you and your daughter doing recently? Hehe, I'm actually resurrected, this is really interesting. As for Wu, he put his hands behind his back, tilted his head, and was wrapped in disgusting and terrifying magic all over his body, and his eyes flashed with the desire to destroy everything. Haha. When you saw this, she laughed directly. They are all old acquaintances. Then, all die. The moment Yu's voice fell, Delira, President Wu and Brian were immediately frozen into ice sculptures by the strong cold air. Then, it suddenly exploded and scattered into countless snowflakes. As a reward for thanking you, I will let you kill my enemy with my own hands one day. I will never show mercy to you. Yu said, and opened the power of dragon. At the same time, the second magic source in Yu and the power of the 2.5 magic source newly discovered by Urusha were madly urged to help the dragon seed grow continuously. Indistinctly, everyone seemed to see the shadow of a giant dragon behind Yu. I really misjudged it. This woman's dragon-killing magic is almost done. Animus looked at Yu, who had already turned into a half-dragon with dragon scales attached to his body, and muttered to himself. This time, I'm completely finished. As for Neinhart, who was Yu's opponent, he looked at Yu with horror. He suddenly felt the breath of his master Irene from Yu and found that he seemed to be no match for Yu. Take it, the roar of the ice dragon. Just when Neinhart was thinking about his life, Yu had already released his roar towards Neinhart. That terrifying dragon power seemed to be able to freeze everything. In a blink of an eye, Neinhart was frozen into an ice sculpture. Hey, why do you have to provoke her? In response to this, the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild in the audience narrowed their eyes and spoke helplessly. A super chapter of 10,000 words. Chapter 157 Your Majesty Ian, Lady Selene gave birth. The birth of the Sun Dragon Escanor. So far, the S-level mage assessment of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, X781, officially ended. The 4 people who finally passed the test were Carnuki Belzarian, Jack Bricio, Animus, and Bradman. Yes, Neinhart was beaten up by the emotional Uru because he peeped into Uru's memory without permission and summoned all the people who hurt Uru without permission, thus losing the opportunity to pass this year's S-Class Magician test. Neinhart, who knows, family members. It's just a competition, isn't Uru a bit too much? Neinhart, guess. Who among us failed to pass the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Magician test this year? That's right, this person is you. At this moment, Carnuki, who was bullied by Urza and Ellie, was standing in front of Neinhart, speaking arrogantly. Will American bullying disappear? No, American bullying will only divert. Too much. Neinhart's eyes twitched slightly, he dared to be angry but dared not speak. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat any of the people in front of him. Okay. This year's S-Class Magician assessment is over. Everyone, come back with me and have a good drink. At this time, Makarov, the guild president, came out with a smile to smooth things over. Then, Makarov approached Neinhart, who looked disappointed, without a word. He looked at the man in front of him, because of luck and the reason of seeking death. Neinhart, who finally failed to pass the S-Class Magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild as everyone expected, raised his mouth slightly. Perhaps, it would be a good thing to suppress these magicians from the western continent of Alakadasia? In order to save people from other continents, they think that on the northern continent of Kiltana, there is a dragon that is as powerful as a god, as the top fighting force, looking down on everything. On the western continent of Alakadasia, there is the Albarez Empire, a powerful magic kingdom, the highest magic school in the world of Eslanden, to support the scene. Only, on their southern continent of Ishgar, there is nothing except the invincible Black Dragon King Akunalaja. However, words of comfort are still needed. I saw that Makarov gently patted Neinhart's shoulder and whispered, I have seen your strength. I know you are not worse than others. I also know that you held back in the previous battle with Uru. Even if you are unlucky this year, keep working hard next year, and the S-level position will be there, and it will definitely belong to you in the end. Ah! Neinhart sighed when he heard this. In fact, he did hold back just now. If he had gone all out in the battle with Uru, he thought that the outcome between him and Uru would still be uncertain. But in the final analysis, this is just a game? He doesn't need to fight hard at all. If he really wants to fight until blood flows like a river, everyone will lose face and it will not end well. However, there is one thing that Neinhart has completely figured out, that is, the overall strength of the Ishgar continent. In other words, on this Ishgar continent, only the existence ranked first among the 10 holy magisters can compete with our country's 12 holy shields. It seems that just as the black magician Ziref said, the Ishgar continent is indeed a continent with extremely declining magic, and its overall strength is the weakest among all the continents in the Eslandan world. Neinhart said to himself. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed quietly. Time has come to March 1st, X782. The world of Valencia. Black Moon Mountain. This place is shrouded in darkness all year round. The moon replaces the sun, becoming the only light source in the sky, illuminating the world. This is also the home of the moon dragon Selene in the world of Valencia. However, on this day, a baby's cry resounded throughout the world. Boom! Suddenly, a big sun rose above the sky. It dispelled the darkness that had enveloped the world for a long time. It emitted endless light and heat, dispelling the haze in the hearts of the people. What happened? The darkness has been dispelled. Has the evil dragon been defeated? For a moment, the people of the world of Valencia looked up at the sky. They looked at the long-lost sun in front of them and couldn't help shedding tears of joy. Everyone was singing, dancing, and celebrating. The evil dragon, the dragon that ruled the world, was finally defeated. Unfortunately, the world does not know that the reason why the sky dawned was not because the evil dragon was defeated, but because a more evil dragon was born, ahem. Yes, all these strange phenomena in the sky are because a dragon with great power gave birth to a child with even greater power. I don't know what happened to Selene. In the palace of Black Moon Mountain, Ian stood with his hands behind his back, with a hint of anxiety in his expression. He kept walking back and forth in the hall, his brows furrowed into a Chuan shape, and his thoughts drifted to the delivery room not far away. Your Majesty Ian, the wife gave birth. Congratulations to Your Majesty Ian, a new little master madam and child, both mother and child are safe. Until the nurses who were responsible for Selene's delivery ran out of the delivery room anxiously, came to him quickly, and told him loudly that Selene had successfully delivered. Ian was relieved and whispered, "That's great. Selene, I'm here." Soon, Ian had hurried to the door of Selene's resting room. He gently pushed open the door that was in the way and strode to Selene who was resting on the bed. "Shh. Keep your voice down, the child just fell asleep." At this time, Selene didn't have the slightest attitude of a dragon. She had a kind face and exuded infinite maternal radiance. She just kept looking at the baby in her arms and laughed foolishly, not satisfied with Ian's impetuousness. This child is not simple. Ian looked down at the baby in Selene's arms after hearing this. The baby was very young and extremely fragile, but there was a strong magic wrapped around his body. It was like the Lord of Chaos Magic, August, who inherited the top talents of Ziref and Mavis and released them as an infant, enough to shock Preseto. Ian and Selene's child also inherited their powerful talents and showed incredible power as an infant. If August is the Lord of Chaos Magic, then Ian and Selene's child is the Lord of the Sun, chosen by the Sun. This is your child and mine, so it's definitely not simple. My moon plus your stars finally gave birth to a dragon with the attribute of the Sun. As long as it grows up, the power in its body will be enough to overwhelm all the fire dragons now, including the Gaia Ignea, the flame dragon. So, quickly give this child of yours and mine a resounding name. Selene glanced at Ian and spoke softly. The dragon of the sun. Why not call him Escanor? Ian paused slightly when he heard this. Since it is an existence chosen by the sun, it must be called Escanor, right? Ian thought so. Ian, how did you absorb the power of the dragon's tears? Just as Ian was looking at his son, Selene suddenly thought of something, and she looked at Ian and asked. At present, I have only absorbed less than 1/10 of the power. But I am absorbing faster and faster now. In 2.5 years at most, I can turn all the power in the dragon's tears into my own. Ian looked up at Selene and replied. At present, Ian's power is about the same as that of the crystal dragon Animus, who barely controlled the dragon's tears in the original Dragon's Tears movie. They are both at the level of quasi-dragon kings. However, if Ian uses the power of dragon's tears, he can destroy the entire Ishgar continent. Note that it is not to destroy the kingdom of Fiori, but to destroy the entire Ishgar continent, which is dozens of times larger than the kingdom of Fiori. Once Ian takes the power in the dragon's tears that is enough to destroy the Ishgar continent for himself, he will officially reach the level of a divine dragon. Then what are you still doing here? Why don't you go back quickly and absorb all the power of the dragon's tears and reach the level of a divine dragon as soon as possible? Or do you think I can't educate Escanor well? Selene heard this, her eyes moved, and she immediately completed a partial dragon transformation. Behind her, 9 huge snow-white dragon tails were floating, and with a light sweep, Ian was blasted out of the room. Boom! However, the power of Selene's attack was too great. One careless move directly turned half of the castle into ruins. Outside, Ian was lying in the snow. He looked at Selene, who had driven him out, and sighed helplessly. Lord Ian! You should follow what Lord Selene said and absorb the dragon's tears as soon as possible. Only in this way can you help Lord Selene. Behind Ian, the guards under Selene, known as the 3 beauty goddesses of the moon, were looking at Ian lying in the snow and speaking softly. By the way, the person who spoke was named Bian, a beautiful woman with long snow-white hair like a waterfall, skin as white as snow, as if it could be blown away, always wearing a light white kimono, and can manipulate ice and snow to fight for herself, just like the Snow Woman in the night parade of 100 demons. By the way, this is also the only one who deserves the title of the 3 beauty goddesses of the moon in Ian's opinion. The other 2 beauty gods, a snotty little devil named Yeahu. The other is a super giant named Feudo Mimi with a muscular body comparable to the ancestor Ronnie Coleman. Well, from the perspective of muscles, this female giant named Feudo Mime is worthy of the title of Strength Beauty. But Ian couldn't understand why Selene recruited the snotty little brat named Yeahu into the team of Moon Goddess of Beauty. Got it. Ian glanced at the 3 people and decided to wait until after absorbing all the power in the dragon's tears, he transferred Bian to be his secretary. It was too pitiful to let Bian, Mimi, and the fox team up together. Selene, guess why I found a few guys who are completely different from your aesthetic type and gave them the title of Goddess of Beauty? Ian, it must be because your aesthetics are very diverse, Selene. It has nothing to do with whether I am a scumbag or not. Selene, hee. On the other side. Just after Ian closed himself off again. It didn't take long for Urza and Elle, who heard the news, to come to Selene's room. They looked at the baby in Selene's arms, giggled, and said excitedly, "It seems that we have another little brother. This time, I will never let my little brother grow up crooked and become a fool like Karnuki. Hee. Don't worry. This time, I will raise this child myself and will never let him leave my eyes. I don't believe that my Selene's child will be inferior to Irene." Selene was full of confidence. This was a powerful child who inherited her dragon power and Ian's dragon-slaying power. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest. Boom! Just as Selene was holding Escanor in her arms, she imagined that Escanor would teach Irene a lesson for her in the future, and she would become the queen from then on. In the sky, there was a roar. Irene appeared in front of Selene. She glanced at Escanor in Selene's arms and sneered, "Hey! This is your child, Selene? He has indeed inherited Ian's excellent bloodline, but he is dragged down by you, a cold-blooded lizard." "Nonsense! What? Irene, you came to me today, are you going to fight me? No matter what kind of fight, I will accompany you to the end. Even if I just gave birth to Escanor, I am a little short of strength. I have to distract myself to protect Black Moon Mountain, but I can still suppress you with one hand." Hearing this, Selene threw Escanor into the cradle beside her, and came to Irene and said angrily, "I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to ask for the custody of Escanor. Selene, you should know that you can only raise a waste like Kernuki. Only I can train Escanor to be a man who can stand on his own. Selene, you must admit that you don't have the talent to raise a child. Even if you find a border collie to take care of Kernuki, it will be better than you." Irene didn't waste words. She directly reached out and asked Selene for the custody of Escanor. She would not allow Ian's child to be raised by a woman other than her. "You're looking for death." Seeing this, Selene cursed angrily. Perhaps because of postpartum irritability, she was particularly hot-tempered at the moment and wanted to find someone to vent, and Irene was caught. Boom! When Irene and Selene stood in the air and confronted each other, the next moment, the terrifying explosion sounded throughout the world. Endless magic power poured out, making the entire Elentia world tremble constantly. What happened? What is this powerful magic power? It can't be wrong. Damn it! That evil dragon is not dead yet. Good people don't live long, and evil lasts for thousands of years. The battle between Irene and Selene sounded a wake-up call to the resistance organizations in the Elentia world. They made an amazing discovery. Originally, they found that the sky was darkened by the sun and the moon disappeared quietly. Therefore, they mistakenly thought that Selene, the moon dragon who dominated the Elentia world for decades, had been defeated by an unknown hero. Now it seems that all this is their delusion. Selene was not only not defeated, but because of the principle of motherhood, she became even stronger and more brutal. The terrifying magic she released was enough to shock the heavens and the earth. No, mother, didn't you just say that you would always protect brother Escanor until he grew up? Why did you go to heaven the next second? Ale was stunned on the spot, with a puzzled look on her face. Alas! Just when Alei was speechless, another portal appeared in the palace of Black Moon Mountain. Although no one had arrived, a sigh had already been heard. I saw that the Magic King August walked out of the portal with a helpless look on his face, and came directly to the baby cradle where Escanor was, and gently picked up Escanor in the cradle. "Let me take care of this child. If I leave it to Mother Selene, I'm afraid that Escanor will die young." August looked at Urza and Ellie and said helplessly, "That makes sense." Arisa and Ellie looked at each other and nodded slightly. "Indeed, if I leave it to Selene, who knows what this child will be raised like? It's better to give it to August as a safety. Besides, aren't Sister Egwene and Brother Shanks also raised by August? In this case, it's okay for August to raise one more child? So, are you going to stop me?" August won the battle for Elu after Sha and Alei agreed. He looked at the three beautiful goddesses of the moon who came to protect Escanor not far away after hearing the news. The three beautiful goddesses of the moon, although they are all Selene's guards, their strength is really not very good, and their magic power is only about the king of the sky, not as good as the 12 shields of the Albarez Empire. They are really inferior to Augusta. Of course not. You are the child of His Majesty Ian. You naturally have the right to decide the growth environment of your brother, His Highness Escanor. As the leader of the three beautiful goddesses of the moon, Bien naturally knows Augusta's identity and his strength. Not to mention the 3 beautiful goddesses of the moon, even the moon dragon Lady Selene has to give Augusta 3 points. There is essentially no difference between letting the 3 of them stop Augusta and letting them go to the world of Eslanden and the northern continent of Kurtuna to kill other dragons. Well, they are all going to die. In that case, after the warm-up exercises of Mother Selene and Mother Irene are finished, you can tell them that I took Brother Escanor away. August said, and left. See His Highness Augustus off. Seeing this, Bien took the fox and her sister and bowed vigorously in the direction of Augustus's departure. The fox lowered her head, she looked at Bien beside her, and whispered, Bien, are we really going to let Augustus take His Highness Escanor away? When Lady Selene comes down, how should we explain it? What else? How about you stop Lady Augustus? Hearing this, Bien turned her head to look at the fox demon and asked coldly. Ah? I'm going to stop Augustus. The fox demon was silent when she heard this. As long as we answer truthfully, I think Lady Selene will not embarrass us. After all, Lady August is too powerful and we cannot deal with him. Bien sighed helplessly. In the end, it was because they were too weak. On the other side, in the sky. Limit Edition Technique. God's Star Collapse. With a wave of her hand, Irene created a super meteorite that was enough to destroy the continent and even the entire Elentia world. It attacked Selene directly. The terrifying power seemed to destroy everything in the world. It's over. In the Elentia world, countless people looked up. When they saw the huge meteorite, they were all shocked and stood there, muttering in disbelief. Well, this is no longer a power that humans can use. It's just like an omnipotent god. Roar! Seeing this, Selene, without any hesitation, transformed into her dragon form, becoming a giant demon fox with a 9-day tail. She opened her bloody mouth, gathered a lot of magic power, and spit out white moonlight that shot up into the sky. The roar of the moon god dragon. The terrifying laser directly pierced through the meteorite. Then it exploded instantly. The meteorite was blown into countless pieces. The fragments of these meteorites then passed through the atmosphere, pierced the sky of the Elentia world, turned into one flame after another, and finally fell to the ground, blowing up one pit after another. Continue. Seeing this, Irene's mouth corners slightly raised, she said coldly, Selene, you are not the only one who can transform into a dragon form. When Irene's voice fell, she had already transformed into a crimson dragon, fighting with Selene. Boom! For a moment, endless magic fluctuations came from Irene and Selene. However, both Urza and Elle knew that the battle in front of them was just a warm-up exercise for Irene and Selene, the 2 strongest women standing at the top of the 3 worlds of Elentia, Eslanden, and even Edras. If Irene and Selene really let go of the fight, it would definitely be an irreconcilable disaster for the Elentia world. At the same time, in the distant Eslanden world, on the continent of Ishgar, the most mysterious dark magician guild in the continent, in the gate of Hades. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, a powerful figure stood in the sky. Ha 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 ha! I did it, I finally did it! The man with devil wings, goat horns on his head, and a long tail behind him, who looked exactly like the devil in the myth, was Joseph Pola, the last of the 10 holy magicians, who had been transformed for 2 years. Boom! At this moment, after the king of Hell Mardogil used the egg of Hades to transform Joseph into a demon, the long-deposited magic power in Joseph's body finally broke through again, and he directly reached the limit of human beings, that is, the level of Jura in the martial arts performance. Even because he himself has been completely transformed into a demon, Joseph was able to go one step further and touch the scope of the non-human realm, that is, the threshold of the king level. Joseph, Makarov, in the battle with the fairy tale, the wizard guild led by you, I deeply understood a truth. As human beings, we have limits, so I will not be a human anymore. Ha ha ha. It's so perfect. I've never seen a human being as compatible with the magic barrier particles as you. Sure enough, compared to humans, you are more suitable to be a demon of my generation. Now you have become my most perfect slave. King of Hell Maldo Gil Tartarus walked out of the Hades gate in person. He looked up at the sky, releasing waves of oppression. His own power has completely surpassed Joseph Pola of the 9 Ghost Gates. He spoke happily. One Joseph Pola can bring such an improvement to his Hades gate. If all the strong people among humans on the Ishgar continent, that is, all the 10 holy magicians, use the Hades egg to transform into demons, their Hades gate will probably become the most powerful force in the entire continent, and even in the entire Eslandan world. By then, when the invincible flame demon End is resurrected, he will also have the world's #1 army, and will take them back to the side of the Black Mage Ziref, and finally fight against the Black Dragon King Aknalaja. Servant. Joseph descended from the sky, and after looking up and down at Mardogil, he frowned deeply. In the past, he was not strong enough, so he could not figure out the true strength of Mardogil in front of him, and he had been listening to the other parties bragging. But now, when he finally came to the gate of the inhuman realm, he finally saw that the guy in front of him who claimed to be an absolute devil was only 1 level stronger than him in human form, that is, the king level. How can you command a servant who will eventually become stronger than you? Joseph narrowed his eyes and looked at Mardogil with disdain in his expression. Asshole! Do you know who you are talking to? As Joseph finished speaking, the Cotters of Hades Gate, that is, the great demons belonging to the 9 Ghost Gates, emerged from the ruins of Hades Gate, which was messed up by the magic power that Joseph had unconsciously exploded due to his demonization. They looked at Joseph, who was looking directly at Mardogil and trying to be on equal footing with Mardogil, and said coldly, "Humph! Do you know who you are talking to?" In response, Joseph snorted coldly, and endless spell power and magic power poured out of his body, turning into infinite pressure, pressing the great demons of the 9 Ghost Gates, and they couldn't raise their heads for a while. Impossible, just a human, how could it be stronger than us? The big demons such as Quanghua and Baofeng were shocked. They never thought that the human who was supposed to be inferior to them, a very weak human, after being demonized, actually gained a terrifying power that was completely superior to them. Hee. In response, Joseph just sneered. What was there for these big demons in front of him to be arrogant about? They spent a full 400 years to compete with the strong men who had just entered the Holy 10 level among humans? Too weak. Hee. Calm down, from today on, Joseph Pola is the leader of your 9 Ghost Gates, and he will lead you to continue moving forward. Just when Joseph and the big demons of the 9 Ghost Gates were on the verge of a fight, the King of Hell Maldogil chuckled, and his words gradually relaxed the heavy atmosphere. Lord Pluto, this human being in front of you is disrespectful to you. After hearing what Maldogil said, Kuanghua, the former leader of the 9 Ghost Gates, suddenly changed her expression and said in a deep voice, "No problem. We demons don't like the twists and turns of humans. We rely on instinct and follow the law of the jungle. Since Joseph Pola has shown a powerful strength that can threaten me after becoming a demon, he will definitely be able to obtain a position second only to me. If one day, Joseph can really become an existence that surpasses me as he said, then the owner of the Gate of Hades can be replaced. But the most important thing in front of us now is to deal with the fairy tale of the Mage Guild, which is the biggest obstacle to our resurrection of the flame demon End." Maldogil showed a powerful tolerance far beyond that of ordinary people. He looked at everyone with a smile and whispered about their ultimate plan as demons, to resurrect the final demon End and take the whole world into his hands. "We will obey the orders of Hades. Everything is for the resurrection of Lord Flame Demon End." As Mardogil finished speaking, 7 of the 9 Ghost Gates, Quanghua, Storm, Sira, Franmars, Trafsa, Tongzik Essel, and Jackal, all knelt on one knee in front of Mardogil and spoke loudly. "Then Mr. Joseph Pola, are you willing to become a member of the 9 Ghost Gates in my underworld and bring down the iron hammer of punishment like the Mage Guild fairy tale?" Mardogil said, looking at Joseph Pola, who was regarded as a pawn by him, and asked. "You don't need to tell me, I won't let go of those bastards of the Mage Guild fairy tale either." In response, Joseph Pola snorted coldly and said loudly. A big chapter of 8,000 words. Chapter 158 Showdown, No More Pretending. Natsu is the Flame Demon End. The last corner of the Balam Alliance, the Dark Mage Guild Hades Gate, the deepest part. Crawford, if I remember correctly, you once told me that although you are no longer the chairman of the council, your authority as the chairman of the Magic Council era has not been cancelled, and it is still there, right? On the lonely throne, King of Hell Mardogil sat quietly with his legs crossed, holding an ancient book with the 3 characters end in his arms, staring at Crawford Shim, the former president of the Magic Council, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, and asked coldly. "Yes. However, my authority as the speaker can only be unfrozen when the current speaker and members of the Magic Council era all die due to accidents. The purpose of those annoying guys retaining my authority as the speaker is to deal with some unexpected and urgent situations that the current members of the Magic Council era cannot predict. For example, if the current members collectively die due to some accidents, the magic world of the entire Ishgar continent will become chaotic. When no one can lead the council without a leader, we old guys will need to come out urgently. Hee. Unexpectedly, the back door left behind to deal with emergencies at that time gave us the opportunity to steal the council, master the magic elves and faith, these powerful weapons handed down from ancient times." Crawford sneered. No one expected that the mechanism originally used to protect the Magic Council and run correctly at any time has now become his opportunity to destroy the Council and seize the authority of the Council. Very good. In this case, there are only 2 paths before us: eliminate all the members of the Magic Council era, and destroy Fairy Tale, the most powerful wizard guild on the Ishgar continent. After thinking for a while, Mardogil finally took the same path as in the original book. After all, no matter how Mardogil thought, he wanted these demons to completely control the Ishgar continent and even the world of Eslanden. Only by destroying Fairy Tale and controlling all the magic weapons in the Magic Council era can it be done. Summon the 9 Ghost Gates. After Mardogil made the decision, he directly summoned the 9 Ghost Gates. At once, Joseph Pola of Darkness, who had just been promoted to the head of the 9 Ghost Gates, Zingli Tian Quanghua, the former head of the 9 Ghost Gates, Franmars of Jianjia, Trafsa of Darkness, Ethel of Tongziki, Sira of Suzuki Tian, Storm of Immortality, and Jackal of Explosion, a total of 8 people came to Mardogil. Meet Lord Pluto. Except Joseph, the other 7 great demons, without any nonsense, knelt on one knee in front of Mardogil and spoke respectfully. After the discussion between me and Crawford, the former chairman of the Magic Council, it was finally decided to split into 2 groups. One group went to the Magic Council to eliminate all the councillors, and the other group went to the small town of Magnolia in the Kingdom of Fiori to destroy Fairy Tale. Remember, everything we do is to revive Lord End. Mardogil looked at the 8 people in front of him and said coldly. Everything is to revive Lord End. The other 7 people, except Joseph, said loudly. Humph. I don't care. As long as I can destroy Fairy Tale with my own hands, everything else doesn't matter. Joseph snorted coldly, and he seemed to be extremely disdainful of the words of these demons who were shouting about resurrecting the final demon End. Since you want to do it yourself? Then the job of destroying the Magister Guild and Fairy Tale will be handed over to you, Joseph Pola. After listening to Joseph's words, Mardogil narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Joseph Pola, and said with a smile. No, I have more important things to do than destroying Fairy Tale. Joseph Pola said, and took out a newspaper from his trouser pocket. The newspaper clearly stated that the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Pres Hito Gelberg, officially served as the chairman of the Magic Council era. Oh! Maldogil glanced at the newspaper in Joseph's hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Rather than looking for trouble with Fairy Tale, the first thing I have to do is to personally deal with the grievances between me and Pres Hito. The veins on Joseph's forehead were tense. He could not tolerate the old guy Pres Hito, who had been robbing magic books everywhere in Ishgar under the alias of Hades and had been doing evil for many years. He even took him as a prisoner and used him like a slave, and took away the ruler of the Mage Guild Phantom, which he had spent more than 10 years to build and was as famous as the strongest magician guild Fairy Tale in the kingdom of Fiori. After doing all these bad things to him, the old dog Pres Hito not only did not receive any punishment, but also turned around and cleaned himself up. He went from being the president of the strongest dark magician guild Devil's Heart in Ishgar to a magic critic. The new chairman of the Era Council of the Academy. It would be too much to say this out. Haha, in that case, the Magic Council will be left to you. After hearing this, Mardogil looked at Joseph deeply and said so. Leave it to me with confidence. I will personally take action and get rid of them all. Joseph Pola said calmly. I will let the three of them, the Undead Storm, the Exploding Jackal, and Dujiki, follow you to complete this task together. As for the Fairy Tale Guild, which has Uru Murkovich, the first of the 10 holy mages and the strongest mage on the Ishgar continent, I will personally take action and wipe them out from the continent. Maldogil said, standing up from the throne and speaking coldly. Lord Pluto, are you going to do it yourself? As Mardogil's voice fell, everyone present was in disbelief. Among them, Xinglishan Quanghua stood up excitedly. She looked at Mardogil with shock in her eyes and persuaded, it's just a magician guild composed of humans. We, the 9 ghost gates, can handle it. Why do you need to deal with it yourself? No. The magician guild called Fairy Tale is not simple. Uru Murkovich, the first of the 10 holy mages, Pres Hito Gelberg, the second, Yuri Dolia, the third, and Vlad Sinkin, the sixth, Makarov Dolia, the seventh. They all come from a magician guild, that is Fairy Tale. These strong men gathered together, which is enough to prove the strength of the magician guild. Although humans are particularly weak compared to us demons, there are also strong ones. Being too arrogant will not make us strong, but will only make us trapped in our own cocoons. Maldogil raised his eyebrows and shook his head. This. As Maldogil finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. Everything is subject to the orders of Lord Hades. After a while, a group of great demons knelt on one knee in front of Maldogil and whispered. Well, Maldogil still has a position in the Gate of Hades. At least since Maldogil established the Gate of Hades in the name of End, he has never made a mistake. The only accident was that Ian traveled through time and brought justice to the world. Not only did he lose Deliara, who was supposed to become a member of the 9 ghosts. Even Keith, the black priest who went to invite Deliara to join the sect, was killed. This is very embarrassing. Well. After Maldogil made a plan, the entire Hades began to act. So. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed like this. During this half-month, Mardogil had made preparations. In order to successfully take down the Mage Guild Fairy Tale. He used the influence of Hades Gate in the secular world to issue several designated tasks to the Fairy Tale Guild, and transferred the famous Uru Murkovich, the first of the 10 holy mage on the continent. As well as Lakusis Delea, Myra Jane Strauss, and Arusha Murkovich, these S-class mages, to the easternmost, northernmost, and southernmost parts of the Ishgar continent to do tasks. To ensure that Uru and the others would not be able to return when their Hades invaded Fairy Tale. It can be said that when Uru took Gray and Leon to the far east, Myra Jane took Elfman and Lysina to the north. Now that Lakusis took the Thunder God Trio to the center of the continent, and Arusha took Lucky to the south, the fairy tale guild was at its weakest moment in history. So, time came to March 17, X782. Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia Town. On this day, the whole sky darkened. Dark clouds covered the entire town. No, it was not the dark clouds that blocked the sun. It was something more terrifying. What is that? An island floating in the air. How can an island have a mouth? This is obviously a flying monster. Whatever it is, it's too big. Damn, if this thing falls, the town will be destroyed. Countless townspeople looked up and saw a huge, square monster covered with tentacles. The monster was floating in the air in an unscientific, no wings, and unmagical, no magic, way, heading straight towards the direction of the fairy tale of the Mage Guild. Run! Run away quickly! Carry out a full evacuation according to the previous exercise level A danger. Don't leave anyone in the town. Obviously, this place is no longer safe. Don't come back until the Magician Guild fairy tale completely eliminates the enemy. In response to this, the people in Magnolia Town, the townspeople, without any hesitation, began to retreat in an orderly manner. They retreated very quickly, clearing the entire street at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and then took various magic vehicles to disperse in all directions. And the townspeople of Magnolia Town were so skilled at escaping that it was a bit distressing. However, they did not bring too many valuable things. After all, no matter what they lost or what was destroyed, the Mage Guild fairy tale would eventually be responsible. Foolish mortals! This is the Hades beast, the true form of Tartarus, the gate of Hades. A huge demon that can destroy a town or even a country in an instant. This is the trump card of Hades Gate. Okay. The Wizard Guild fairy tale, and even the hundreds of thousands of townspeople living in the small town of Magnolia. This is a requiem for you. In front of the great power of the Hades beast, turn them completely into ashes. Maldogil sat on the throne and sneered. In Hades Gate, there has never been only one king-level existence, Maldogil. The core of Hades that can infinitely resurrect demons and transform humans into demons, as well as the entire Hades itself, are the trump cards of Hades Gate, and are also powerful monsters of the king level. In front of the Hadesmon, no matter whether it is a senior Holy 10 level strongman, Laoma in the Hades chapter, or a strongman at the limit of human level, Jura in the martial arts chapter, Lacuses in the Hades chapter, they can't shake it at all. If these strong men are very unfortunate, they exist in the body of the Hadesmon. Then they will be assimilated by the Hadesmon in an instant and completely turned into the nourishment of the Hadesmon. It can be said that in the timeline of the original work, if Lucy had not sacrificed Aqua's key, summoned the strongest celestial spirit Celestial King, and consumed a lot of Celestial King's magic power, and swung a star attack, killing the Hadesmon in 1 second, then the Fairy Tale Guild, which did not have guildarts in charge at that time, would really face the crisis of killing. Ha ha ha! Quanghua, look, those humans are all dumbfounded when they see the Hades beast. Have these humans finally understood their own weakness? It's all over. We are the gate to Hades, the death knell of mankind. The great demons of the 9 ghost gates stood behind Maldogil. They looked at the townspeople fleeing in Magnolia Town through the perspective of the Hades beast and spoke excitedly. Hee hee. In response, Maldogil also chuckled. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of humans fleeing and dodging in front of him. Boom. However, just as Maldogil and other great demons looked at the townspeople fleeing in Magnolia Town below, their mouths slightly raised, with a hint of teasing and mocking in their eyes. Boom boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, a roar that shook the earth. A giant with a terrifying figure and full of muscles suddenly rose from the ground and appeared in the back mountain of the town. The size of the giant was so terrifying that it was not smaller than the underworld beast under Maldogil. Especially the terrifying sense of oppression released by the giant. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. It even made the big demons of the 9 ghost gates feel a little fear for the first time in a long time. Giant tribe. I haven't heard that there are giant tribes in the Fairy Tale Guild. Damn it, we can't understand what kind of thing this thing in front of us is the same size as the underworld beast. For a moment, the pupils of the 9 ghost gates, led by Quanghua, trembled slightly, and there was disbelief in their eyes. They seemed to be completely unable to understand what kind of existence the thing in front of them was. The 7th among the 10 holy mages, the 3rd generation president of the Mages Guild Fairy Tale, Makarov Doria. After the king of Hell Mardogil looked at the terrifying giant in front of him, who was releasing infinite magic power and was hundreds of meters tall, and had undoubtedly reached the King of Heaven level, his pupils shrank slightly, and he admitted that he had indeed underestimated Makarov. Originally, when Mardogil saw Joseph Pola, the expelled and former 8th of the 10 holy mages, he thought that Makarov, the 7th of the 10 holy mages, should be on par with Joseph, and even if he was stronger, he was not much stronger, and he was not his opponent. But now it seems that he was really wrong. Makarov is fully qualified to wrestle with him. He is the top powerhouse among humans, and is more than 1 level stronger than Joseph Pola, who has been demonized and gained the power of the devil. What? The 7th of the 10 saints is so strong. What kind of monsters are the first 6 of the 10 saints? Can Joseph really do it? He gathered the 6th and even the 2nd seat of the 10 saints, the top 5 human beings, the Magic Council era at one time. As Mardogil finished speaking, the 9 ghost gates were dumbfounded. They originally thought that the top human beings, that is, the strength of the 10 saint magisters, were on par with them. After all, there was news that Deliera, who was supposed to become a member of the 9 ghost gates about 10 years ago, fought with the current first seat of the 10 saint magisters, Uru Merkovic, for a whole night. Now it seems that Deliera was really a genius. Law, what on earth is it that he has the ability to fight with Uru Merkovic, the first seat of the current Holy 10, for a whole night? Deliera, don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. The one who beat me was obviously a man, and there was no such thing as a fight. It was obviously the other party, one-sided, as if to vent his anger, and beat me up for a whole night. Boom! Just when all the demons in the Hades gate were collectively confused, Makarov had already swung his fist as big as a mountain and hit Hadesmon hard. Roar! Hadesmon screamed in pain, and his whole body began to tremble. For a moment, countless human soldiers and little demons in Hades Gate who were transformed by magic barrier particles were thrown out of their bodies and fell towards the town of Magnolia. Oh no, we're thrown out. Forget it, let's just carry out Lord Pluto's plan and attack the fairy tale of the Magister Guild. We must not let them go. As for the townspeople who are blocking our way, we'll kill them all. When these soldiers and demons fell to the ground, they stood up without any hesitation and planned to continue to complete the plan made by Pluto Mardogil. But when these soldiers stood up from the ground, they were shocked to find that the townspeople who were still fleeing were gone. The whole town became empty. The huge Magnolia town had become an empty city. What happened? The soldiers were all confused. They looked at everything in front of them in confusion. Anyway, the speed of these townspeople's retreat was too fast, right? Boom! Just when the soldiers were in a trance, the whole town of Magnolia shook violently. In less than a moment, these buildings moved to both sides, clearing a path for the soldiers to directly lead to the fairy tale of the Mage Guild. Hey! We have been waiting for a long time. At the same time, the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild who stayed in the Fairy Tale Guild and had not yet had time to go out to do the mission, had already strode out of the guild and came to the demons of the Gate of Hades. The leader of the Fairy Tale of the Mage Guild was a 15-year-old boy with short pink hair, a dragon scale scarf around his neck, and blazing flames all over his body. Look at me and blow you all away. The flame dragon's collapse fist. The boy's magic power, which had already entered the threshold of the Holy 10, roared out at this moment. The terrifying flames turned into a giant palm of more than 10 meters, blowing all the enemies in front of him into the sky. Boom! In the sky, the demons of Hades' Gate said to themselves in confusion, "This script is wrong. How did we become prey? I feel that it is enough to leave this to Natsu alone." Wakaba and Makao were about to attack, but they looked at Natsu, who was killing hundreds of enemies alone, and said helplessly, "Asshole! I can't let you be the only one to take the limelight, Fire Dragon." Gajeel looked at Natsu, who was fighting with all his strength and was unwilling to be outdone. The roar of the Iron Dragon sprayed out from his mouth, and the sharp iron sand directly repelled those demons. Lightning of God's punishment. Morning of the Scarecrow. Redemption of the Fool. The cards in Kana's hand floated in the air, and every magic defeated the demons and soldiers of Hades' Gate. Really? They invaded when Lacuses and the others were not in the guild. Fortunately, the enemy is not strong. Kana muttered to herself as she attacked. Currently, in the Fairy Tale Guild, there are only 2 people with the Holy 10 level of combat power, excluding the President, Kana, and Natsu. Only Wakaba and Makao have S-level combat power. Others, including Levi's Drive Engine team and Bisque's Osprey team, are out on missions, which can be said to be seriously insufficient in combat power. Who are you? Why are you invading our fairy tale? At the same time, Makarov was in a stalemate with the Darkman. He turned his head and looked at the demons standing on the head of the Darkman, and asked indifferently, "You don't need to know this. You just need to know that today is the end of the Fairy Tale Guild." Maldogil held the Book of End in his hand, and greeted Makarov with a smile. He turned his head and looked at the 9 demon gates behind him, and gave a cold order, "Go and get rid of all the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild." Yes. Now that Jackal, Storm, and Djiki have invaded the Magic Council era with Joseph, there are only 4 people left in the 9 demon gates: Xinglishan Quanghua, Lianjiuedian Sira, Jianjia Franmars, and Huiming Trefusa. But in Maldogil's opinion, at the moment when all the S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild are gone, these 4 people are enough to get rid of the remaining Fairy Tale people. As for the S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, they will defeat them one by one after this. Boom! On the ground, Natsu's flames were still blasting wildly, constantly clearing out a large number of soldiers. Crash! But the next moment, endless waves fell from the sky. Suddenly put out Natsu's flame. A demon that looked like a shark landed in front of the fairy tale. He stood in front of Natsu, blocked Natsu's attack, and said coldly, "Human, your opponent is me. A member of the Dark Mage Guild, the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades, the Dark Trefusa." Demon. Kana looked at Trefusa, who was completely inhuman, and frowned slightly. Of course, she saw Trefusa's identity, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. It happened to invade when Myra Jane was not here. Well, if Myra Jane was in the guild, she could completely take over this level of demon with just a face-to-face encounter. No. Let me deal with this human. Just when Trefusa was about to take action, Ryugetsu Sira, who had a graceful figure and an angelic face, was beautiful, not like a human, and indeed not a human, stood in front of Trefusa. She took a deep look at Natsu and Kana and said coldly, "So that's it, is it using your spell to control humans?" After hearing this, Trefusa seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, "That's right. Any story in this world needs a backward sequence. Let me write the preface and prologue of the book, Demons Dominate the World." Sira said, tilting her head, with a cute face, or just based on Sira's face, no matter what expression she made, she was extremely cute, looking at Natsu, who was on fire, and said extremely creepy words, "I order you humans to kill everyone around you. It's not good. Listen, Natsu, don't be controlled by the enemy." Kana, who had been standing behind Natsu, saw this, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She looked terrified. She heard from Bradman that among the demons on the Ishgar continent, there was a spell that could directly control humans. It's useless. As long as they are human, they will definitely be manipulated by me. Sira glanced at Kana and said disdainfully. Sira didn't give Kana an order because she just wanted to see whether Kana, as a human, would kill Natsu, her companion. If Kana couldn't kill her companion, Kana would be killed by Natsu. For the devil, this is the best prologue, isn't it? The collapse of the flame dragon. Just when Sira was full of confidence, Natsu strode in front of Sira and swung his collapse at Sira. With a bang, Sira was punched by Natsu and flew into the sky. Me? Got knocked away. Sira floated in the air, she gently stroked her swollen cheeks, her eyes gradually cleared. You are alone there, what are you talking about? Natsu looked at Sira, who was knocked away by him, and asked in confusion. No. Impossible. How could my spell be ineffective on you? Sira fell to the ground with a thump. After she stood up, she looked at Natsu in shock. She didn't understand why her spell that was always effective and could control humans suddenly became ineffective. This is really amazing. Sira's spell is ineffective on humans for the first time. Behind Sira, Quanghua, the leader of the former 9 Ghost Gates, was also shocked. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? As for Franmars in armor, he finally landed on the ground. He looked at the uncontrollable Natsu, kept touching his chin, and was confused. He muttered, how much is this kind of human who is not controlled by spells worth? It must be very valuable, right? Not good. Kana looked at the 4 big demons that fell from the sky in front of her, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. At present, with her strength, she can deal with 1 of them at most. Natsu can deal with 2 at most. The remaining 1 will be unimpeded. I just don't know if Wakaba and Makeo can stop the last demon. Anyway, these demons must not be allowed to really invade the Fairy Tale Guild. They finally got Kurnuki drunk. He must not wake up. Well, in Kana's eyes, compared with these big demons of the 9 Ghost Gates, the sober Kurnuki is indeed more harmful to the world. 4-4. At this time, Wakaba and Makeo also dealt with a lot of the soldiers of the Hades Gate Guild, and came to the back of Natsu and Kana. They looked at Quanghua, Sira, Trafsa, and Franmars in front of them, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. For them, these demons are still very deterrent. Are you confused? The answer is very simple, because Lord Natsu is not a human at all. So your spell is naturally useless. After all, when the command spell was first developed, it was not developed for the demon civil war. Therefore, it can only control objects and living things, but not demons and the dead. Just as the 4 great demons of the 9 Ghost Gates did not rush to act, but thought about why Natsu at the moment when Zhe could ignore the spell that controlled humans, a hoarse and indifferent voice sounded from the side of the 9 Ghost Gates. Who are you? Accompanied by this abrupt voice, Trafsa, Franmars, Quanghua, and Sira, 4 great demons, looked at the source of the voice at the same time, and saw a person wrapped in black mist. The whole person was covered in a dark cloak, with 2 sickles on his back, like the god of death in the myth, just looking at everyone quietly. Demon! Quanghua had cold sweat on her forehead. She felt an extremely strong curse power from the person in front of her. This curse power was even stronger than the strongest demon she had ever seen in the Book of Ziref, the Pluto Maldogil, who was called the Absolute Demon. You are the demons of the Gate of Hades, right? If I remember correctly, it should be called the 9 Ghost Gates, right? Speaking of which, His Majesty did order me to find the Gate of Hades and recycle the waste of the 9 Ghost Gates for His Majesty's use. But because I have too many tasks. After all, I am different from you wastes abandoned by Jalal. I am an elite, so I accidentally forgot. But you are really not that important. Fortunately, now you have come to me on your own initiative, so I don't have to look for you. Bradman glanced at Quanghua and others, and said indifferently. And Bradman's words revealed his deep sense of superiority. "Who are you, guy?" the Dark Travsa said, using his own spell power to release endless sea water and swallow Bradman. "Don't." Seeing this, Quanghua immediately stopped him loudly, but it was too late. Swish! With a silver light, Trefusa, who was releasing his curse power towards Bradman, was instantly chopped in half by the sickle behind Bradman. Even the core of hell in Trefusa's body was chopped to pieces. In other words, Trefusa no longer had the possibility of resurrection. "You have crossed the line. Any existence that dares to attack the god of death will be killed by the god of death. As for your soul, I will take it. It is a waste to keep this power in your hands. It is better to use it for me," Bradman said, and stuffed the soul of Trefusa, who was killed by him, into the black pocket behind him. Bradman planned to use Trefusa's soul to please Myra Jane. "It's a deal. If you accept Trefusa, you can't accept him again." Trefusa was killed. "How much is it worth? How much?" Seeing this, Franmars, who was in armor, held his head and shouted in fear. Swish! Unfortunately, the next moment, the knife light passed through Franmar's body. After Trefusa, Franmars also followed in Trefusa's footsteps and completely became history. Noisy. Bradman looked cold. He didn't think that demons like Franmars and Trefusa could provide much help to His Majesty Ian. It was too weak. Well, a demon of the level of the 9 Ghost Gates, a demon that could rival the entry-level strongman of the human Holy 10, was just trash to Bradman. For a while, Quanghua and Sira's pupils trembled constantly. There was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Bradman. Demons are not afraid of humans. If a demon is afraid of a demon, it must be a demon that is stronger than these demons. Boom! Just when Quanghua and Sira were at a loss, Bradman's body suddenly turned into endless black particles. These particles were very familiar to Quanghua and Sira as demons. They were the source of demonic power, the magic barrier particles. At this moment, Bradman was manipulating the magic barrier particles, turning the surroundings into an abyss, and instantly destroying all the soldiers who invaded Magnolia's Hades Gate. Until they were assimilated by Bradman, these soldiers didn't know what happened. The battle is over. In just 10 seconds, Bradman killed 2 of the 9 Ghost Gates and wiped out thousands of enemy troops. He put the sickle back behind him. He looked at Natsu, Kana, Wakaba, and Makeo behind him and spoke softly. The enemy disappeared. What happened? Uncle, are you a monster? Wakaba and Makeo didn't know what to say at this moment, and Kana was so shocked that her eyelids were twitching. So this is Bradman's true strength? Did Hessian Bradman hold back in the S-Class Magician assessment? On the other side, in the sky, the Hadesmon was wrestling with Makarov. Swish! However, the next second, a huge slashing sword slashed from behind the Hadesmon. In the flash of the sword, the entire Hadesmon was split in 2. Roar! The Hadesmon roared and fell to the ground, completely falling. What happened? King of Hell Maldogil looked back in shock and saw Neinhart standing on the shoulders of the 18 devil fighting gods, looking at him with a joking look on his face. Is that the 18 devil fighting gods? He was actually subdued by a human. The power of the 18 fighting gods is definitely not inferior to mine. Damn it, what is going on? Maldogil's pupils trembled slightly. He did not understand Neinhart's magic. In his opinion, Neinhart tamed the demonic 18 fighting gods. As for the fact that the dignified demonic 18 fighting gods had actually been killed, Maldogil would never believe it. Hey! Demon, your opponent is me. Just when Maldogil was surprised, Jacob had come behind him without his noticing, and put a sharp dagger on his neck. Human, do you think I am afraid of a mere dagger? Maldogil glanced at the dagger on his neck and snorted coldly. Ordinary daggers can't really hurt you, but my dagger was given the attribute of killing demons by Lady Irene. I can kill you with one blow. If you don't believe me, try it. Jacob looked indifferent. He signaled Maldogil to try to resist and see whether his knife was faster or Maldogil's speed was faster. Damn! Maldogil seemed to feel a great threat from the dagger in Jacob's hand. There were more and more beads of sweat on his forehead. Finally, he cursed and admitted defeat. If Jacob was the only enemy, Maldogil would have planned to fight a few more moves. But the enemy not only had Makarov, who was at the king level, but also the unfathomable Jacob, and Neinhart, who rode the demon 18 fighting gods and took this top demon who was comparable to him and even had higher destructive power as his mount. There was almost no difference between resisting and seeking death. Not long after, the dignified king of Hell Mardogil had been tied up by Jacob and Neinhart using ropes specially used to deal with demons and thrown in front of Makarov. The Gate of Hades, the most mysterious dark magician guild in Ishgar, could not even last a minute in front of the 3 members of the 12 shields and was instantly defeated. In fact, this is the true strength of the members of the 12 shields. Each of them can defeat a country within a day. The souls of the Hades beasts have also been collected. Bradman collected the souls of the Hades beasts and prepared to give them to Myra Jane. After he finished all this, he walked towards Mardogil. You weak humans, let me go. Otherwise End will never let you go. Damn humans! You don't understand what you did. At this moment, Maldogil was still barking, and he kept shouting that once he got out of trouble, he would summon the final demon End and kill all the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Stop arguing. Isn't End right in front of you? You hold a broken book every day and yell all day long, I want to revive End, I want End to rule the world and other bullshit. Who told you that End is dead? End is the younger brother of Master Zeref. The reason why we demons were created by Master Zeref is because Master Zeref wants to revive his younger brother. How could Master Zeref let his younger brother, who he spent a long time, went through untold hardships, and was cursed by the god Angselram, die again? You are a bunch of trash and idiots abandoned by Master Zeref. Bradman really couldn't stand the noise of Pluto Mardogil, so he threw Natsu in front of Mardogil and spoke coldly. Well, let's be frank. Natsu is the flame demon End. If he hadn't planned to fuse Mardogil with Hadesmon, transform it into the real underworld Tartarus, and offer it to Myra Jane, he would have stabbed this guy to death long ago. Well, as long as Myra Jane has a demon soul that matches his strength, he can't plan to attack him anymore, right? There is no way. The situation is stronger than the person, and Myra Jane is improving so fast. He can only use this trick of I'd rather die than die with my friend. Is this guy End? For a moment, not to mention Underworld Mardogil was dumbfounded, even the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild were all dumbfounded. What is Natsu? Wakaba and Makeo looked puzzled. He seemed to say Natsu was what End? Kana frowned, looking at Natsu with doubt in her eyes. She found that she seemed to have never been able to figure out Natsu's identity. It was like she was meeting Natsu for the first time in her life. Love. The harpy flew in the air, echoing everyone's words. Shut up, Tomcat. Don't make trouble in this kind of occasion now. Xiaolulu glanced at the harpy in the sky and said with disdain. They say Natsu is a demon. Wendy seemed to understand something, she whispered softly. And they say Natsu is the brother of the black wizard Zeref. Makarov covered his head with a headache. So that's it, you are Zeref's brother. After hearing that Natsu was actually Zeref's brother, Mavis he narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, the look of wanting to kill someone cannot be hidden. President. President, I have been looking for you so hard. Just when everyone was surprised at Natsu's identity, Maldogil had already rushed in front of Natsu. He hugged Natsu's thigh and said with tears and snot. In order to prevent you from getting hurt, I have protected this book of End for 400 years. I wiped it 3 times during the day, 3 times at noon, and 3 times before going to bed. I am waiting for you to return." Then, Maldogil took out the Book of End like offering a treasure, placed it in front of Natsu, and spoke excitedly. "Love." As for Natsu at this moment, his brain seemed to have crashed, and he imitated the words of a harpy. 11,000 words Super Chapter. Chapter 159 Pluto Maldogil breaks the defense. "Maldo, Lord Flame Demon, you have to make the decision for me. I am the president." After hearing what everyone said, Natsu looked up at the sky, then at the ground, looking at his toes, scratching his butt with his fingers, then scratching his cheeks, making various small movements. His eyes were blurred and thoughtful. Just like this, Natsu's eyes were filled with endless confusion. After thinking for about half an hour, he finally showed a hint of realization. Looking at the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild and the demons of the Gate of Hell who were staring at him, he said in confusion, "President, isn't it Mr. Makarov? Oh my god! We have been waiting around you for half an hour, thinking you were thinking about something. And you did this to us? It's a good deal, since the beginning, you didn't understand a single word we said? Bastard!" After Natsu finished speaking, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild who surrounded Natsu collapsed to the ground, and Kana covered her cheeks with her hands helplessly, with a look of being speechless. So from the beginning, what on earth were they expecting from Natsu? This guy is completely an idiot with muscles in his brain. What are you talking about, you bastards? Are you looking for a fight with me? Come on! Seeing this, Natsu said angrily. Well, Natsu not only didn't understand the current situation, but also got angry because everyone didn't understand him. Is fighting the only thing on your mind, Natsu? Kana's eyes twitched slightly, and she looked at Natsu and asked. I don't understand what you mean at all. Natsu roared unjustifiably. As expected, you are the flame demon and who will eventually destroy all matter in this world. Even if you haven't awakened yet, you have already shown the potential to destroy everything, which is incredible. At this time, the Pluto Mardogil, who was tied up by everyone, spoke with great admiration like a little fan of Natsu. What are you so proud of? Kana looked at Mardogil, who was tied up by everyone and showed a smug look for some inexplicable reason, and asked speechlessly. Don't ask me. You, a human, can't understand my current mood at all. To be honest, I'm almost moved to tears by the majestic figure and handsome appearance of Lord Flame End. Maldogil continued to hold Natsu's stinky feet. Although I don't know what you are talking about. Natsu's expression paused slightly when he heard this. Then, Natsu's face showed a shy look. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, but I still have to say that you really have good taste. Don't you understand it? In response, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, led by Kana, looked at Natsu and shouted loudly. What? I don't understand what you are talking about. After Kana and others shouted. Natsu seemed to be possessed by Kurosaki Ichigo, and showed the same blank look as before, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. If Ian were here at this moment, he would definitely point his finger at Natsu's nose and say loudly, Good boy, it turns out that you are the master of pretending to be confused. Anyway, since I have met the Flame End President, the Cotters of the Dark Wizard Guild Hades Gate and the Grassroots Believers have all been killed just now, then can the misunderstanding between us be resolved? At this time, Pluto Mardogil looked at Makarov, Bradman, Neinhart, and Jacob and asked. Do you think that the invasion of Fairy Tale is over? Makarov frowned, he looked at Mardogil and asked coldly. The problem is that we failed before we even started the invasion. The demons under my command didn't even step into the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild. As for the followers of our Hades Gate, they didn't even hurt a single person from your Fairy Tale Guild. They were all wiped out. On the other hand, you guys who claim to be bright didn't even let go of the Hades beast that has been with me for 400 years. Its intelligence is only equivalent to that of a big dog. It acted according to orders, and there was nothing wrong in essence. In the end, you killed it with a knife without asking any questions. Killed. As for the 9 ghost gates that I worked so hard to gather, I won't say much about Delira's problem. It was his fault for destroying the town, and he deserved to die. But what mistake did the dark monk Keith make? He was devoted to Buddhism and saved the dying, resurrected the dead with spells, so he shouldn't be killed no matter how you look at it, right? As for my other 9 ghost gates, you wiped them out and only 2 of them are left. No matter how much hatred there is between us, it's even, right? Maldogil had a helpless and sad look on his face, and his face was full of pity. He was like a young wife who had been angry. First of all, what the king of hell Maldogil had to admit was that it was their Hades gate that invaded first, and this was their fault in the first place. But, although this was their Hades gate's fault in the first place, without discussing the premise, did the fairy tale guild have no fault at all? Who knows how many people were killed and injured in their Hades gate invasion of fairy tale this time? Although they were all destroyed by Bradman, who was also a demon, right? But, does fairy tale really not have to pay any compensation? Doesn't it need to bear any responsibility? No matter how you look at it, this is considered excessive defense, right? Are you still complaining? Makarov frowned and slapped Mardogil's head hard. However, Makarov was a fair man after all. He looked at Bradman beside him and asked, "Are the words Mardogil said just now true? Where did you send those demons and followers of Hades Gate?" I have sent them to hell. Now only the souls are left. But please rest assured, Mr. President. Those demons are the evil existences of the Cholera continent, and they deserve to die. As for those humans who voluntarily joined Hades Gate, they deserve to die even more. Since they have sold their souls to the demons naturally have the right to deal with their souls. Bradman's words were sonorous and reasonable. Nonsense. We at Hades Gate are the most disciplined. On weekdays, in addition to competing with other dark magician guilds for territory. Just some religious ceremonies and sacrificial activities. And never perform human sacrifices, because it will waste a lot of resources. In addition, all humans who join our Hades Gate have the opportunity to be transformed into demons by the Hades core. At this time, Xinglishan Quanghua really couldn't listen, and risked his death to interrupt and explain to everyone. Yes, as Quanghua said, our Hades Gate is simply the most disciplined dark magician guild in the entire Ishgar continent. After all, everything we do is to welcome the arrival of end. Therefore, we never cause trouble on weekdays. At least compared to fairy tale, we are considered to have a conscience. This is why our Hades Gate is called the most mysterious dark magician guild on the Ishgar continent. It's just because our guild has a strong restraint. Maldogil heard this and nodded vigorously up and down, agreeing. Then, Maldogil seemed to have thought of something and added, "Even our Hades Gate, the reason why we came out this time to attack the Magician Guild fairy tale was because of your human instigation." However, as Maldogil spoke, he seemed to find something wrong. By the way, what are Joseph Pola, who planned the opportunity for this attack, and Crawford Shim, the former chairman of the Magic Council era, doing now? Maldogil seemed to have found a problem. "You also attacked the Magic Council? Kana, quickly call Senior Vlad and ask about the situation." Makarov heard a hint of ominousness in Maldogil's words, and he immediately looked at Kana beside him and said anxiously, "I know." Kana did not hesitate and took out the long-distance communication magic crystal. For a moment, everyone present stared at the magic crystal, expecting the answer from the other side. At the same time, the old site of the Hades Gate. "Crawford, have we got the map we need?" Joseph Pola asked Crawford with his hands behind his back. "Everything is in our plan. The demons of the Hades Gate are just a bunch of idiots. They attack wherever I tell them to attack. It is because of their help that I can find the map leading to the northern continent of Kiltana and the western continent of Alakadacia. Next, we will split into 2 groups and must complete our great cause. Crawford Shim looked at Joseph with a flattering face and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. Those demons in the Book of Zeref are really a bunch of idiots. Do you really think that you can destroy the Wizard Guild fairy tale, or the Magic Council era with just the Hades? They are strong enough to match us, like they were bought wholesale from the vegetable market, in large quantities. On the other hand, we only have a few small fish, how can we fight? Don't make people laugh. These idiots, they don't know how powerful fairy tale is." As Joseph said, a trace of fear flashed across his face. Well, it can be said that Joseph Pola is the #1 fairy tale player on the Ishgar continent. Before, Joseph, who had not yet touched the realm of the King of Heaven, did not know how powerful the fairy tale guild was. When he really touched the realm of the King of Heaven, Joseph felt the deep gap between himself and the magician of the fairy tale guild. It was as if, after Joseph first met Presheto said to him, before reaching the King of Heaven, "Seeing the fairy tale guild is like a frog in a well seeing the moon. After reaching the King of Heaven, seeing the fairy tale guild is like a mayfly seeing the sky. Indeed, the gap is too big." Fortunately, they did not gain nothing this time. Joseph used the power of Hades to reach the edge of the King of Heaven level. Next, Joseph decided to go to the western continent of Alakadasia and the northern continent of Kiltana. He did not believe that there were people and forces in these 2 continents that were related to the damned Mage Guild fairy tale. By then, he, Joseph Pola, will definitely study hard. Make his strength continue to grow. He believes that one day he can destroy the Mage Guild fairy tale with his own hands. Well, from this point of view, Joseph is still very inspiring. It's just a pity that Joseph Pola had to transform himself into a demon in order to reach the inhuman realm as soon as possible. In response, Miraja said, "Before you become a demon, Joseph, I really can't control you. But after you successfully become a demon, you are just a receiving package that will actively become stronger in front of me. So Joseph Pola, you should upgrade quickly. Don't let me down, you haven't reached the king level yet, you are too weak, and it's really uninteresting." Myra's future upgrade package seems to have been settled. "By the way, where did you trick the 3 Hades Gate demons to go?" Then, Joseph seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Crawford and asked, with a murderous look in his eyes, "If they are not dead yet, I can only wipe them out myself. I must not leave any evidence of my collusion with the demons. Associating with demons simply lowers my status." Well, although Joseph became a demon, he still kept the arrogance of being the second only to Fairy Tale in Fiori Kingdom when he was a human, and the president of the Light Magister Guild, and the arrogance of being recognized by the Council of the 10 Holy Magisters. Joseph, who has his own dignity, decided to erase all his connections with Hades Gate. Well, Joseph is a real villain. Don't worry, they are just like the group of Hades Gate demons who went to Fairy Tale to die. I fooled them into attacking the Magic Council era headquarters. The council is holding a parliamentary meeting today. Presheto, Yuri, Habarian, Urafohaim, and Vlad are all here. They are definitely dead. As for the notice you asked me to give to the S-class mages of the Fairy Tale Guild who are out, I have also sent them out. I believe they will return to the Kingdom of Fiori and the Mage Guild Fairy Tale as quickly as possible. When the time comes, they will definitely block the King of Hell Maldogil and his demon cubs in the town of Magnolia. After today, the most mysterious Mage Guild Hades Gate on the Ishgar continent will become history completely." Crawford stroked his beard silently and said with a smile. He found that Joseph was not only brave but also had some plans. Well, after all, he was the first one in the original timeline to use a trick to trick Makarov, causing Makarov to lose his magic power in a short period of time. He also caused a great loss to the entire Fairy Tale Guild. He sent his men to dismantle the Fairy Tale Guild, so he had some plans. "Let's run away, let's run away." Joseph Pola and Crawford discussed it and decided to go to other continents to invite friends. Crawford went to the western continent of Alacadasia. As for Joseph Pola, he naturally went to the northern continent of Kiltana. At the same time, Magic Council era. On a hill not far from the council, Undead Storm, Explosion Jackal and Dojaki Ethel, 3 great demons of the 9 ghost gates who are the highest cotters in the gate of Hades, are looking at the council at the foot of the mountain, thinking about something. Why hasn't Joseph come yet? The person who spoke was the explosive jackal, who looked angry at the moment. Wait a little longer, maybe he will come soon. The immortal Storm looked calm. Wait for nothing. Just go. After all, they are just a group of humans. Ethel moved his neck and said coldly. Wait a little longer. After glancing at Ethel, Storm said in a deep voice. Wait if you want to. I can't wait any longer. They. Hot-tempered Jackal was already annoyed. Again. Storm seemed to be planning to say something. Go ahead. Ethel also said that he was going to take action and would not wait for Joseph, the timid human. Okay. Storm sighed helplessly. At the moment, the odds were 2 to 1, so he had to go ahead. The unfortunate thing was that why did he go on a mission with Jackal and Tongziki, 2 hot-tempered people? Ha ha ha. Go ahead. Let that human who always looked down on us, the hateful Joseph Pola, show us some color, and tell Lord Mardogil, the king of hell, that we demons are no worse than humans. After getting Storm's consent, the Jackal had turned into a flash of lightning and rushed directly to the Magic Council era at the foot of the mountain. What puzzled Storm was that the council, the most important place among humans, did not even have a guard. He entered the meeting room in the center of the council without any obstacles. Explode. Without any hesitation, the Jackal used his spell to explode directly at the wall of the conference room. This was not the end. Everything that the Jackal touched and walked through was turned into ruins in a burst of fire. The entire Magic Council era disappeared from the map in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. This is the real art. The Jackal laughed out loud at this. For this, Deidara and Gladius gave the Jackal a thumbs up. Yes, the Jackal's spell explosion is similar to Gladius, the cotter of the Donquixote family in the One Piece world who ate the superhuman explosion fruit. They can make everything they touch explode. Cough, cough, cough. Jackal, are you crazy? How could you cause such a huge explosion? At this time, Storm and Ethel, who arrived later, also came to the ruins of the Magic Council era. They were choked by the smoke and dust caused by the Jackal's explosion, and they kept coughing and shouted angrily. Okay, okay, the enemy has been dealt with by me, you can go back. In response, the Jackal sneered and answered confidently. Enemy? Solve. Boy, what are you talking about? Accompanied by a cold voice, the smoke and dust suddenly dispersed. Unscathed, the current council president Preshedo Gelberg, as well as vice presidents Vlad Sinkin, Yuri Dolia, Haberian, Urifhaim, and the 2 associate council members Jalal Fernandez and Jura Regis, who usually do odd jobs for the Magic Council era, are silently watching the 3 people, Jackal, Storm and Ethel, who broke into the council. By the way, Jalal and Jura have rarely participated in activities for the guilds they represent. Most of the time, they are helping the council to do things. The advantage of this is that the strength of the 2 has been improved to a certain extent. Although the improvement is not as much as that of Fairy Tail, it is already very high for them. At present, Jalal's strength, under the guidance of Preshedo, has reached the limit of human beings, Jura in the performance chapter. As for Jura himself, his strength has been raised to the level of a senior Saint 10, in the original work, Joseph. It can be said that the magic power of each of the 7 people present is above the standard of the Saint 10. Well, the standard of the Saint 10 is still Jura himself, in the original work, the 6th magic chapter. For a moment, Jackal, Storm, and Ethel were all dumbfounded. The magic power of these humans in front of them was all above him. Especially the group of old men, who actually possessed a sense of oppression that was not weaker than that of Pluto Mardo Gil. You are. No mistake, you are Hades. Haven't you been eliminated by the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild? At this time, when Jackal carefully looked at Prishido's old cheek, he finally panicked and said incredulously. Bullshit. How could it be? How could it be that old man, the one you mentioned, who once founded the strongest dark mage guild in Ishgar continent, the Heart of the Devil, and immersed in black magic for decades? The master of black magic, who is said to be second only to the black mage Zeref 400 years ago, has the magic power closest to the abyss of magic, surpassing the devil, the president of the Heart of the Devil Hades. Preshido glared at the Jackal and spoke loudly. Why are you getting more and more proud? Storm couldn't help but complain at this time. Sure enough, you are Hades, right? The Jackal pointed at Prishido's nose and said angrily. Amaterasu 100 style. Old Pu was too lazy to say more and directly launched the Amaterasu 100 style. Well, this Jackal knows too much. Boy, you said explosion is art. Your previous move is also called explosion. That is neither explosion nor art. Open your eyes and watch. This is the real explosion, art. The moment Lao Pu's voice fell, the terrifying power rose directly, and the huge explosion sound filled the entire wreckage of the Magic Council era. Unlike the flames composed of countless continuous explosions like the Jackal, Lao Pu covered the entire council with just one blow, and even swept the nearby hills in. So it turned out that is this the real explosion? The Jackal disappeared, and before he disappeared, he showed a satisfied look. Buzz. Your soul can't just scatter like this. Preshido narrowed his eyes slightly, and the magic chain in his hand directly swept away the Jackal's soul and sealed it up. He remembered that in the Fairy Tale Guild, there was a little girl whose magic was received by the devil. The Jackal was destroyed with just one blow? Storm's face turned livid, and cold sweat continued to appear on his forehead. Do you think you can survive? Just when Storm was at a loss, Eurofilhame had come to Storm, and he turned into a giant beast with a green body and dozens of meters high, and pinched Storm in his palm. Well, it's time for you to end it too. The roar of the god of thunder. Just when Storm was caught by Eurofilhame, Yuri turned into thunder and came to the Boyche Ethel. With a roar of thunder, he blew Ethel's body into pieces. Boom! At this time, Eurofilhame put his hands together and crushed Storm in his hand. For a moment, the three big demons, Jackal, Storm, and Ethel, all died without a burial place. Buzz! Just then, there seemed to be a strange sound in Volad's arms. After feeling some vibration, he took out the thing in his arms, which turned out to be a long-distance communication crystal ball. This is Volad. After Volad connected the communication, he smiled and greeted the opposite side. This is the fairy tale of the Mage Guild, I am Kana. Senior Volad, the Fairy Tale Guild was attacked by the enemy. According to the captives, they split into two groups and also attacked the Magic Council era. Is there anything wrong with you? Do you need our help? Kana asked immediately after finding that the communication was connected. It's okay. It's okay. It's just 3 little demons. We have solved them. Volad replied with a smile. The destruction of the council is attributed to the demons. And some previous problems are all attributed to this demon invasion. At this time, Preshido spoke seriously to Yuri and others around him. Well, how can this be a demon invasion? It's simply an angel of balance, and it's simply the savior of their Magic Council era. You said that there were 3 demons invading. How could there be only 3 demons? Excuse me, have you seen the figure of Joseph Pola, the last of the former 10 Holy Magisters, and Crawford Shim, the former chairman of the Magic Council era? In response, after hearing what Vlad said, the king of Hell Maldogil looked extremely embarrassed, and his voice trembled a little. He could not accept the fact that he was used by humans. No. The 3 cotters of the 9 ghost gates under your command invaded the council. I have seen them all. In response, Preshedo glanced at the tied-up king of Hell Maldogil through the crystal, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and sneered. Hades? How come you are in the Magic Council era, aren't you dead? Maldogil had cold sweat on his forehead. He felt that his brain cells were not enough, and asked Preshedo in confusion. Oh? Didn't you get involved with Joseph Pola, the kid who escaped from me? Didn't he ever tell you that I am Preshedo? Preshedo asked after glancing at Maldogil. Damn it! I was actually used by someone. How can you humans be so bad? Maldogil's defense was instantly broken, and he roared angrily. Maldogil couldn't understand how the upper and lower limits of the human species could be so big. The upper limit can be kinder than angels, and the lower limit can be more evil than demons. Yes, Maldogil, a demon who has lived for more than 400 years and claims to be able to play with all humans, is now being teased by a human who is not even a fraction of his age, which makes him very unwilling. Boom! Just when Maldogil was furious, there was a thunder in the sky, and Lachesis made a brilliant appearance. Yes, Lachesis, who was supposed to go to the center of the continent, returned to the Fairy Tale Guild, and judging from the posture, Lachesis seemed to be very anxious and hurried back. However, when Lachesis saw the Fairy Tale Guild intact, he was stunned, with a look of confusion and puzzlement. Grandpa, everyone in the guild, are you okay? I heard that the Fairy Tale Guild was attacked. After landing, Lachesis asked everyone in a panic. Why did you come back so soon, Lachesis? And how did you know that the Fairy Tale Guild was attacked? Makarov and the others were stunned. They didn't know how Lachesis could come back so quickly. Even if he ran to the center of the continent and then ran out, it wouldn't be so fast. It would take at least 10 days or half a month, not to mention that he had to complete the mission. It was Crawford, the former chairman of the Magic Council era, who informed me. I had just set out for a few days when I received a warning letter from Chairman Crawford, so I temporarily separated from the Thunder Gods and came back early. Lachesis told the truth. Ah, this. Makarov was stunned for a moment. He looked down at Maldogil with a bit of sympathy in his eyes. Obviously, Maldogil was fooled by someone. President. Is the guild okay? I received a warning letter from former Chairman Crawford and came back early. At this time, accompanied by the falling snow in the sky. Uru was standing on a ski, and in the constantly created snow, he rushed all the way through the waves, fell from the sky, and landed in front of the people of Fairy Tale. Well, if your magic power reaches the King of Heaven level, you can use magic as your own means of transportation and wander around the continent. For example, Volodsinkin often moves by stepping on trees. President, is the guild okay? Without waiting for Makarov to explain, Urusha and Myra Jane also fell from the sky one after another. It was obvious that they had also received Crawford's warning letter. So, did you really reach an alliance with Crawford? Are you sure that you didn't offend Crawford, or that Crawford intended to let you die from the beginning? In this regard, Makarov was no longer a little sympathetic. He looked at the King of Hell Maldogil, who was tied up by them, with special sympathy and asked. Humans. Humans are really too despicable and evil. Maldogil seemed to have not recovered at this moment. After thinking for a long time, he spoke with a bit of unwillingness in his expression. By the way, this guy is a demon, right? If he's a demon, can I accept him? At this time, Myra Jane seemed to have discovered something. She came close to Maldogil and said with a smile. Not only that, plus the immortal Delira, who was supposed to become one of the 9 demon gates, and the Black Priest Keith, who was originally one of the 9 demon gates, you have already accepted. plus the armored Franmars, Dark Trefusa, who I killed, and the exploding Jackal, Immortal Storm, Dojikiri Ethel, who invaded the council and were killed by Preshito. Plus the star servants Kwangwa, and Suzuki Tensira, who are still alive here. You have gathered a complete, the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades. I can fuse the souls of the 9 demons that symbolize the 9 ghost gates of the Gate of Hades into the second mark for you. As long as you add the power of King of Hades Maldergil and the Hades Beast, I can fuse the complete Gate of Hades Tartarus for you. That is a demon that surpasses everything in the underworld, and is not weaker than my powerful strength. Well, what Bradman meant was that since Myra Jane already had a demon soul that was not weaker than his, he could no longer think about receiving his soul. No, you humans have plotted against me, used me, and destroyed my 400 years of planning. Now you are still thinking about my soul. Isn't this too much? Maldo-gil said, and came to Natsu. He hugged Natsu's thigh and cried, Lord Flame Demon, you have to make a decision for me. Lord Flame Demon. I have no merit, but I have worked hard. In the past 400 years, I have been protecting your demon book. Maldo-gil said this and shed tears in pain. This is indeed. The demon book of the devil is very important. Once it falls into the hands of others, it will be unimaginable, which is equivalent to even your life being controlled by others. Although Maldo-gil's combat power is a bit useless, he still has merits. Bradman looked at Natsu and explained seriously. So I am a demon. After thinking for a while, Natsu pointed to his face and asked Bradman. This. I can't tell you the details. After all, theoretically, this is your family affair. Before your brother, the Dark Mage Ziref, tells you everything, the best thing we can do as subordinates is to keep silent. After thinking for a while, Bradman put his index finger in front of his lips and made a gesture of silence. Damn it, can't you tell me everything? After listening to Bradman's words, Natsu said angrily. He hated this kind of riddle man who didn't tell the whole story the most. No, what else do you want Bradman to say? Let him go. We outsiders have almost understood it now. In short, you are both a demon and Ziref's younger brother. To be precise, you are the younger brother who was resurrected by the dark wizard Ziref using some demon-making technology. Kana stretched out her hand and supported her forehead weakly. She could feel that Bradman in front of her had done his best to reveal the information to them. Perhaps the information that Bradman has not said yet really cannot be revealed, but combined with the information she knew, she could also guess the whole thing. It's a pity that what Bradman said was like playing the lute to a cow for Natsu. If he didn't break the matter down and explain it 7 or 8 times, Natsu wouldn't understand it at all. I really can't say it. The next question is not about Master Ziref. It's about the Flame Dragon King Igneel. Bradman kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In fact, as one of the great demons in the world of Eslanden, Bradman rarely feels fear. Fear is often felt by people after seeing him. But just now, the great existence who claimed to be the Flame Dragon King Igneel, his magnificent voice sounded in his heart, and warned him sternly not to say something he shouldn't say. He really felt fear. After all, that was the warning from the Flame Dragon King Igneel. Ignir was the real Dragon King who had won the Dragon King Festival. Before the birth of the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia, he was the greatest life form among the dragons and even all living things in the entire Eslanden world. After Bradman was warned by Ignir, he dared not tell Natsu about the plan that Ignir and Ziref had made 400 years ago. The rest of the information can only be explored slowly by Natsu himself, although in Bradman's opinion, with Natsu's IQ, unless Ignir took the initiative to bring up the matter and confess everything, Natsu would never know everything clearly in his life. It's too hard for me. Bradman couldn't help but sighed when he thought of this. You can't be as difficult as me. I've given everything for you, but you want me to sacrifice my soul in the end. Maldo-gil thought of this and sighed helplessly. He looked at Myra Jane and asked weakly, Actually, little girl, listen to me. Bradman's method can also find substitutes. Now you have gathered 7 of the 9 ghost gates, and you also have the soul of the underworld beast. You don't need my soul at all, and you can also merge into a powerful demon. Of course, this premises that you need to find a demon that can replace my soul. And you happen to have the soul of the demon 18 fighting god, who is stronger than me, so you can use him to replace me. As for the 2 vacant seats in the 9 ghost gates, I can feel that in addition to the above souls, there are 2 demon souls in your body. Can you use them as a substitute? Maldogil is trying to save himself. Hee. At this, Myra Jane smiled faintly. Another update, 10,000 words. Chapter 160. A year has passed, and Lucy is here. Lucy, whose serious heroine only appears after 800,000 words. Not enough. This is not enough. Mirage looked at Mardogil up and down, and said with a smile. At this moment, Mirage was like a profiteer. Not enough. But not impossible. Maldogil heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had figured out something. Since Mirage said it was not enough, but not impossible, it means that he, Mardogil, is not destined to die today. There is still a certain turning point. How about this? I will summon another one of the 18 devil gods for you, and offer his soul to you. Maldogil looked at Mirage and asked tentatively. You are a teachable kid. But it's still not enough. I heard them say that you are a great demon who has lived for 400 years. The soul of a mere fighting god cannot fully reflect your value. Mirage said. She shook her head gently, and stretched out one of her fingers towards Mardogil, quietly gestured in front of Mardogil, with the most innocent and kind expression, saying the most cruel words, the soul of a fighting god lives for 1 year. Hiss! Maldogil took a breath of cold air when he heard it. The soul of a fighting god lives for 1 year? This little girl in front of him really dared to say that. She really didn't take the demon 18 fighting gods seriously? To summon a great demon at the level of the demon 18 fighting gods, it requires complicated rituals and a huge amount of resources. How can these rituals and resources be so easy to gather? But in order to survive, Mardogil nodded helplessly. Deal. After Mardogil finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at Natsu, who was standing not far from him. Until this moment, Mardogil was still expecting that the great flame demon end could protect him and crush all these hateful and cunning humans. Unfortunately, Natsu lowered his head like a quail at this moment, wondering what he was thinking. Alas! Seeing this, Mardogil sighed. How come the strength of this flame demon end is completely different from what is recorded? Aren't you the final demon? Aren't you the flame demon? Aren't you the end who brings the end to the world, just like your name? It really worried the king of hell Mardogil. In response, Happy said, is there a possibility that the end in Natsu's name is read together with my name? For example, Happy End. Fortunately, Mardogil did not hear what Happy said, otherwise he would have shown everyone what it means to vomit blood and die on the spot. Ahem. In the end, Myra Jane did not really accept Mardogil. Instead, he asked Mardogil to use the magic book of the black magician Zeref, which was handed down from the gate of Hades, and consume a lot of resources to summon a great demon every year who is as powerful as the 18th fighting god of demons as the price of his life. Yes, in the end, Mardogil, who was called the King of Hell, could only be forced to backstab his colleagues, which gave him the opportunity to survive in the Fairy Tale Guild. It's really hard for me. Mardogil hugged his legs and squatted in the Fairy Tale Guild, looking like he had no desire to live. He had figured it out now. The great flame demon End, who was said to have the power to end everything, could not protect him at all. Natsu was a complete waste. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a hurry. It was April 8th, X782. Mardogil had lived in the Fairy Tale Guild for half a month. During this half month, Maldo Gil had basically figured out the hierarchical structure of the Mage Guild fairy tale. First of all, from the perspective of power. The nominal supreme leader of the Mage Guild fairy tale. It should be the first president of fairy tale, who sat on the fence on the second floor of the guild all day, shaking his bare and white feet, either watching the show or leading the trouble, and also one of the founders of fairy tale, Mavis Viviamirio. However, in reality, Mavis is treated like a mascot in the fairy tale guild. Only when everyone is on a mission, will they run to Mavis, light a stick of incense and worship her, while shouting, "May the first generation bless me and wish me a smooth completion of this mission without having to repay or spend any additional compensation." Secondly, the second most powerful person in the fairy tale guild of the Mage Guild should be the second generation president Preshedo Gelberg, the traitor of the Dark Mage Guild, the founder and president of the former Devil's Heart, the first Dark Mage Guild on the continent, and the initiator and destroyer of the Balamu Alliance. The current chairman of the Magic Council era. However, now that Preshedo has been stationed in the council for a long time, he rarely manages the affairs of the Fairy Tale Guild. Well, in Lao Pu's eyes, he would rather sit in the office of the council and deal with documents for a month than take a look at the troubles of the Fairy Tale Guild. The reason why he would go back to the Fairy Tale Guild on the first of every month was to see Mavis, whom he missed so much. Therefore, the actual manager of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale is still the current third-generation president Makarov Dolia. That is the previous one, who was so powerful that he could confront him head-on, a terrifying giant hundreds of meters tall. Speaking of this, Mardo Gil felt angry deep in his heart. It was only now that Mardo Gil couldn't find Joseph Pola, otherwise he would have to hang up Joseph Pola, the bastard, and beat him up, and then asked, "You call this equal to your strength?" Yes, Mardo Gil thought of the time when Joseph swore to him in the Hades Gate Guild, the current president of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, Makarov Dolia, his strength is simply not worth mentioning. The other party is just as strong as me before I turned into a demon, that's all. Well, it was precisely because of Joseph Pola's words, and Mardo Gil transferred all the top combat forces of the Fairy Tale Guild, that he dared to bring the Hades Gate to the Dragon Ride, but was instead ridden by the Dragon Ride of Fairy Tale. In addition, there are several seniors of the Fairy Tale Guild, but these seniors are currently serving as vice presidents of the Magic Council era, so they still cannot shake Makarov's power. Under Makarov are the S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Currently, according to Mardo Gil's investigation, there are a total of 15 S-class magicians in the entire Magician Guild Fairy Tale. They are the well-deserved strongest guild Ian Belzarian, and his two wives Irene and Selene, as well as his two daughters Urza and Ellie, and his two sons August and Kernuki. Well, when Mardo Gil knew that Ian's family were all S-class magicians of the guild, his eyes were about to widen. Isn't this Belzarian family too scary? Fortunately, at present, except for Kernuki, the members of the Belzarian family have not been in the Fairy Tale Guild for a long time. At the same time, the family members do not have much desire for the power of the guild. Otherwise, once the family becomes interested in the position of guild leader. In the eyes of Maldo Gil, no one in the entire Mage Guild Fairy Tale can shake the rule of the Belzarian family. In addition, the guild's S-class mages include the former strongest guild Gildarts Clevey, Uru Murkovich, Bradman, Animus, and J.E. Cabrisho. After that, there are Lakusis Dolia, Urusha Milkovich, and Myra Jane Strauss. Among them, the S-class mages who often stay in the Mage Guild Fairy Tale are Kernuki, Uru, Bradman, Jacob, Lakusis, Urusha, and Myra Jane, 7 mages. In the eyes of the Pluto Mardo Gil, he ranked the 7 S-class mages who stayed behind in a series of levels. T1 level is the profound and unpredictable Kernuki. Above the shield level. T2 level is Uru, Bradman, and Jacob. Standard shield level. T3 level is Lakusis, Urusha, and Myra Jane. Ultra King and Quasi Ultra King. Mardo Gil was surprised to find that he could be ranked at the T3 stage among the S-class mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. This is good news. In other words, he has the potential to become an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. Once he, Pluto Mardogil, becomes an S-class mage of the guild, it will be completely different. You know, in addition to being the strongest candidate, the S-class mage is also a candidate for the next president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Once he, Mardogil, becomes the president of the Fairy Tale Guild? Haha, that picture is really beautiful, and he is very excited just thinking about it. I've decided, I want to become an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. After half a month of psychological adjustment, Pluto Mardogil finally made a decision. The first step to gain a foothold in the Fairy Tale Guild is to successfully become an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. As for the fantasy of holding the thigh of Flame Demon and reaching the peak of life from now on, Mardogil has removed these delusions from his brain. In this world, it is better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. Only oneself is the most reliable. Well, on this day, Mardogil awakened. So, time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month later. Time has come, May of X782. After Mardogil spent a lot of time offering the soul of another demon 18th god to Myra Jane, he got a year of respite. Mardogil did not waste his energy on Natsu. Instead, he spent a lot of time studying the black magic book left by Ziref and began to strengthen himself. In this way, time passed quickly in Mardogil's continuous learning, and another 7 months passed in the blink of an eye. Time has come, December 8, X782. Yes, it is the annual day of the Fairy Tale Guild S-level magician assessment. In addition to the previous candidates, there is a new member joining our Fairy Tale Guild in this year's S-class mage assessment, that is Pluto Mardogil. Let's applaud. Makarov put his hands behind his back and announced loudly that Pluto Mardogil was allowed to participate in this year's S-class mage assessment. Haha, everything is within my expectations. In response, Mardogil sneered and spoke confidently. To be honest, the position of S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild this year has been regarded as a sure thing by Mardogil. Go Lord Pluto! Go Lord Mardogil! Xinglishan Quanghua and Liuyueshan Sira, as demons who were too weak to be favored by Myra Jane, were cheering for Mardogil, who was second only to the S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild in their minds. They believed that Mardogil would definitely meet their expectations and successfully pass the S-class mage assessment of the guild. Don't worry. I won't lose. In the past 6 months, I have practiced more than a dozen special spells. Now I have everything I need, even if I meet Bradman, I can still beat him. Mardogil responded to Quanghua and Sira's expectations, and he will definitely shine in the S-class mage assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild this time. Then, boom! Accompanied by a roar. Mardogil, who had entered the demon mode and turned into an absolute demon, was beaten by 2 great demons ranked among the 18 demon gods, and the underworld beast he had been thinking about. And all the dead 9 ghost gates, including Deliura of Immortal, Jackal of Explosion, Storm of Immortal, Ethel of Tongziki, Franmars of Hard Armor, Keith of Black Monk, Trafsa of Darkness, and other great demons, fell heavily to the ground. Hey! Mardogil looked puzzled, and he seemed to have no idea what was going on. Sorry. I will never give you the S-class mage position of Fairy Tale, the Mage Guild, this year. Last year, the day I lost to Uru Murkovich, this position has been in my pocket. Neinhardt looked at Mardogil, who was beaten up by him, and said helplessly. Yes, the winner has been decided. In the year X782 of Fairy Tale, the Mage Guild, the winner of the S-class mage has been born, and that is Neinhardt. In response, Makarlov directly announced the final results of the Fairy Tale Guild's S-class mage assessment in X782. Oh! We won, we finally won. When the betting dogs in the Fairy Tale Guild heard what Makarov said, they seemed to be even more excited than Neinhardt, the winner of the assessment. What's more, he could no longer control his emotions. In his joy, he wiped away his tears and cried loudly. How many years has it been? None of them have won the S-class Magister exam? Fortunately, the hard work pays off. With their perseverance, this year's Fairy Tale Guild's S-class Magister assessment didn't have too many surprises, and they finally won. In this regard, Makarov said, do you think you guessed it right? No, it's that our Magister Guild Fairy Tale's current funds are too abundant. That's right, it wasn't you gambling dogs who won the bet against me. It was me who didn't want to play with you this year and deliberately gave the money to you. Well, cherish your money and stay away from gambling. There are too many gamblers. The bigger the gamble, the more people and the stronger the gamblers. Pluto Lord Maldogil was defeated again. On the other side, Quanghua and Cyril looked at each other. They looked at the Pluto Maldogil who had never won since joining the Magister Guild Fairy Tale. There was disappointment in their eyes. It seemed that they had to do it too. Looking for a better backer. Pluto Maldogil, no. It's definitely not like this, the story shouldn't develop like this. How could I keep failing? This is simply not true. Well, Maldogil broke through the defense once again. Time flies, another 4 months have passed. At this point, a full year has passed since Pluto Maldogil was forced to join the Magister Guild Fairy Tale. Time comes to year X783, March 15th. In the kingdom of Fiori, and even in the entire continent of Ishgar, in the manor of the Heartfilia family, the top conglomerate. Lucy, if you go out through the Heartfilia family's door again today, I will treat you as if you have never happened before, my daughter. A serious and angry roar came from the manor. It could also be heard from the voice that the speaker was an extremely irritable middle-aged man. If I knew that if you let me go home, you would be marrying someone else, and I would never come back. I thought you would miss me, but I was so excited in vain, father. The person who spoke was a beautiful girl with long hair that was as pure as gold and shone with infinite light in the sun. The girl's face probably looked like she was 16 or 17. She was loudly refuting her father. Then, he walked straight outside. Do you think that a single person can marry the Duke of Savaru, the son of the Jelenila family? Just because you are my child, you have inherited the ancient heritage in your body, which has been passed down for 4 generations. The noble bloodline of the Heartfilia family is over 100 years old, so you can marry the Duke. You have the ability to have a relationship with the Jeleniru family, which controls the southern part of Ishgar continent. With a roar, the middle-aged man finally came to the sun and revealed his face and posture. As expected, he was as serious as his voice. I saw that he had combed his hair meticulously and was wearing a decent suit. His body was tense and erect, as if even if he was carrying 1,000 jin load, his waist still could not be broken. His eyes are as sharp as a sharp knife. He is clearly not a mage, and he doesn't even have much magic power in his body, but he possesses a majesty comparable to that of the top 10 magicians. This man is the top Chabal on the continent of Ishgar. He has been inherited for more than 400 years. He is the current head of the Heartfilia family, Jud Heartfilia, and is also the girl in front of him, Lucy Ha. Tefilia's father. Stop joking. I will not marry that wretched guy. Lucy snorted coldly and walked out of the manor. You girl, you are really crazy. When Jud saw this, he was so angry that he kept thrashing around, and he was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. Miss, don't leave. Master, he actually misses you too. He often looks at your childhood photos and sheds tears. It's just that the master is calling you back this time because our Heartfilia family has really encountered a huge crisis and has to call you back. The servants couldn't help shouting anxiously when they saw Lucy, who had quarreled with Jud, picked up her luggage and strode out. Crisis. Didn't my father always think that his strategy was right? Then I think there is no need for me to take action in this crisis sweeping the Heartfilia family. Lucy strode forward. There was sunshine in front of her, but she still shed tears silently, and her cheeks were stained with tears. "Master, don't be angry." In the manner, countless servants gathered in front of Jude and anxiously persuaded him. "Let her go. Tell her never to come back." Jude roared angrily and tried his best roaring, deliberately letting Lucy hear. "Remember, tell the Duke of Savaru of the Geranillo family. I have already persuaded Lucy, even at the cost of breaking up with her. I accidentally let that girl run away. She is unlucky and unworthy of the Duke. Let the Duke marry another good wife. Forget about Lucy." Then, Jude lowered his voice again, speaking in a low voice that only he and his assistant could hear. "Yes, sir." The assistant nodded slightly, immediately understood Jude's meaning, and left the study. Bang! After Jude looked at the assistant leaving, his anger rose to the extreme. He hammered hard on the table in front of him, and his hand holding the pen was immediately stained with blood. But Jude didn't seem to feel any pain, he just hated. Hated that there was too much injustice in this business world. Those hateful people in power can take away his hard work for years or even decades with just a flick of their fingers. It is precisely because of this that Jude let Lucy escape from the Hartfilia family and bravely walk her own way, not to get involved in this corrupt business circle. "Lucy, you must be happy. Live happily with the expectations of me and your mother." Jude looked at Lucy, who left resolutely through the window of the manor, and his eyes were wet. Jude has already lost Leela, and he can't imagine what it would be like if he lost Lucy again. What Jude can do now is to do his best to protect his memories with Leela, everything in the Hartfilia family, and his beloved daughter Lucy. After all, this is a person who can drop all his work and search everywhere on the streets of the whole town for a photo of his daughter. How could he sacrifice his daughter for some money or business? So, more than a month passed in a hurry. Time came to the end of April in X783. "I'm so hungry. I've spent almost all my money. If I keep spending like this, I'll be sleeping on the street in no more than 3 months. Is this not okay?" Lucy walked on the streets of the town with a suitcase in her hand. She stroked her shriveled belly and showed a bit of bitterness on her face. Well, she had enough money, but who told her to see a silver-level star key when she was shopping in a magic prop store? That's a star key. No star mage can refuse it, right? Lucy, a woman who claims to be the future star magic master, is so in love that she can't help herself. Then, because her love was too obvious, Lucy was slaughtered by the hateful unscrupulous merchants. Anyway, get to work. Lucy. You can do it. Didn't you do it this way before? This time, you can do better than before. Lucy waved her fist, encouraged herself, and set off with full energy. Then, Lucy hit a wall. Lucy saw the commission from the public task board outside the street. She chose the one she was best at and set off lightly. "Excuse me, little girl, are you a magician?" After Lucy entered the client's house. The client, who seemed to be dressed simply, asked Lucy excitedly. "Yes, just leave this task to me." Lucy looked at the task list in her hand, full of confidence. It was just in the town, finding a lost cat or something, which was a piece of cake for Miss Lucy. "Thank you so much. Because this task is too simple, the mages in the town's guild are unwilling to do it, so I had to post the task list outside the street. I didn't expect that there would really be a mages who would help me complete the commission and see it. I'm really lucky. By the way, may I ask, mages, what is the mages guild you belong to?" The simple client looked at Lucy and continued to ask. "Mage guild. I'm really sorry, I haven't joined the mage guild yet. But it will be soon. After all, you know." Lucy smiled a little embarrassedly when she heard this, and said helplessly. You said you are not a magician of the guild." "I am really sorry, my tasks cannot be entrusted to any magicians who have not joined the Magician Guild. So please return my task list to me." The client, who had been polite to Lucy after hearing that she was a magician and was going to help her complete the commission, snatched the task list from Lucy's hands after hearing that Lucy did not have a guild, and issued an order to expel her with a cold look. "And little girl, I think you can leave my house now." "Hey! Why is that? Is the Magician Guild so important?" Lucy was stunned for a moment, but she still said nothing, just lowered her head and left the client's room silently. Then, Lucy handled several commissions, but unfortunately when those employers heard that Lucy did not join the Magician Guild, they all rejected Lucy's kindness to help. At this moment, Lucy finally understood that a good Magician Guild, the importance of a magician. At the same time, Lucy also deeply understood how difficult it was for a wandering magician with nothing in the current Fiori kingdom. "Ah! I'm so angry. This is not okay, and that is not okay. Isn't it just that I didn't join the Magician Guild? Just wait and see. I will definitely join. And if you want to join, you must join the most powerful Magician Guild in the Fiori Kingdom and even in the Ishgar continent. Let you open your eyes. He he he. Wait and see. I will definitely let you all open your eyes and watch carefully. Even if I am outside, I can live well." Lucy looked up at the sky and roared loudly. Well, Lucy didn't know at this moment that in the near future, she did join the most powerful Magician Guild in the Fiori Kingdom, Ishgar, and even in the Eslanden world. Unfortunately, that Magician Guild was completely different from what she imagined. So which is the strongest Magician Guild in the Kingdom of Fiori? After venting her emotions, Lucy said to herself with a puzzled look on her face. "Let's go find out." As Lucy said this, she walked towards the place with the most information, the tavern. In the tavern. Tun tun tun. If you want to talk about the strongest Magician Guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, it must be the Guardian of Lumen without a doubt, right? That is the Magician Guild with the highest mission completion rate in the entire Kingdom of Fiori and even in the Ishgar continent. Ha ha ha. The strength of the Magician Guild Guardian of Lumen is indeed very strong, but I think the scale of the Snake Princess is definitely not bad. Especially Jura Regis in the scale of the Snake Princess, who is the closest to the title of 10 Holy Magicians in the Ishgar continent together with Gerald Fordinands in the Guardian of Lumen. In the tavern, countless drunkards gathered together, drinking big gulps of wine while discussing the situation of the magic world in the Ishgar continent. Among them, when talking about the first Magician Guild on the continent, the first thing that everyone thinks of is the Guardian of Lumen and the scale of the Snake Princess with good service and high completion rate. Actually, the Blue Pegasus of the Mage Guild is not bad, right? According to my friend, the members of the Blue Pegasus of the Mage Guild are all a group of handsome men and beautiful women picked from thousands of miles away. They are worth seeing for a lifetime. At this time, someone mentioned Blue Pegasus and showed a wretched look. Shut up now. Look at your lack of ability. Blue Pegasus is just a gigolo shop under the banner of the Mage Guild. Does he have any money relationship with the Mage Guild? Oh, Blue Pegasus is not short of money. I heard that the president of Blue Pegasus drives a magic airship built by the Magic Council. In response, someone smoked a cigar and sprayed the man's face with thick smoke, and angrily said, "What about the 4 hounds?" The man was obviously unconvinced, his face was red, and he mentioned the 4 hounds again. Ha ha ha. You mean the 4 hounds of the Mage Guild? That's even worse, I tell you. That's not as good as what you just said, the Blue Pegasus. The 4 hounds, isn't it just a group of gays in the Mage Guild? Think about it. Among more than 100 guild members, there is not a single woman. There is definitely something wrong. I tell you, it's true. The big brother was obviously drunk, and he kept repeating "I told you." What about the Mage Guild Fairy Tale? I heard many people tell me that Fairy Tale is the most powerful Mage Guild in the Kingdom of Fiori and even in the Ishgar continent. Just when everyone was drinking, a beautiful female voice suddenly came into everyone's ears. Fairy Tale. What? The magician of Fairy Tale Guild is here. When the girl finished speaking, half of the drunkards in the tavern stood up subconsciously and looked around in panic. When these drunkards learned that the magician of Fairy Tale Guild did not come, but the blonde girl in front of them asked the question and mentioned fairy tale, they all sat back in their seats. The blonde girl who asked the question, that is, Lucy herself, was confused at the moment. She didn't know why these people reacted so strongly after hearing the term Fairy Tale Guild, as if they were very afraid of this magician guild. Little girl, the word fairy tale of the Mage Guild is not allowed to be mentioned. You have never seen the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild. They are so vicious and evil like evil spirits. I still remember that year, I stood far away and saw two mages of the Fairy Tale Guild fighting. One of the mages is good at using ice attacks. He is naked and constantly releases ice magic, which makes the whole town cold. The other, the magician, is good at using fire magic and is also an arsonist. The two of them fought so hard that the sky was dark. Half of the city was destroyed. The elder brother said, putting down the bottle in his hand, his face full of fear. Yes. Yes, I heard that the Fairy Tale Guild raises demons and specializes in eating some magicians who are not convinced by their guild. It is said that they have eaten hundreds of people. I heard that Fairy Tale raises dragons. The kind of dragons with wings that can breathe fire are extremely terrifying. They slaughtered towns everywhere. The rumors you heard are not true. I have seen it with my own eyes. A magician of the Fairy Tale Guild summoned countless meteorites with a wave of his hand, smashing thousands of meters high mountains into powder. For a while, the drunkards in the tavern began to talk loudly about the rumors about the Fairy Tale Guild. Some said there were demons in Fairy Tale, some said there were dragons in Fairy Tale, and some said there were gods in Fairy Tale. Lucy was stunned by what she heard. Finally, all these big brothers said one sentence, "Little girl, listen to your brother's advice and stay away from the Fairy Tale Guild as far as possible. Going there is really fatal." I seem to have finally found the place where I should go. When Lucy listened to the thousands of words of these kind people, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Lucy has decided that she must join the Fairy Tale, the Wizard Guild. Even if she can't join, she must go to the Fairy Tale Guild to take a good look. She is really curious, are there any demons or dragons in the Fairy Tale Guild? However, Lucy thinks that this is probably just a rumor. How could there really be dragons or demons in this world? Even if there are, they will not be openly hiding in a small wizard guild. On the other side, in the Fairy Tale Guild, Magnolia Town, Fiori Kingdom. Hey, have you heard recently? There are often people outside pretending to be the magicians of our Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, a very serious meeting was being held in the Fairy Tale Guild. The reason was that a magician of the guild discovered that there was a group of people in Fiori who were under the banner of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, and were organized and purposeful, disrupting the atmosphere of their fairy tale and ruining their reputation. Although, to be honest, their Fairy Tale Guild may not be as organized and disciplined as these imposters, but the genuine ones are the genuine ones, and they have the qualifications and rights to pursue those imposters. Leave it to me to solve it. In response to this, Natsu, who was idle in the guild and didn't know what to do, took the initiative to take on the task of cleaning up the imposters outside. Then I'll leave it to you, Natsu. Yes, I'll leave it to you, Natsu. It's worthy of being Natsu. In the guild, a group of gamblers who were used to drinking and chatting, who were too lazy to go out of their way for such information whose authenticity could not be confirmed, raised their glasses high to Natsu and thanked him for his help. Well, just like that, Lucy's mouth was absolutely impossible to appear in the Magician Guild. The King of Demons, Flame Demon and the Flame Dragon King Igneel, who was sealed in the body of Flame Demon, set off happily. Then there is this book, which will be finished in about 2 months. As for new books, what do you plan to read? At present, I have several themes. One is Bleach, which continues to challenge and makes me collapse several times. One is to wear one piece to summon fairy tale characters, and one is a semi-original urban article with the theme of Only I Can Law. Chapter 161 Half a year, the last S-Class Magician assessment before the plot begins. So, half a year later. After Natsu wiped out a total of 17 Dark Magician Guilds under the banner of the Fairy Tale Guild, he returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. According to Natsu's investigation, he has determined that someone is behind the scenes, organized and dispatched, deliberately letting the people of the Dark Magician Guild play the role of the magicians of their Fairy Tale Guild to discredit the image of their fairy tale people in the eyes of the public. In response, Lucy, who has not yet joined Fairy Tale, said, "Your Fairy Tale Guild, in the eyes of the public, what image do you have?" Unfortunately, this operation was too hasty. Natsu was unable to completely eliminate all the magician guilds on the market that were under the banner of Fairy Tale, and he was unable to find the mastermind behind the entire incident. However, Natsu does not have that much extra time to deal with the affairs of the Dark Magician Guild. After all, it is now October of X783. Next, in the Fairy Tale Guild, the fighting tournament, the 24-hour endurance race, the Harvest Festival, the Winter Snowball Tournament, and the S-Class Magician Guild will be held. Mentor assessments are coming one after another. He didn't have any extra energy to do other work. So, time flies, and 2 months have passed. It's December 8th, X783. Yes, as everyone expected, the annual S-Class Wizard assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild is about to begin. By the way, this is the last S-Class Wizard assessment that the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild have to go through before the start of the original plot timeline. Speaking of which, our Fairy Tale Guild will be who will be the winner of this year's S-Class Wizard assessment in the Tale Guild of the Spirit? It's really hard to guess. In the guild, Wakaba murmured with a cigar in his mouth, looking puzzled. Indeed. The difference from last year, when Neinhardt, who had overwhelming strength, participated in the assessment as the well-deserved top seed player, is. In this year's S-Class Wizard assessment, everyone's strength is almost the same, and there is no benchmark at all, which is very distressing. Macau held in his hand the Fairy Tale Guild X783 player guide issued by Makarov, the Fairy Tale Guild president, and frowned. After several years of precipitation, the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild's magicians has been greatly improved, but the number of people participating in the assessment is still the same. Fairy Tale, S-Class Magician candidates. T1 level, Kana Alprona, Mist Gang, Natsu Dragneel, and Grey Fulp Asta, there are 4 people in total. Among them, after 2 years of hard work, with the help of Voltaire's second magic source, Kana successfully advanced several steps in the field of the 10 Holy Mages. Now Kana's magic power has reached the senior 10 Holy level. Original Joseph, yes, this time the unit of measurement for combat power has changed from Jura to me. As for Natsu, Natsu's growth rate is probably the most exaggerated among all the people in the Fairy Tale Guild. He is obviously a latecomer, but now the magic his power has also reached the senior Holy 10 level. It won't be long before Natsu will reach the level of the strongest human, Jura in the Great Martial Arts chapter. This growth rate is indeed at the Flame Demon end level. As for Grey, Grey has already mastered his ice-shaping magic to perfection, and his current strength is no weaker than that of Uru, who died together with Deliura in the original timeline. There is no doubt that among the 4 people at the T1 level, Natsu is the strongest. But because every time Natsu participates in the S-level magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild, the companion he chooses will always be happy. So everyone decided to rank Natsu on par with Kana, Grey, and Mistgun, instead of opening a separate sequence. After all, this is a list predicting who can pass the S-level magician assessment of the guild this year. Therefore, it cannot be ranked simply according to strength. Happy, sorry, Natsu, my strength is holding you back. I am really sorry that I cannot help you pass the Fairy Tale Guild S-Class Magician Assessment. There are 2 players in the T1.5 level, they are the former leader of the 9 Ghost Gates, Star Servants Kwangwa, and Suzuki Tensira. In fact, if Kwangwa and Sira convert the cursed power in their bodies into magic power, they will completely reach the level of Senior Holy 10. But they took the reason that the mere 9 ghost gates are not worthy of being on par with the Great Flame Demon End, and took the initiative to drop 1 level. The T2 level is, Makao, Wakaba, Leon, Freed, Alba Green, Bigusro, a total of 6 people. They are quasi-holy 10 level strong men. These 6 people are either stuck in front of the gate of the holy 10 or die. Players who can't get in alive. Or there are strong people who are strong enough to threaten the holy 10 level strong men, but the magic power is not enough. The T3 level magicians are, Elfman, Lucky, Gajer, Juvia, Eric, a total of 5 people. The magic power of these 5 people, just in terms of magic power, has reached the level of Senior S-level magicians. In other magician guilds, they will probably be regarded as the mainstay and the ace of the ace. The T4 level magicians are, Levi, Troy, Jet, Bisksa, Azak, Valian, Meister, Marcus, Lysina, Wendy, a total of 10 magicians. This level of magician, their magic power has all reached the S level of other guilds, which is the standard of the ruler of the ghosts in the original work and the 4 elements. In general, from the list of S-level wizard candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild, starting from the T4 level, they can successfully pass the S-level wizard assessment and become a qualified S-level wizard in other wizard guilds. It can be said that the Fairy Tale Guild is below the S-level wizard of its own guild. There are a total of 27 members who have reached the level of the standard S-level wizard of the Light Wizard Guild on the Ishgar continent. This number of strong people is compared to the more famous guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, such as the Scales of the Snake Princess, the Blue Pegasus, and the Four-Headed Hounds, add up to more. Even if the monster-like S-class wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild are excluded. Fairy Tale is currently the world's strongest wizard guild. Of course, it is precisely because there are too many wizards who have reached the S-class standard in the Fairy Tale Guild. So that everyone in the guild cannot accurately predict who will pass the S-class wizard assessment this year. Everyone, I am here to announce in the name of Makarov, the 3rd-generation president of Fairy Tale. The S-class wizard assessment of the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale in X783 officially begins. Makarov stood on the podium, without any hesitation. He loudly announced the start of the S-Class Wizard Assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild. Compared to Fairy Tale, this year's S-Class Wizard examination is probably the most suspenseful of the Guild's previous S-Class Wizard examinations. First of all, let me announce that the examiners for this year's Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard examination are Death God Bradman, Assassin Jacob Riccio, Rose Knight Neinhart, Uru Merkovich, Lake Uses Delea, Myra Jane Strauss, and Arusha Merkovich. Makarov stood on the podium and announced loudly that there were a total of 7 examiners for the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard examination in X783. It can be said that this is also the most common examiner lineup in the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard examination. By the way, among the S-Class Wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, Lake Uses, 22 years old this year, has successfully reached the threshold of the shield level. According to his own calculations, he would be able to successfully reach the same level as Uru, Jacob Riccio, and others on his 23rd birthday next year. As for Myra Jane and Arusha, they finally broke through the barrier of non-human and reached the level of king with their unremitting efforts. That is to say, at present, in the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale, all the S-Class wizards are above the king level. I don't want to give these guys a pass at all. Myra Jane stood behind Makarov. She glanced at Natsu and others who were eager to try in the hall, and said helplessly with one hand on her forehead. Well, although Myra Jane successfully passed the S-Class magician test held by the Fairy Tale Guild 3 years ago, the total amount of magic power in her body was just at the human limit, Jura in the martial arts performance. But as someone who has already crossed the threshold, she decided to raise the threshold a little higher. Indeed. By the way, the S-Class magician of our Fairy Tale Guild should at least be stronger than Senior Vlad, who is not good at fighting, right? At least it should reach the level of the original 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, right? But now it should be called the 7 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Altair nodded slightly after hearing this. Whether it is Natsu, Grey, Kana, or Mistgang, in Altair's opinion, they are too young. Want to pass the S-Class Magician test of the Fairy Tale Guild? Practice hard for a few more years, then talk about it. In order to pass the test and become an S-Class Magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, you need at least the strength of the King of Heaven, right? By the way, who is not a King of Heaven now? Urusha, who has officially reached the King of Heaven, speaks with a strong attitude. Speaking of the strength that can rival the original 7 heavenly kings of Ishgar. I think I have such strength without a doubt. While speaking, Pluto Mardogil stood up again. After a year of precipitation, the cursed power in Mardogil's body has become more pure. Even the god of death Bradman, who is the examiner, can't help but take a look at him. Mardogil, this kid, still has something. Bradman frowned. He never thought that Mardogil really had some skills and actually used some unique methods to make his strength in his body even better. So that's it, is it the remains of the underworld beast that was fused? Maldogil, you're not the one who has been fused. After Bradman carefully observed Maldogil for a long time, a hint of realization appeared in his eyes. He finally understood the reason for the other party's improvement in strength. No. Maldogil, as the designated fusion material, you are not qualified to participate in this year's S-level magician. When you summon all the 18 demon gods for me and pay off your debt, come and talk to me about participating in the assessment. In response, Myra Jane smiled at Maldogil and shook her head. No. You are targeting me. This is a kind of bullying, which is incorrect. You can't treat a demon who has surrendered differently. Demons also have human rights. After hearing this, Maldogil knelt on the ground, holding his head and crying. He felt the attack of the demon body and the deep discrimination. It's funny that the demon was bullied by the fairy tale and cried. You are a demon, what human rights do you want? Even your demon boss Flame End has no human rights in our guild, and you still want human rights? It's really funny. In response, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild smiled disdainfully. In short, the Fairy Tale Guild X783, the S-level magician assessment officially began, and I'm too lazy to think about the specific rules. Anyone who thinks that his strength has reached the S-level, all come together. As long as you can defeat any of the active S-level, you will win. Makarov said, tearing the list in his hand cleanly, and loudly announced that this year's Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class magic the rules of the instructor's assessment. Well, what bullshit rules? The Fairy Tale Guild's exam rules are that there are no rules. Hey! President, do you mean to let us start a war in the Fairy Tale Guild? Aren't you afraid that we will break things? Makarov's words made all the fairy tale people dumbfounded. They raised their heads, looked at Makarov in disbelief, and asked. Is this something you should consider? Makarov laughed out loud when he heard this. Don't worry. I'm not the same person I used to be. I'm super rich now. Makarov said, and took out a deposit certificate with a 1 at the beginning and 10 zeros at the end. Do his family members understand the value of a 10 billion deposit? Tear it down. Even if these little brats demolished the entire city of Magnolia, he, Makarov, can afford the compensation now. I can only say that things are different now, brothers. Since the president has spoken, what are you waiting for? Watch out! The flame dragon's collapse fist. After Natsu saw Makarov speak, he did not hesitate at all. Like a sharp sword, he jumped over the crowd, and suddenly punched Myra Jane in the face. Swish! Boom! As expected, Myra Jane was punched away by Natsu. Sister! In the stands, Elfman and Lysina, watching Myra Jane being blown away by Natsu, all froze in place, and they trembled instantly. because they knew that something terrible was going to happen next. Haha! Natsu, you are very good. I heard that you are also a demon, right? Look at me beat you up, and then I accept you. Accept the soul of the demon 18 fighting gods. As Myra Jane said, infinite magic power burst out from her body. Boom! Under a huge magic circle covering the entire first floor hall of the Fairy Tale Guild, Myra Jane instantly completed the reception and turned into a powerful demon god. Ha ha ha! It's burning! Natsu looked at Myra Jane, who had turned into a fighting god, with blazing flames all over his body, and transparent dragon scales slowly emerged on his skin. Is this the power of the dragon? Natsu, this kid, has actually grown to this point. On the ring, Laiku says, and you are you, looking at Natsu, who burst out with super magic power and had dragon scales printed on his skin, their pupils trembled and spoke in shock. Boom! Dragon Slayer secret technique, Crimson Explosion Blade. Natsu did not hesitate at all, and rushed directly to Myra Jane and used the Dragon Slayer secret technique. Devils 18 fighting gods, hyperspace shattering. Myra Jane did not intend to let Natsu go, and waved his hands to use the space shattering technique. Boom! For a moment, Mirage and Natsu's magic power collided, affecting everyone nearby. Asshole! I don't plan to participate in this year's S-Class Magician Assessment. You forced me to do it, so I'll take action. Fire Shape Magic, Red Flame Blade. Dense Fog Shape Magic, Dense Fog Cavalry. Wakaba and Makeo, who were originally prepared to watch the show, were directly affected by Natsu and Mirage's magic because they were too close to the podium, and were forced to join the melee. For a moment, Makeo created one flaming blade after another, directly igniting half of the guild. Coupled with the thick smoke created by Wakaba, the interior of the Fairy Tale Guild is now completely unbearable to watch. Hey! This is fun, the roar of the Iron Dragon. Gajeel did not hesitate. After finding the right opportunity, he roared at Arusha on the podium. Buzz! Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the roar released by Gajeel disappeared completely. At some point, Arusha on the podium had come to Gajeel's side. She patted Gajeel on the shoulder and whispered, "Cool down. Brat." When Arusha finished speaking, Gajeel had turned into an ice sculpture. "Shut up, idiots!" Eric covered his ears in despair. He stared at Walian fiercely. In the entire Fairy Tale Guild, this guy's voice was the most disgusting. The roar of the poison dragon. Thinking of this, Eric was too lazy to think. He opened his mouth and roared a poisonous dragon, giving it to Walian, the bastard. Hey! Hit me? Even Walian didn't expect that. Eric would suddenly attack him. Under Eric's roar, Walian was directly knocked out and fainted on the ground. Haha, the world is finally quiet. Seeing this, Eric slowly breathed a sigh of relief, with a comfortable smile on his face. Accept the soul of the Beast King. At this moment, Elfman has completely mastered the soul of the Beast King. He transformed into a giant beast of more than 10 meters and hit Laikus. You have really grown up, Elfman, you dare to attack me? Laikus glanced at Elfman, who had transformed into the Beast King, and his body burst into infinite lightning. With one punch, he knocked Elfman, who rushed in front of him, to the ground. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Then, Laikus' sass roared and blasted Eric, who was watching the show not far away. It's time to prove my strength. Arusha Milkovich, I want to challenge you. Maldo Gil, who was originally bullied by the fairy tale people and kept crying, finally realized that tears could not get sympathy. The fairy tale, the Wizard Guild, never believed in tears. Only strength can get the respect of the fairy tale people. At this point, Maldo Gil took the initiative to find Arusha. Newcomer, you are too arrogant. My strength is still above Myra Jane. Arusha didn't expect Maldo Gil to challenge her. She saw her mouth corners slightly raised, the magic power in her body kept surging, and the nature of her magic changed at this moment. What is this? God-killing magic! Maldogil's pupils trembled slightly when he saw this. Having lived for 400 years, he naturally recognized what the powerful magic flowing in Arusha's body at this moment represented. The roar of the god of time. Before Maldogildo could think, Arusha had already hit Maldogildo with the roar of the god of time. In a short time, Maldogildo felt that his body seemed to be out of control. I have slowed down the time of your body to the extreme. The next step is my unilateral output time. Arusha said, and cast an ice-shape rose garden, which directly knocked Maldogildo away. The ice-shape magic of the king-level strongman has infinite power. After knocking Maldogildo away, the rose garden did not stop, but smashed a huge hole in the gate of the fairy tale guild, and the terrifying cold air spread to the town of Magnolia outside. Thorns. On the other side, Maldogil, who barely regained control of his body, did not hesitate and directly released his thorn spell, colliding with Arusha's ice rose garden. Boom! When the two king-level masters started a duel, the entire town of Magnolia was shaking. Even many nearby buildings were directly shattered and turned into ruins under Arusha's powerful force. Stop it! What are you doing? No, I just told you to let go of your hands and feet to fight for the sake of atmosphere, but you really let go of your magic to fight. Seeing this, Makarov knelt down powerlessly and spoke angrily. In response, Arusha and Maldogil looked at each other, helpless, and replied, "See. You asked us to fight freely, but when we really fought freely, you started to be unhappy and cried unreasonably here. There is really nothing we can do about you." Boom! On the other side, Lacuses and you also fought. No, this is the S-level magician assessment. You two have passed the S-level magician assessment, why are you fighting? What the hell are you doing? Makarov looked at Lacuses and who were releasing magic power wantonly, one with thunder and one with ice, and asked speechlessly. Boom! On the other side, Makao and Wakaba also began to attack the magicians in the guild indiscriminately. Because of the thick fog and flames, everyone couldn't tell who was who. As long as they saw people, they would take the lead in attacking them based on the theory that the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. For a while, S-class mages and S-class mages, S-class mages and S-class candidates, S-class candidates and S-class candidates, ordinary mages and ordinary mages, the entire fairy tale guild was in complete chaos. Everyone only knew one thing, that is, fighting. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Fight, fight. Who can beat you? In that case, then add me. Makarov was completely crazy. He laughed and turned into a giant, and also joined the fairy tale guild in this super melee. Boom! For a while, infinite magic power resounded through the sky. The entire fairy tale was in chaos. The battle lasted for a whole day before it ended. When everyone lay down, someone asked Makarov, President, who passed the S-class mage assessment this year. Makarov, you still have the nerve to ask. Chapter 162 Natsu and Lucy, A Fateful Encounter. I, Makarov Dolia, as the third-generation president of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, hereby announce. In the S-class mage assessment of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale in X783, not a single person passed. In response, Makarov glanced at the guild member who had no sense at all, and loudly announced the final result of the S-class mage assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild in X783. Hey! As Makarov's voice fell, all the mages in the first floor hall of the Fairy Tale Guild became excited, and they said anxiously, "Isn't it wrong? No matter how, in other words, there shouldn't be an S-class magician exam without even one qualified candidate, right? In this case, wouldn't it mean that no matter who we bet on, we won't get any money? Is it still an exam without a correct answer? Isn't this a scam? Refund." Refund! Refund! For a while, under the angry shouts of the gamblers, the magicians of the fairy tale guild once again urged Makarov to return the money. Refund? Dream on! It's impossible for me to return the money. It's impossible in this life. Makarov has seen through the magicians of his own guild at this moment, so he decided that from now on, he must not give a good face to these gambling dogs in the guild. Today, they dared to demolish the town of Magnolia for the S-level magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild. Next year, they dared to demolish the entire kingdom of Fiori for the exam. By then, no matter how much money Makarov has in his hands, he will not compensate. Protest! Protest! Oppose! Firmly oppose! In response, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild gritted their teeth and said angrily, "Since, in the previous S-level magician assessments, there will be multiple qualified candidates, and special circumstances will occur. Then in this year's S-level magician assessment, there will also be special circumstances where there is no qualified candidate. These special circumstances are all very normal things. So no matter your protest or objection, it is all invalid here. In any case, this year's S-class magician assessment ends here." Makarov gave the final explanation after hearing this. Then, without waiting for everyone to continue protesting, Makarov put his hands behind his back and added calmly, "After all, the reason why no one passed this year's assessment is because your strength is insufficient. Am I right? I think, even if I announce now that Natsu has passed this year's assessment and is qualified to be a member of the S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu will not agree. After all, he did not really defeat Myra Jane, the examiner." When Makarov said this, he looked at Natsu deeply. "Am I right? Natsu?" After a slight pause, Makarov asked Natsu. "Damn it! Now I can't beat Myra Jane at all. Happy, don't waste time, come with me to do the mission. It's time for us to practice. We must become stronger and stronger. Next year I will definitely defeat Myra Jane, Lacusis, and even Urza, and successfully pass the S-class magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild." After Natsu was silent for a long time, he suddenly sat up from the floor, spit out dragon flames from his mouth, and ignited the flames on the roof of the Fairy Tale Guild that had just been extinguished. Then, without giving Makarov a chance to hit him, Natsu stood up and ran outside the Fairy Tale Guild, shouting as he ran, "Wait and see. Next year, I will definitely become a magician of the Fairy Tale Guild." Ah! Happy flapped his little wings, followed Natsu closely, and echoed Natsu. "Natsu, you bastard, come back to me quickly." Makarov looked at Natsu who was running away and shouted angrily. So far, Natsu and Happy began their own training journey. Natsu's first stop was to go to the Magic Council era where the second-generation president of Fairy Tale, Pres Hito, was, hoping to get the guidance of the second generation. Chairman Pres Hito, there is a magician named Natsu Dragneel outside the gate of the council who claims to be a member of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. He plans to meet you. Do you want to meet him? In the study of the chairman of the Magic Council era, a staff member of the council with a cheek like a frog is looking at Pres Hito seriously and reporting the situation outside. No. From now on, no matter who the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild is, I will not meet him. Pres Hito did not hesitate at all and directly rejected Natsu's request for an interview. Of course, Pres Hito did not just reject Natsu as a magician, he rejected all the members of the Magicians Guild Fairy Tale. Well, when Pres Hito did not become the chairman of the Magic Council era, he also cursed the people of the council all day long for being sick. But when Pres Hito really took over the council, he found out how excessive the members of the Magicians Guild Fairy Tale were. Based on the principle that if you are too nice to someone, you are either a traitor or a thief. Pres Hito directly chose to reject Natsu's request for an interview. Sorry, Chairman Pres Hito. Although you said you don't want to see that member of the fairy tale guild. But, how can I say it? The frog-faced man, a staff member of the Magic Council, obviously did not expect that Prince Hito would refuse Natsu's request to see him. As he spoke, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Boom! Just when the frog-faced man was about to say something, accompanied by a roar, the door of Prince Hito's office was kicked open, and Natsu and Happy appeared in a flash. Second generation, I'm here to see forgiveness. Natsu held Happy and looked at Prince Hito in the office, smiling and talking. Sorry, Mr. Counselor, we can't stop him. Behind Natsu, a group of counselors rushed in a panic. They were all burnt black, and it was obvious that they had tried their best to stop Natsu, but because they were no match for Natsu, they were beaten up instead. Alas! Prince Hito sighed helplessly when he saw this. Natsu, what are you looking for me for? Prince Hito first gave the soldiers a look, signaling them to go down first, and then walked to Natsu slowly and asked gently. Second generation, please tell me how to become stronger. Natsu clenched his fists, looked at Prince Hito, and talked seriously. How can I become stronger? That's a good question. Prince Hito narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. After just a brief thought, Prince Hito had already thought of a way to deal with Natsu. Want to become stronger? Isn't that easy? First of all, you have to be modest. Jura, come here. Prince Hito said, using telepathy magic to notify Jura who was waiting outside. Lord Prince Hito, do you have something important to talk to me about? Jura's current magic power is not much different from that of Natsu. They are both at the senior level of Saint 10. If they take one more step forward, they will reach the level of human limit, Jura in the great martial arts. Compared to the original timeline, Jura, who was at the threshold of Saint 10, often stayed in the Magic Council era, doing chores for the speaker and the vice speakers, so that Jura can directly get the guidance of the king-level strongmen. His strength is undoubtedly much stronger. Natsu's magic power is almost the same as yours. You are magicians at the same level, and you must have a lot of experience to exchange. Therefore, let Natsu accompany you to practice for a month. Prince Hito threw the task of leading Natsu to Jura without saying anything. Yes, sir. Jura naturally would not have any complaints. After all, the reason why he has the current strength is all due to the guidance of Lord Prince Hito. At the same time, after Jura received Prince Hito's order, he had made up his mind that he would seriously teach Natsu in magic. Natsu, please give me more advice in the next time. Jura bowed slightly towards Natsu. Oh. Okay, Bald Uncle. Natsu smiled and replied. Bald Uncle. Jura's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard it, but he still put his hands together and tried his best to calm his mood. So. Under Jura's leadership, Natsu's practice began. Under the waterfall, Jura put his hands together and closed his eyes. He was using the power of the waterfall to temper his body and take this opportunity to feel the power of nature. Natsu, calm down and feel the world. At the same time, Jura did not forget to point out Natsu beside him. Water. 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 The most annoying thing is water. I can't calm down at all. Natsu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he looked like he had lost all hope. Natsu, you have to try to overcome your fear. I know you are afraid of water, including my earth magic. At the beginning, I was not good at dealing with users of water magic. Because the sand I manipulated would turn into mud that I couldn't control when it met water. But I overcame my fear. In the end, I further developed rock magic on top of earth magic. In front of the indestructible rock, water magic will have no meaning. This is the benefit of overcoming fear and overcoming fear. Jura's expression was still calm, and he did not forget to point out Natsu beside him. Love. Natsu's brain seemed to have crashed a bit. His face was extremely ugly, but he still insisted. But when Natsu answered Jura's question, he had already subconsciously entered the harpy form and only knew to nod and reply love. 3 months passed like this. It was March of X784. Boom. Under Jura's guidance, after 3 months of waterfall beating, Natsu could now sit quietly under the waterfall and feel the nature like Jura. Natsu, there is nothing more I can teach you. After all, you and I are actually magicians of the same level, so there is a limit to what I can teach you. The next road depends on you. Jura looked at Natsu, who was sitting quietly, and sighed softly. Jura could feel that the magic power in Natsu's body was infinitely close to the limit of human beings. There was no doubt that Natsu had left him, Jura Regis, far behind. Is this the cultivation speed of a top genius? It really opened my eyes and I learned a lot. Jura sighed, but the anxiety in his heart only lasted for a moment, and he continued to calm down. The thing that must be said is, Jura does have a state of mind that his peers do not have. After Jura saw a genius like Natsu, his state of mind not only did not break, but became more perfect. Next. After 3 months of training with Jura, Natsu continued his journey. This time he went outside the kingdom of Fiori, intending to seek an opportunity to move forward. Then, by chance, Natsu met Gildarts. After Natsu told Gildarts that he was traveling to seek a breakthrough, Gildarts asked Cornelia for a 3-month vacation. Cornelia, please give me 3 months of vacation. Natsu is not easy. Forget it, I'll give you a vacation. Cornelia sighed helplessly after hearing this. Hee. Gildarts, who was wearing casual clothes and had traveled with Cornelia for several years, threw his casual clothes aside and put on his cloak for adventure. Natsu, the adventure begins. Gildarts rubbed Natsu's head vigorously and shouted loudly. Oh! Natsu excitedly echoed. There are not many opportunities to adventure with Gildarts. So, the 3-month adventure of Natsu and Gildarts finally began. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. It was June of X784. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. Gildarts, who was discussing with Natsu where to go for adventure next, was knocked unconscious by Cornelia's punch, and was carried out. It's time for Gildarts. You have accumulated a lot of bullets in 3 months, right? Cornelia licked her lips gently and said excitedly. Natsu, the next road is up to you. In response, Gildarts stretched out one of his fingers to Natsu not far away, and under Cornelia's drag, drew a long line on the ground, and said seriously. I always feel that Gildarts' wife Cornelia is the closest to the S-class magician in our fairy tale guild. In response, Happy looked at the domineering Cornelia and said seriously. Love. Natsu, who was completely scared by Cornelia, imitated Happy's tone and nodded. Then, another month passed. Time came to July 2nd, X784. The port city of Harjan. My dear guest, you have arrived at your stop. Please get off the train quickly. The conductor, who was looking at the magician in front of him with a headache, spoke weakly. Hurry up, Natsu. The fire dragon mentioned in the intelligences in this city. Don't you want to see Ignir? Happy stood outside the train, looking at the staggering Natsu, and urged. I want to, too. Happy. But it's really uncomfortable. Woo woo woo. If I had the perverted magic power of Lacuses, I wouldn't have to take the train. Natsu's face was ashen. As his magic power continued to increase and he became more and more proficient in dragon-slaying magic, his motion sickness symptoms not only did not change, but became more and more intense. Natsu remembered that according to Ian's words, the reason why he was so motion sick was because his dragon power had begun to move towards perfection. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Natsu was about to say something. With the sound of a whistle, the door of the train where Natsu was closed, and the train was moving in a farther direction. Ah! The train has left. Seeing this, Happy opened his eyes wide and watched Natsu leave, indifferent. Happy, save me. On the train, Natsu was constantly asking Happy for help. Unfortunately, Happy was a bad cat. He did not intend to help Natsu, of course, because Happy could not help. At the same time in the town. This kind uncle, how much is this key? A beautiful girl with short golden hair was trying to buy a not very powerful key. The girl didn't know that there was a destined encounter waiting for her in the future. Chapter 163 Lucy, the magician of the fairy tale guild must be very kind, right? I said, 20,000 J. The owner of the prop store said so. The blonde girl was silent for a moment after hearing this. After thinking for 5 seconds, she shook her beautiful long hair and showed her perfect and graceful figure to the uncle in front of her. She continued to ask, so, kind uncle, please look at my bright eyes and answer my question again. How much does this star spirit key of the puppy constellation sell for? I have said it several times, 20,000 J. To this, the uncle, who was already past the age of being tempted by beauty, answered calmly. Well, older men are invincible in all aspects. Tisk. In the end, it only gave me a discount of 1000 J. Is my beauty only worth 1000 J? What a joke. A minute later, the blonde girl strode down the street, holding the star spirit key of the puppy constellation tightly in her hand, cursing all the way, complaining about the shop owner's lack of taste. You know, she was the object of marriage for several young masters from big families. You say she is not strong enough, she won't say much. You say she is not beautiful enough, she will argue with reason. It's Lord Fire Dragon. Everyone come quickly. It's Lord Fire Dragon. Just as the blonde girl, holding the star spirit key worth 20,000 J and bought at a high price, cursed, the crowd that kept gathering and crowding not far from her, and the shouts of star-chasing girls one after another, came into her ears, attracting the attention of the blonde girl. Lord Fire Dragon, could it be the super-famous magician in fairy tale, the first magician guild in the kingdom of Fiori? The blonde girl, Lucy, the star spirit mage, listened to the shouts one after another, and walked quickly towards the crowd and squeezed into it. Make way, my sister is so beautiful. Damn it, it's okay. Who is it? You touched my butt. After a while, when she got out of the crowd and looked at the fire dragon who was surrounded by a group of girls, her eyes trembled. Well, it's not about how handsome the mage called Fire Dragon is, but the man surrounded by a group of girls is a middle-aged greasy uncle with short blue hair. Bastard! How can such a person attract so many young girls? Lucy kept complaining in her heart. However, the next second, Lucy suddenly felt that the greasy uncle in front of her didn't seem so bad. There was an invisible charm on his body that attracted her, making her heart beat faster and faster. Strange, is it because he is a celebrity? Why does he have such a strong attraction to me? Lucy looked puzzled, but she couldn't help it. Her excitement was like she was attracted to the middle-aged uncle in front of her at first sight. Igneel. Just as Lucy stroked her heart and was attracted by the middle-aged uncle, a boy with cherry-pink short hair came out of the crowd and stood in front of the blue-haired uncle who called himself the Fire Dragon. Who are you? The boy with cherry-pink short hair paused for a moment after seeing the blue-haired middle-aged man in front of him, and then asked in confusion. However, it was also during this interruption that Lucy, whose expression was gradually becoming fanatical, gradually calmed down. This guy used illegal magic. Lucy stared at the ring on the middle-aged man's finger, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Me. The man known as the Fire Dragon is me. The blue-haired uncle heard the words, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a self-proclaimed cool attitude, and loudly introduced his identity. I don't know him, I'm leaving. It seems that the information given by the guild is not accurate, Harpy, I'm going back to settle accounts with him. The pink-haired boy heard the words, turned around, pushed the crowd away, and walked away. Love. Someone seemed to respond to the pink-haired boy in the sky. Come back. I haven't finished talking yet. And you're walking so fast, don't I have any face? Seeing this, the blue-haired uncle said excitedly. I'm sorry, uncle. I recognized the wrong person. In response, the pink-haired boy turned around, scratched his head first, and then showed a slightly apologetic smile. You guy, didn't you hear Lord Fire Dragon calling you? That's right, that's right. Lord Fire Dragon is a super powerful magician. Just when the pink-haired boy didn't care about the blue-haired uncle, the little fans who were gathered around the blue-haired uncle seemed unhappy. They surrounded the pink-haired boy and attacked him. What are you doing? What kind of powerful magician is he? What does it have to do with me? The pink-haired boy held his head with both hands, and was beaten back by the girls. He explained helplessly. You are still quibbling. When the girls heard this, they immediately gave up and became more ruthless. Forget it, don't get excited. This is my autograph. Take it and show it off to your friends. At this time, the uncle who called himself the Fire Dragon walked in front of the girls, rescued the pink-haired boy, and gave him an autographed card. Who wants this thing? Seeing this, the pink-haired boy roared. Asshole! Don't be so ungrateful. In response, the pink-haired boy was beaten up by the fans of the Fire Dragon again. Anyway, that's it for now. Don't miss it. My party tonight. Then everyone, bye. The Fire Dragon shrugged helplessly at this, and after a light snap of his fingers, he disappeared into the sky. Lord Fire Dragon is so powerful. Yes. Yes. It's all your fault, you chased Lord Fire Dragon away. After the Fire Dragon left, the girls who were attracted by the Fire Dragon seemed to have no reason to stay. As they dispersed, they did not forget to cast contemptuous eyes on the pink-haired boy. Your luck is really bad today, Natsu. First I took 2 trains, and then I recognized the wrong person. A whole day's work was in vain. As the girls dispersed, only a mess was left, and a pink-haired boy lying in the ruins, holding the Fire Dragon autographed card, silently standing there. Next to the pink-haired boy, there was a blue cat that fell from the sky. He stood beside the pink-haired boy and comforted him softly. Hey? The cat can actually talk. Just when the pink-haired boy was confused, the blonde girl named Lucy came to the pink-haired boy. She was shocked at first that the boy's blue cat could actually talk. Then she stretched out her fair hand to the boy lying on the ground and said with a smile, My name is Lucy, a wandering magician, a magician without a guild, who is traveling alone. Thank you so much for what I did just now. My name is Natsu, I am a passerby. The boy with cherry pink hair heard this, reached out and held the girl's hand, and subconsciously said his name. However, just when Natsu was about to reveal his identity as a magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, he suddenly paused, and fell silent in order not to bring any more bad luck to Fairy Tale. Well, anyway. Under the trick of fate, the boy named Natsu and the boy named Lucy finally held hands and stood together. The two looked at each other and sized each other up, and this glance seemed to last for 10,000 years. By the way, judging from your appearance, you haven't eaten yet, right? Until the girl named Lucy's face gradually turned red, she looked at the dusty Natsu and Happy and asked. Gurgle. Although Natsu and Happy did not answer, their stomachs had already said it all. So. In the nearest restaurant. Crack. 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 Delicious, this is delicious. Oh, this is delicious too. I haven't eaten such delicious food for half a month. Natsu ate all the food on the table like a whirlwind. Waiter, give me another serving of what was just served. Lucy couldn't help but add another table of food for Natsu. You are such a good person. By the way, how did we help you? Have we met before? Why did you say thank you to me? Natsu couldn't help but give Lucy a thumbs up and asked. Haha, it's okay. Lucy smiled slightly, then looked at Natsu and explained softly, the guy called Fire Dragon just now used a magic called Charm, which will force others to give hints of love. Many years ago, it was banned from sale by the Magic Council era. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would still meet him here, and he was used by a famous magician, and used this method to attract immature girls. That magician called Fire Dragon was really vulgar. Lucy said this and slammed the table hard. She was angry that she, who claimed to be an elite, was almost deceived by that guy called Fire Dragon. Vegetarian. Natsu continued to eat without raising his head. Of course, don't look at me like this, I am also a magician. Of course, because I haven't joined any magician guild, so far, I am still a wandering magician. However, don't look at me as weak, I am actually working hard to join my beloved magician guild, and it has already paid off. I believe that in the near future, I will definitely be able to join the magician guild and become a real magician recognized by the world. Lucy spoke excitedly, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Really? Great. I believe you can do it. Natsu just nodded continuously, as if he was agreeing with Lucy. Anyway, I've said a lot about magicians. I'm really sorry. You don't look like magicians. So why are you here? You look like you're looking for a magician called Fire Dragon. Is there any other magician nicknamed Fire Dragon in this world? As Lucy said, she became curious about Natsu and asked. It's not called Fire Dragon. It's a real fire dragon. Natsu looked up at Lucy and explained. Love. Happy agreed with Natsu, nodded, and explained loudly, it's the kind of thing covered with scales, with wings that cover the sky and the sun, and strong limbs, and it will spit out flames and molten lava from its mouth, the fire dragon that usually sleeps in the active volcano. How could such a thing appear in the town? Lucy was dumbfounded. She looked at Natsu and asked loudly. Hey? In response, Natsu and Happy showed a look of sudden enlightenment and shock. Don't show a look of understanding now. Dragons, which only exist in people's imagination and myths, can never appear in the town. This is common sense. Lucy looked at Natsu and preached loudly. But Ian and his family all live in the town? In response, Natsu looked confused. Indeed, Ian's family all live in the town. Hearing this, Happy echoed. What is Ian's family? Lucy looked at Natsu and Happy in confusion. Ian's family is a dragon. Natsu looked up at Lucy and explained. Dragon? What dragon? Lucy was confused. It's a dragon that can fly and destroy a mountain with a roar. Natsu explained seriously. Forget it, forget it. I'm convinced, okay? Anyway, you guys can eat here slowly, I'm leaving first. Lucy felt that she had met a weirdo. After paying the bill, she left a few thousand J of funds for Natsu and then turned and left. However, just when Lucy was about to leave, the waiters looked in shock at the direction behind her. I suddenly had an ominous premonition in my heart. Lucy's forehead was sweating. She seemed to have anticipated something that would happen in the future. Thank you so much for treating us to dinner. Love. After Lucy turned her head, she saw Natsu and Happy kneeling on the ground, thanking Lucy loudly. Well, this scene can be said to be a famous scene in history. Please get up quickly, it's really embarrassing. Lucy's face was livid. She didn't understand why these two guys wanted to harm her when she kindly invited Natsu and Happy to dinner. By the way, this autograph is for you. Just when Natsu kneeled tightly on the ground, he suddenly thought of something, took out a signature of Fire Dragon from his backpack, and gave it to Lucy. I don't want this thing. Seeing this, Lucy threw the autograph out directly, turned her head with a face full of shame, and strode away from this place of right and wrong. If she continued to stay here, she, Lucy, would not have to save her face. Just like this, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the sky suddenly dimmed. After eating, Natsu and Happy walked out of the restaurant. Ah! I'm so full. Yes. Natsu. Happy and Natsu came to the port leisurely while picking their teeth with toothpicks in their hands, looking at the cruise ship in the distance, silently blowing the sea breeze, and enjoying it. Have you heard? Lord Fire Dragon is holding a banquet on the cruise ship. Yes. If I didn't have a suitable dress, I would have gone. It is said that he is a famous wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild. Beside Natsu and Happy, several young girls are constantly discussing. The wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild? After hearing that the Fire Dragon actually claimed to be a magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu bit off the bamboo stick he was using to pick his teeth, and with a slight twist of his fingers, he burned it into sparks and turned it into ashes. Natsu stared at the cruise ship in the distance, muttering, "Whether you are a magician of the Light Guild or a magician of the Dark Guild, I will never let go of anyone who uses the name of the Fairy Tale Guild." Happy, let's go. Natsu said, and ordered the Happy beside him. Love. Hearing this, Happy spread his wings directly, grabbed Natsu's shoulders tightly, flapped his wings to stir up a gust of dust, and flew with Natsu, flying towards the cruise ship not far away. Hey! What is that? At the same time, the girls watching were shocked and confused when they saw the harpy carrying Natsu away. They didn't seem to expect that the big man they admired was actually always by their side. At the same time, on the ship where the fire dragon held the party, in a gorgeous box. Hwalala! Lucy overturned the cup of black tea in front of her, along with the table and chairs. She stared at the blue-haired man who called himself a fire dragon with lightning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You put sleeping pills in my cup? Why do you do this?" Lucy didn't even taste it. Just by smelling the black tea, she could tell that her black tea had been tampered with. After all, Lucy is a person with many years of experience outside. If she didn't have this ability, she, a beautiful girl who called herself a peerless beauty, would have been taken by the bad guys long ago. Since you found out, then there is no other way. I didn't want to do anything to you, after all, you are all my precious commodities. If I hurt you, your value will be greatly reduced. But who made you so smart? So sorry, I can only use violence. Please remember, this is your own fault, I am not responsible. The man who called himself Fire Dragon saw that he could no longer hide, and took the initiative to expose his dirty and evil face. He had a vicious smile on his face, and his eyes were full of evil thoughts when he looked at Lucy. "Mr. Fire Dragon, we have already taken care of the goods outside." At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and countless burly robbers walked in. On their shoulders were the beautiful girls who were dancing outside and fell into a coma because of sleeping pills. They were invited by Fire Dragon to attend the dance on the ship. Damn it! For a moment, Lucy seemed to have figured out everything in front of her. This was not a dance party at all. This was clearly a human trafficking gang. These people planned to sell them to other countries to make huge profits. They were simply scum among scum. Girl, you don't really think I will let you join Fairy Tale, do you? Don't you look in the mirror? A little girl like you is worthy of becoming the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, the first in the Ishgar continent? Don't struggle anymore. Accept your own destiny and the upcoming reality. From the moment you set foot on this ship, everything has been doomed. Next, I will send all of you to the kingdom of Bosk. When you get there, I will turn you into silver and banknotes. At this moment, the Fire Dragon seemed to have determined that he had already won the private matter. He looked at Lucy with disdain in his eyes, smiled arrogantly, and boasted loudly about what he had done. Damn scum! At this moment, tears burst out of Lucy's eyes. She trembled slightly, and her heart was full of contempt for the guy who called himself a fire dragon in front of her. Boom! Just when Lucy wanted to say something, accompanied by a roar, the cruise ship that was moving forward suddenly stopped. Damn, what happened? In response, the fire dragon's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to understand very well that everything was going according to his plan. Why did so many accidents happen? Mr. Bola is not good. The cruise ship is stranded. Just when the fire dragon was confused, the bandits outside suddenly rushed in with a look of horror. They looked at the fire dragon, or more precisely, the former member of the Giant's Nose of the Magister Guild, Hongtian Bora, and spoke loudly. I told you not to call me by my real name. Bora first angrily rebuked the bandits, and then asked with a confused look on his face, You said our ship ran aground? What a joke! This is the sea, how could the sea run aground? Are you kidding me? Lord Bora! The sea just disappeared. In response, the bandits explained with a look of horror. I told you not to call me Bora. Also, you bastards, tell me how the sea disappeared? Forget it, I'll go out and take a look myself. If I find out that you bastards are deceiving me, I will never forgive you. Trash Bora naturally didn't believe the nonsense that the ship ran aground on the sea and the sea suddenly disappeared, which deceived children. He planned to go out and take a look himself. If he found out that his little brother deceived him, had a different mind after seeing the beauty, and planned to take advantage of him to do some tricks. After he comes back, he will never forgive these guys. You guys keep an eye on her, remember, as long as she doesn't get this star spirit key. This girl is not worth mentioning at all. Of course, before leaving, Pola did not forget to hand over the task of guarding Lucy to his subordinates, and gave the star spirit key he stole from Lucy to his most trusted younger brother for safekeeping. Lucy was just a mere star spirit mage, and Pola didn't take it seriously. As long as the star spirit mage doesn't have the star spirit key, then he can't do anything. This is common sense in the entire magic world. It's so hot. What's wrong with the weather today? Then, Pola took out the wet wipes in his pocket, wiped the sweat on his forehead due to the sultry weather, and strode outside. My star spirit key. Lucy looked at the star spirit key in the robber's hand, and her pupils trembled slightly. On the other side. He, little beauty, no one will disturb us next. After dozens of seconds, after confirming that Pola had indeed left the room, the robbers sneered at Lucy, revealing an extremely obscene expression. Master Pola, you are back? In response, Lucy approached the robber holding the key calmly, looked at the door behind the robber, and cried loudly, These robbers just disobeyed your orders and made a move on me, as if they didn't take your orders seriously at all. Please make the decision for me. If you don't punish them, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide. In this case, but we have lost a good product. How much money will we lose? Master Bola, please listen to our explanation. Don't believe the words of this little girl. We didn't do anything to her. We didn't do anything. As Lucy finished speaking, the faces of all the robbers present changed, and they turned to explain to Bola. In fact, they only dared to do some things to take advantage of her, and they didn't dare to really hurt these little girls. Otherwise, once Bola knew about it, it would not be over with a beating, but it would cost their lives. Hey! Don't be fooled. However, when these robbers turned around, they saw an empty gate. At this moment, the robbers finally realized that they were fooled by Lucy. Good opportunity. At the same time, Lucy took her star key from the robber in one step, and in front of everyone, she twisted the golden key into the air and said loudly, Open, the gate of Taurus. Talos. Ding dong. Yo. Lucy. You have a perfect body today. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light and a crisp sound. A minotaur who was more than 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with a burly figure, 8 perfect abdominal muscles, black and white skin, and looked like a cow, holding a huge axe as big as a door panel in his hand, appeared in front of everyone. Ah! The robbers, who were only about 1 meter and 80 meters tall at most, looked at the huge minotaur in front of them, who was nearly half a body taller than them, and showed shocked expressions. They opened their mouths in fear, as if they didn't know what to say. "Bye!" The Minotaur Taros said, swung the axe in his hand, and chopped at the robbers with force. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar. Both the robbers and the door of this luxurious private room were chopped to pieces by Taros's axe. "Pola, give me your life!" With the help of Taros, Lucy rushed out of the private room and roared to the outside. "Hey!" However, when Lucy left the private room, she was greeted by hot air. "What is this?" Lucy was slightly stunned, and she seemed to have no idea what was going on. Ah! Lucy only saw that the originally arrogant Pola was now half kneeling on the deck, no longer arrogant as before. He was looking in the direction of the town in the distance, and his body was shaking constantly. Lucy was slightly stunned. She followed Pola's line of sight and looked towards the town, and saw that the original sea had already burned dry. A young man with flames wrapped around his body was stepping on the dry seabed, walking towards the stagnant cruise ship step by step. And in the dark night, the still bright sky, the disappearing sea that seemed to be evaporated, and the hot air were all thanks to this young man. "Natsu? You are also a magician. And so powerful?" As the boy who looked like the god of fire came closer and closer, Lucy finally saw the boy's face clearly, and she said his name in disbelief. Yes, the person who came was naturally Natsu, who was going to have a good talk with the fire dragon about why he disguised himself as the magician of the fairy tale guild. Originally, Natsu wanted Happy to throw him directly onto the ship floating on the sea, but he felt dizzy just by watching the ship sailing on the sea. So, Natsu directly activated the power of the dragon and continued to improve his magic power, which had already reached the Holy 10 level and had advanced a long way from the Holy 10 level. The speed reached the level that rivaled Natsu, who opened the dragon power in the Hades chapter of the original timeline, that is, close to the level of the king. Yes, under Ian's training, Natsu directly led the original timeline by several versions, and the starting strength was close to the late stage. "Are you afraid?" Then, Natsu used his huge magic power to evaporate the sea near the port city of Harjan in one fell swoop. According to Natsu's calculations, there will be no sea water here within 3 hours. It was precisely because the sea water was evaporated by Natsu that the ship ran aground naturally. And Natsu can also walk directly on the seabed and walk towards the ship not far away. Natsu. The famous Natsu Dragneel. One of the members of the fairy tale of the Magician Guild? Pola didn't expect Lucy to know this pink-haired boy who was so powerful that he didn't look like a human being. He was like the legendary flame god. If he knew that Lucy knew such a powerful magician, he would never dare to attack Lucy. However, Pola had heard of the name Natsu. This guy named Xiaotian was a member of the legendary fairy tale, the strongest magician guild on the Ishgar continent. His nickname was Fire Dragon, Salamanta. Is Natsu a member of fairy tale? Lucy was shocked. She really didn't expect that the young man who helped her by accident in the morning was actually a famous member of fairy tale. This is really like looking for him in the crowd for thousands of times, suddenly looking back, he is there, in the dim light. Hey! We meet again, Fire Dragon. The guy who claims to be the magician of the fairy tale guild, is you. Not long after, Natsu came to the cruise ship. With a wave of his hand, the ship melted completely in front of the endless heat wave. For a moment, both the robbers and the girls who were captured by the robbers fell on the soft seabed. No. This is just a misunderstanding, Fire Dragon-sama. Bora was already scared at this moment. Facing the magic power of normal Natsu, who had removed the dragon power, and had already entered the Holy 10 realm, infinitely approaching the human limit, playing Wujura. Cold sweat kept pouring out of his forehead. When Natsu stared at him, it was as if he was facing a ferocious dragon. He was directly scared and explained to Natsu in panic. No matter what excuse you have, you are not allowed to cheat under the name of the Fairy Tale Guild. Turn into a meteor in the sky. Natsu did not give Bora a chance to explain. Flames wrapped around his arms, and he slammed Bora's face, saying loudly, "Flame Dragon's Collapse Fist." Boom! With the flash of fire, Bora was already familiar with it, and was only one step away from death. So strong! Lucy's eyes widened when she saw this. She covered her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe that Natsu, who looked stupid and would look for dragons in the town, was so strong. "Hey! Lucy, are you okay?" Just then, Happy fell from the sky and came to Lucy's side, looking at Lucy and asking. "No, it's okay." Lucy looked up at Happy and shook her head gently. Then, Lucy's face straightened, looking at Happy and asking, "Happy, you and Natsu are both mages of the Fairy Tale Guild." "Yes, sorry, I forgot to tell you, mainly because you talked a lot about the Mages Guild, and I didn't want to spoil your interest." Happy covered his mouth and laughed, saying meanly, "Hey! Doesn't that mean I just embarrassed myself?" Lucy muttered to herself, her face flushed. "My head hurts. What happened? Where is this place?" At the same time, the girls who were deceived by Pola gradually woke up. "It's bad. The little fans of that guy who was just knocked away by my flame dragon punch seem to have woken up. I just didn't want his autograph this morning, and they chased me and beat me up. If they find out that their idol was killed by me, won't they kill me? Happy, there is no time to hesitate. We have to run away quickly. It's not suitable to stay here for long. It's time to go back to the guild." As Natsu said, he first signaled Happy to run away. Then, Natsu seemed to have discovered something. He walked slowly to Lucy, who was still sitting on the seabed, blinking her eyes and looking confused. He extended a helping hand to Lucy, just like how Lucy extended a helping hand to him in the morning, and said with a smile, "Lucy, it seems you need a little help." Lucy was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously held the hand that Natsu extended to her. The next second, Lucy felt a strong force coming from her arm, and she was easily pulled up by Natsu. "Lucy, get ready to run." Then, Natsu took Lucy's hand and ran away. "I want to run too." Lucy looked at Natsu with a confused look on her face and asked. "Yes. Didn't you say you were going to join our Wizard Guild Fairy Tale? Don't you want to join now?" Natsu smiled softly, a cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile. "Yes, of course I do." Lucy smiled, and a crystal tear came out of the corner of her eyes. She gently wiped the tear with her fingers and nodded vigorously. Sure enough, the Wizard Guild fairy tale that she had been thinking about for a year would never let her down. By the way, everyone who heard the name of fairy tale or got help from the fairy tale wizard in the mission thought that the fairy tale wizard was very good. Therefore, the wizards who planned to join the Fairy Tale Guild thought so before they officially joined the Fairy Tale Guild. On the other side, not long after Natsu dragged Lucy to run all the way on the seabed. Bora of the Red Sky. A young man with blue hair and tattoos on his face, who looked handsome but had all the dislikes of Ian, stood in front of the black-clad Bora and asked softly, "I am the investigator of the Magic Council era and the Quasi-Council member of the Council era, Gerard Fernandez. You are arrested now for human trafficking, illegal trade, and illegally impersonating a member of the Fairy Tale, the Magisters Guild. To be honest, your crime is enough to be sentenced to death and executed immediately. Now as long as you answer a few questions, your crime may be resolved." After feeding Pola some healing potions, Jalal looked at the gradually waking up bastard in front of him and asked coldly. "You ask?" Pola did not dare to hesitate at all. He looked at Jalal in front of him with fear and spoke humbly. Okay, let me ask you, who asked you to pretend to be a magician of the Fairy Tale Guild and do what these scumbags do to destroy the reputation of fairy tale? Jalal looked at Pola and asked. It was me. Pola's eyes moved slightly, a look of awe flashed across his face, and he nodded. Death penalty, immediate execution. After hearing this, Jalal raised his finger and pointed it at Bora's head. His finger lit up with a faint light, as if it could blow Bora's head up instantly. I say. It was Joseph Bora, the former 10 great magisters of the Holy Land, who ordered me to do it. Although he didn't order me to do anything bad, he did issue a task in the dark magic world. Whoever can discredit the reputation of the Fairy Tale Guild will be rewarded with 1 million J. The reward is calculated based on items. In other words, as long as we do some bad things under the banner of fairy tale, we can get 1 million J for every bad thing we do. How could we not want this free money? Bora answered truthfully. It's interesting to say that the other party's surname is the same as his name. My lord, I have made it clear. You can't execute me again as agreed. After Bora finished speaking, he looked at Gerard and preached with a stiff upper lip. Very good. Since you are so honest, I will sentence you to a suspended death sentence. Gerald smiled, patted Bora's head and said softly. Great. Bora's eyes lit up. Generally speaking, a suspended death sentence means that he doesn't have to die. As long as he behaves well, he can change the suspended death sentence to life imprisonment. If he behaves better and contacts some external forces, he may be released from prison in a year or 2. The suspended sentence is until tomorrow afternoon. Then, Gerard looked at the delighted Bora and continued to preach. Hey! No way! This is not fair! Bora was dumbfounded when she heard this. Well, according to the latest law of the Magic Council era designed by President Gelberg, the minimum suspension period for the death penalty has been changed to 1 day. Take him away. If you want to live, it depends on your performance next. Gellard was too lazy to say more, and directly ordered the soldiers around him to tie up Bora and the robbers and take them away, and to confirm whether these abducted girls have returned home safely. Next, Jalal will use Bora to rescue all the girls who have been abducted by Bora. When the girls are rescued, it will be time for Bora to be sentenced to death. On the other side. The next morning, Natsu and Lucy finally arrived at the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild. By the way, before Lucy came to Fairy Tale with Natsu, and went back to the hotel to pick up her luggage. It's so big. At this moment, Lucy looked at the huge mage guild in front of her, which exuded the traces of time. Her mood was extremely surging and excited. Finally, since she learned the name of the Fairy Tale Guild. Calculating the time, it was almost exactly 1 year, and she finally set foot in this piece of the Mage Guild of her dreams. Mage Guild Fairy Tale, as the world's #1 Mage Guild, I believe the members of the guild must be very united and very amiable, right? Lucy said in her heart. Well, whether the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild are united or not, let's put it aside for now. Anyway, it has nothing to do with amiability. According to what Gildarts said to the young Kana at the time, that is, this is not a place for a young girl like you to come. Here, you will be infected with the stench of cigarettes and alcohol, and be scared to tears by those bad guys. Boom! Just when Lucy was constantly comforting herself and preparing herself mentally, she only heard a roar, and saw Natsu kicking away the quaint gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, and saw Natsu shouting angrily, "Which little jerk told me that the fire dragon appeared in the port city of Harjan? It's not accurate at all." Hey! Lucy was stunned when she saw this. This scene has surpassed Lucy's cognition and is completely different from what she imagined. What happened? Lucy's brain crashed briefly, and she looked at Happy and asked. Super Invincible Chapter, 11,000 words.